welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. In the early hours of the morning, rain tapped gently against the window of my bedroom, its rhythm a lullaby pulling me from deep slumber. Familiar and comforting, yet tonight there was a whisper in the rain, a subtle shift that urged me to listen closer. Those soft droplets seemed to carry cryptic messages, like murmurs drifting through walls. Intrigued, I rose from my bed and approached the window, compelled by an unseen force to peer outside. The world beyond was shrouded in a thick blanket of fog, radiating an ethereal glow that transformed the ordinary shapes of trees and houses into enigmatic silhouettes. Through the mist, a faint blue light flickered in the distance, beckoning me with a silent insistence I couldn't resist. Draping myself in a heavy wool sweater, I ventured out into the cool, damp air. The fog caressed my ankles like gentle tendrils, and the scent of the sea filled my senses, though we were miles away from the nearest shore. Yet unmistakably, the briny aroma lingered in the breeze, defying logic. Following the pulsing light, the ground beneath me shifted subtly. Firm earth gave way to sandy grains, cool and damp between my toes, though I couldn't recall removing my shoes. The transition was so gradual that I scarcely noticed the suburban landscape fading away, replaced by endless dunes vanishing into misty obscurity. The blue light intensified, its rhythm synchronized with the phantom sound of waves supplanting the rain. Each pulse illuminated the fog, creating aqueous patterns that danced in the light. In those fleeting moments of clarity, I glimpsed a colossal form emerging in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing vessel, its masts soaring like skeletal fingers into the darkness. Time here flowed differently, a viscous fluidity akin to honey sliding from a spoon. Each step forward felt both instantaneous and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained elusive, as if painted on the very fabric of the mist. Its ragged sails fluttered in an unfelt breeze, and the aged hull groaned under the weight of forgotten years. A sound of footsteps in wet sand caught my attention. Not my own, but those of unseen others approaching from behind. When I turned to discern them, only swirling shapes in the mist met my gaze, human forms dissolving upon focus. Their whispers, however, lingered, tales of a vessel that traversed between realms, appearing on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams blurred. As I gazed at the spectral ship, details shifted when I averted my eyes. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to weeping woman and back again. The number of masts wavered with each pulse of blue light. The ship's size seemed inconstant, at times diminutive as a fishing boat, at others rivaling the grandest of marine vessels. Water began to pool around my feet, though no waves touched the shore. It rose steadily, purposefully, until I stood ankle-deep in a still pool mirroring the fog above. In that reflection, I beheld the ship in its former glory. Billowing sails, gleaming brass fixtures under an absent sun, and shadowy figures moving with eerie determination across the decks. The blue light pulsed once more, intensely, and in that moment, I saw them, the passengers and crew, frozen in time, yet at peace within their dual existence. Some met my gaze, their eyes reflecting the same ethereal glow that had drawn me here, conveying a sense of chosen presence rather than confinement. The water receded, carrying with it the clarity of the vision. The ship's outline blurred into the mist, melding with the fog until distinctions wavered. The whispers faded, merging with the distant cadence of waves. When I turned to depart, the pathway home had transformed. The beach extended endlessly in both directions, the dunes assuming unfamiliar shapes in the dimness. Yet instinct guided my steps, leading me through the shifting landscape. The tang of salt gradually dissipated, replaced by the clean fragrance of rain. Back in my room, I stood by the window, observing the fog dispersing with the onset of dawn. The blue light had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Only the lingering scent of sea salt on my sweater hinted at the extraordinary night. As sunlight pierced the mist, I discovered a small, polished sea glass in my pocket, its hue echoing the pulsing light that had guided me. Even now, on rainy nights, I glimpse that ethereal glow in the distance. The ship never manifests the same way twice, and I never approach as closely as that initial encounter. Yet the sea glass rests on my windowsill, a reminder of those whispers beckoning me to the boundary between reality and possibility, forever adrift among the waves of imagination. Story 2. The soft patter of rain on leaves set a tranquil rhythm as I strolled through the forest, my steps silent on the pine needle-covered trail. The afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting a hazy, mystical light over everything. The earthy scent of damp soil and moss filled the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. These solitary walks had always been my refuge, but today held a sense of something new, something mysterious. The familiar path seemed to twist in unexpected ways, and the towering trees, ancient guardians of the woods, leaned closer, their branches swaying gently in an invisible breeze, whispering secrets high above. As I delved deeper into the woods, a delicate mist rose from the ground, curling around the tree trunks like ghostly tendrils. The air grew cooler, sending a shiver down my spine, raising goosebumps on my skin. The rain, now a gentle melody, seemed to beckon me forward with its subtle, persistent cadence. Through the mist, I spotted something unusual. Weathered stone walls covered in emerald moss, peeking out between the trees. Standing no taller than my chest, the walls bore intricate shifting patterns etched into their surfaces. They formed the entrance to a labyrinth, a sight unknown to me despite my years of wandering these woods. The stones emitted a peculiar warmth, vibrating gently as if humming an ancient lullaby. The moss felt like velvet under my touch, glowing faintly as daylight waned. Without a conscious choice, I followed the meandering walls as they twisted and turned. Each corner revealed new designs in the stone, new varieties of moss and lichen painting the surfaces in shades of green, silver, and midnight blue. Enigmatic flowers bloomed in the crevices, their iridescent petals like moonlit drops of dew. The further I ventured, the more the outside world faded away. The rain's melody shifted once more, aligning with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The mist swirled around my feet, mirroring the patterns on the walls, and in the distance, a distant chiming sound, though no breeze stirred the air. Time lost its grip. Had moments passed, or hours? The light remained constant, a soft, diffused glow emanating from all directions. The walls began to tell stories, depicting ancient trees dancing in a forgotten forest, mysterious beings with indistinct forms. As I turned a corner, I discovered a circular clearing within the labyrinth. In the center, a still pool of water reflected the darkening sky, disturbed only by ripples moving against the rain. Stone benches encircled the pool, adorned with the same intricate patterns as the walls. Seating myself, the warmth of the stone seeped through my clothes. Raindrops created shimmering circles on the pool's surface, each carrying tiny lights that danced and faded away. Within the water's depths, elusive shadows hinted at memories, dreams, or something beyond. The chiming drew nearer, blending with the rain's rhythm and the whispers of the trees into a harmonious symphony that resonated deep within me. The mist continued its ethereal dance, forming fleeting shapes that almost resembled figures before dispersing. Watching the pool, I witnessed visions materialize. A library with self-turning pages, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in an instant, a staircase spiraling into endless darkness. Were these glimpses real, reflections, or figments of my imagination sparked by this unearthly realm? Sitting there, I became enveloped in the labyrinth's enigmatic melody. Boundaries blurred, self-merging with surroundings, raindrops like notes in an ancient tune, stone patterns flowing through my thoughts like water. At some indeterminate point, I noticed the path I entered the clearing through had multiplied. One entrance had become three, each identical, leading into the misty unknown. The walls pulsed with an inner light, casting dancing shadows that seemed alive. While I should have retraced my steps before nightfall, the choice of path felt inconsequential. Each route held its own destination, guided by emotions and intuition rather than logic. Rising from the bench, I selected a passage at random. The chiming swelled briefly before fading, replaced by a distant, wordless melody emanating from the stones. The mist parted, unveiling the path step by step before me. Walking forward, I embraced a profound tranquility despite the surreal circumstances. It felt as though I had unearthed something ancient and wondrous, patiently awaiting discovery. The rain persisted, the mist twirled, and above, stars materialized through the unseen canopy. Real or elusive, their nature remained ambiguous. That day, I did not retrace my steps to the familiar forest path. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, the stone walls morphing into flowering bushes, mystical patterns fading into ordinary shadows. Though the rain had ceased, droplets clung to leaves, capturing the fading daylight like tiny prisms. Occasionally, I glimpse those shifting patterns from the corner of my eye, or hear distant chimes at the edge of slumber. The labyrinth's melody lingers in my dreams, drawing me back to its mysterious paths. On rainy days, as mist rises and light softens, I find myself scanning the trees for stone walls, pondering if the labyrinth still waits to be rediscovered by someone in need of its unique enchantment. Perhaps it exists solely in the realm between waking and dreaming, where reality bends and molds. Or perhaps it exists everywhere, concealed in plain sight, unveiling itself solely to those prepared to perceive it. Its memory resides within me, a gentle nudge that the world harbors inexplicable wonders waiting to be embraced. Rain falls, mist rises, and in a realm perhaps real, perhaps imagined, an ancient stone labyrinth continues its timeless dance with memory and time, awaiting the next traveler to chance upon its pathways. Story 3. The soft rustling of dried leaves outside my window interrupted my evening reading. Their gentle whispers carried a mesmerizing melody, unlike the usual chaotic symphony of wind-blown debris. Intrigued, I set my book aside and focused on the soothing scratching sounds that permeated the room. The old house creaked in harmony as I settled into my grandfather's cherished leather armchair, bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp that illuminated the encroaching darkness, casting elongated shadows on the wooden floors. Beyond the window, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a deep purple that seeped through the glass like watercolor on paper. It was then that I noticed a peculiar pattern in the leafy dance. Their movements against the window were not haphazard. There was a rhythm, a cadence akin to Morse code or the deliberate speech of unseen entities. The sounds rose softly, crescendoed gently, then ebbed away, only to repeat in a mesmerizing cycle. It was as calming as the distant lapping of waves against the shore. Drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, I abandoned my book and approached the window. The crisp autumn air carried scents of decaying leaves, distant wood smoke, and a subtle sweetness that heralded the season's arrival. Observing the leaves more closely, I saw them twirling and spinning in the twilight, catching the last remnants of daylight in their brown and golden hues. Each leaf moved with a deliberate grace, as if partaking in a natural ballet performance. The longer I watched, the more convinced I became that this was not mere chance choreography orchestrated by the evening breeze. As I exhaled against the window pane, small clouds of fog formed, allowing me to discern shapes amidst the swirling leaves. Though not fully recognizable, these forms appeared organized, almost on the verge of clarity, before dissipating back into the chaos of the dance, akin to ephemeral faces in shifting clouds. A subtle drop in room temperature, accompanied by a change in the leaf song's tone, sent a shiver down my spine. The mournful melody stirred half-remembered memories from childhood, a forgotten lullaby, a distant folk tune hummed by my grandmother in her garden. I found myself humming along, a melody ancient and primal, resonating with echoes of a time before words. In response, the leaves intensified their dance, forming intricate spirals that rotated in kaleidoscopic fashion, exuding autumnal hues. As my hand hovered over the window latch, an impulse to open it to bridge the gap between myself and the enchanting leaf song seized me. The cool metal beneath my fingers hesitated, caught between rationality urging caution and an enchanting call to embrace the unknown. Outside, the leaves pressed closer, their urgency palpable in the deepening night. Despite the darkness, they glowed faintly, like embers stirred by an unseen hand. The sudden creak of the old house snapped me from my trance, realizing the passage of time in the cold room, the forgotten book abandoned in lamplight. Reluctantly, I withdrew from the window, the leaf song fading into a wistful sigh of unfulfilled promise. As the intricate patterns dissolved and the leaves scattered into the night, I returned to my chair, the haunting melody lingering in the air. It intertwined with the mundane sounds of the house, the ticking of the hallway clock, the creaking floorboards, the whisper of pages turning. Sometimes, on the brink of sleep, I swear I hear words in that leafy chorus, ancient words in a language just beyond comprehension. I ponder what might have transpired if I had opened the window that fateful night. Would the leaves have simply blown in, or would something more ancient, more patient, have crossed the threshold into my world? The autumn winds continue to serenade my window, their song a blend of beauty, promise, and enigma. I keep the window firmly shut now, content to let some mysteries remain unsolved. Yet in the depths of night, that peculiar melody resurfaces, and the leaves outside rustle in acknowledgement, as if they, too, remember our shared moment of fleeting connection. Story 4. The gentle autumn rain tapped softly against my window, creating a soothing cadence that seemed to lull the world to sleep. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in the warm embrace of a woolen blanket, I observed as the darkness slowly enveloped the aged garden outside. The raindrops caught the fading daylight, shimmering like liquid silver as they trickled down the glass panes. Amid this tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A soft green light. At first, it was but a faint glimmer amidst the ancient oak trees at the garden's edge, barely visible through the veil of rain. Swaying gently, akin to an old lantern carried by unseen hands, the light possessed a unique hue. Not the harsh, modern green of LEDs, but a gentle, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to this mysterious glow, my gaze fixated on its hypnotic movements as it weaved through the trees. The rain continued its melodic symphony, now accompanied by the whispering wind dancing through the leaves. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the garden's mystical spirits resurfaced, her stories once told in a soft, melodic voice. As a child, I had dismissed them as mere bedtime fables, meant to ignite my imagination. Yet as I watched the ethereal green light, a familiar sense of wonder stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window, tracing the path of a raindrop with my fingertip. To my surprise, the green glow seemed to respond to my touch, growing brighter and its movements more deliberate. It began to trace intricate patterns among the trees, leaving behind a faint trail of luminescence that lingered like a dream's after image. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9, its resonant tones reverberating through the silent house. Each toll seemed to ripple through the air, causing the green light to pulse in perfect harmony. My breath formed small clouds on the window as I stood transfixed, witnessing this inexplicable dance of light and sound. Driven by a curiosity that felt both familiar and foreign, I reached for my raincoat. The well-worn fabric carried the comforting sense of old books and wood smoke, fragrances ingrained in the house over decades. Donning the coat, I noticed that the green light had paused, almost as if beckoning. The rain had eased into a gentle mist, carrying the earthy aroma of wet soil and autumn leaves. Beneath my feet, the garden path felt different that night, each step creating a soft squelch on the ancient stones, with droplets of water falling from the branches, creating a gentle percussion. As I drew nearer to the light, the air grew thicker, charged with an electric energy that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. Among the trees, the green glow maintained its watchful stance. Closer now, I discerned that it was not a lantern but a sphere of light hovering at chest level. Its edges were soft and blurred, resembling a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The light it emitted cast peculiar shadows, transforming familiar shapes into enigmatic forms that seemed to shift and morph with each passing moment. A subtle warmth radiated from the sphere, not fiery or electric, but organic, akin to the sun-warmed soil in spring. Standing before the light, I observed raindrops falling leisurely around it, as if time itself had slowed. Each droplet captured the green radiance, creating a constellation of tiny emerald stars suspended in the air. The sphere stirred once more, leading me deeper into the garden, its movements guiding my steps along the centuries-old leaves. The path we traversed was unfamiliar, winding through trees I had known all my life, yet now appearing different under the ethereal light. The air filled with the fragrant scent of night-blooming flowers, their perfume both sweet and otherworldly. Time seemed to warp as I walked, measured solely by the rhythmic rain and my quiet breaths. The sphere would pause intermittently, ensuring I followed before resuming its enigmatic journey. During these still moments, a distant sound, reminiscent of music, whispered through the air, not quite a melody, but a faint echo of one, akin to a childhood tune half remembered. At last, we arrived at a clearing previously unknown to me, despite my belief that I knew every corner of the garden. At its center stood an ancient stone well, adorned with moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered above it, casting its glow into the well's depths. Approaching closer, I noticed intricate symbols etched into the well's stone rim, symbols that seemed to shift and transform when I focused on them directly. Slowly, the sphere descended into the well, causing the symbols to emit a faint luminescence of their own, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. An ancient, knowing energy hummed in the air, as though something long awaited had finally come to pass. Leaning over the well's edge, I watched as the green light sank deeper, revealing glimpses of other lights below, blues, purples, and golds, each dancing in their mysterious patterns. The water's sound took on a melodic quality, echoing from depths that seemed to stretch beyond comprehension. Stepping away from the well, I noticed the rain had ceased entirely. The night air hung perfectly still, the garden holding its breath in anticipation of an enigma beyond my grasp. Though the green light had vanished, the symbols on the well continued to softly glow, pulsating in rhythm with my heartbeat. Retracing my steps back to the house, guided by a memory that felt both recent and distant, I sensed a subtle shift in the garden, or perhaps within myself. The trees seemed to bow slightly as I passed, their whispers hinting at secrets just beyond my understanding. Gazing back at the window upon my return, I sought the well but found only familiar shadows and trees. Yet on quiet rainy evenings, I still sit by the window, watching the garden. Occasionally, under the perfect conditions, when the rain falls just so and the wind carries the scent of mystery and damp earth, I catch a glimpse of that gentle green glow among the trees. It calls to me, promising revelations. But I've come to realize that some mysteries are meant to remain partially hidden, residing in the delicate space between knowledge and awe. The well has not reappeared, at least not in its original location. Yet, on certain nights, I hear a faint echo of water and music rising from deep beneath the garden, accompanied by the soft pulse of green light that lingers just beyond sight. And in these moments, I've learned that the greatest mysteries are those that require no solution. They merely beckon to be experienced, embraced, and allowed to transform us in their gentle, enigmatic way. Story 5. The autumn breeze whispered softly among the tall pine trees, carrying with it the familiar scents of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. Each step I took along the winding path echoed gently in the silence, a rhythmic crunch against the bed of pine needles beneath my feet. As I ascended the mist-covered slope, the old house beckoned to me, its weathered outline blending into the hazy backdrop of the pewter sky. The air grew cooler as I climbed higher, enveloping me like a delicate silk scarf. Above me, the branches swayed in a graceful dance, their needles rustling a soothing lullaby that seemed to murmur secrets in the wind. The path had long surrendered to nature, its original form obscured by wild herbs and mountain blooms that painted the landscape with vibrant hues. Closer I drew, and the house slowly unveiled itself through the mist. Its Victorian charm spoke of a time long past, with elegant gables and a welcoming wraparound porch that embraced the slope with a gentle grace. The aged wood, a deep and rich brown, bore the marks of time, yet retained its noble essence. Wind chimes swayed from the eaves, their melodic tones blending harmoniously with the natural symphony of the mountainside. My gaze was drawn to the windows first, tall and regal. Their wavy glass reflected the soft light in mesmerizing patterns that seemed to shift with each passing moment. Through the distorted panes, faint outlines of furniture teased the imagination, their forms elusive yet strangely familiar, like memories from a dream. One window, set high in the east gable, emitted a soft amber glow, casting a warm invitation into the mysterious depths of the house. The porch steps welcomed me with a soft creak, each board singing its own gentle melody. The sound, far from ominous, felt like a nostalgic tune played on an ancient instrument. The oak door, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the shifting light, yielded effortlessly to my touch, swinging inward on silent hinges. The interior exhaled a complex blend of scents, old books, beeswax polish, and something deeper, sweeter, like dried lavender or aged cedar. The grand foyer unfolded before me, a symphony of light and shadow playing out on the gleaming hardwood floors. Dust motes pirouetted in the filtered sunlight, creating ephemeral patterns that danced with ethereal grace. In the parlor, an old phonograph stood sentinel, its brass horn curved like a morning glory. Without my intervention, the turntable spun to life, releasing a faint melody, a waltz so tender and distant it might have drifted from another era altogether. The music wove through the air like gossamer threads, a whisper of sound that lingered in the soul. The kitchen revealed its own enchantments, copper pots glinting in the warm light, a tea kettle perched on the wood-burning stove where, though cold, I fancied I heard the phantom sound of boiling water and caught a fleeting scent of Earl Grey. Each step up the staircase sighed softly, as if the house itself drew a breath in anticipation. The upper hallway stretched before me, doors slightly ajar, offering glimpses into rooms that beckoned with silent allure. Lace curtains stirred in an unseen breeze, and a distant clock chimed an hour that defied the ticking of my watch. The room with the amber glowing window pulled me closer, revealing a study frozen in time. An antique desk faced the window, strewn with papers penned in elegant script, their dates marking a past long gone. A leather chair bore the imprint of its last occupant, and as evening descended, the mist outside transformed into liquid gold, casting the house in a timeless glow. It seemed to settle, the wood sighing in contentment as if finding solace in my presence. In the growing darkness, the house unveiled new facets of its character. Shadows deepened but cradled the spaces between objects with a velvety embrace. The ambient light flowed like liquid, pooling in corners and enfolding the corridors in a tender embrace. A conservatory awaited me, its aged glass diffusing the last light of day as vibrant plants thrived in their Victorian pots, a rocking chair swaying as if recently vacated. Night descended, and the house radiated a soft inner light that emanated from within, a gentle luminosity born of years of sunlit memories now shared with the darkness. I wandered through the rooms, each one a tapestry of enigmas that teased without resolution. Mirrors hinted at movement, whispers of conversations lingered in the air, ephemeral and elusive. With the dawn, I found myself once more on the porch, watching the mist rise from the valley below. The house stood silent behind me, a steadfast presence both tangible and ethereal in the early light. As I descended the path, the pull of the house's mystery lingered, a gentle whisper in the recesses of my mind. Years have passed, yet the memory of that house on the dark slope lingers in my dreams. Dusk perpetually descends in my slumber, the windows forever aglow with that amber light. I wonder if it still stands, nestled in its misty shroud, waiting for the next wanderer to unravel its subtle wonders. Like a realm between reality and reverie, perhaps it reveals itself only to those destined to find it, offering a bespoke symphony of quiet marvels and whispered truths to each seeker who crosses its threshold. Story 6. In the soft flickering glow of candlelight, the walls of my grandmother's study came alive with dancing shadows, moving like silent spirits in a forgotten ballroom. This room had always been my sanctuary, a haven of mahogany shelves holding ancient leather-bound books, where the scent of aged paper mingled with the sweet fragrance of beeswax candles. Outside, the rain painted a soothing melody on the window panes, a natural lullaby whispering secrets of the past. Nestled in the worn velvet armchair by the crackling fireplace, my fingertips traced the intricate carvings on its wooden arms. Since my grandmother's passing 3 months ago, the responsibility of the house had fallen upon me, and many evenings were spent here, cataloging her collection of antiquarian books and odd trinkets. But this night felt different, a peculiar heaviness lingering in the air, like the calm before a storm. Reaching for another book from the stack beside me, my hand brushed against something cold and smooth. A small brass key, its aged surface tarnished, its head adorned with intricate vines. Holding it up to the candle's light, the shadows of its design danced across my palm. In all my years in this room, the key had never caught my eye before. The crackling of the fireplace seemed to hush, the room holding its breath in anticipation. Rising from the chair, I inspected the walls closely. The wallpaper, with its faded burgundy and gold patterns, always seemed to shift in the flickering light. But now, my fingers found an anomaly, a slight depression in the texture. Pressing against it, I felt a resistance, then a subtle click. A section of the wall, no bigger than a cabinet door, swung inward with a gentle push. Behind it lay a narrow passage, softly illuminated by a mysterious blue light. The air carried scents of old stone and memories long forgotten, a scent of both spring and autumn intertwined. With a candle in hand, I ventured into the passage, the stone walls absorbing and emitting a gentle glow. My steps made no sound, the silence enveloping me like a comforting blanket. The passage curved, leading me into an impossible space that defied the external dimensions of the house. After what felt like both an instant and eternity, the passage opened into a vast circular room, shrouded in mist with walls disappearing into darkness above. The pulsating blue light filled the space, like the slow heartbeat of a slumbering giant. At the center stood a simple wooden desk, holding a book bound in midnight blue leather, next to a chair identical to the one in grandmother's study. The ordinariness of the scene clashed with the surreal setting, a juxtaposition that tugged at the corners of my lips. Approaching the desk, I noticed intricate patterns covering the floor, spirals and curves that seemed to move when glanced at indirectly. They resembled the design on the key, but on a grander scale. The untitled book on the desk, when opened, revealed pages filled with my grandmother's handwriting, words shifting and flowing like water. The first legible passage spoke of the room finding those in need, not as a place to leave, but as a place to be found. The words sank into my mind, creating ripples of understanding as a soft hum filled the room, the blue light pulsating in harmony. Time wavered in that space, minutes feeling like days as I turned through pages of mysteries written in my grandmother's hand. When I finally looked up, the mist had drawn closer, blurring boundaries and shifting patterns on the floor. The room seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a rhythm unknown to the world outside. Realization dawned. This room was not to be left, but to leave when the time was right. Closing the book, I embraced the peacefulness that enveloped me, the blue light fading as the mist encroached. Soon, I found myself back in the study, the brass key warm in my hand, the hidden passage erased from sight. The rain continued its gentle song, the candles flickered as before, yet everything had subtly changed. On quiet evenings, rain tapping against the windows, the candlelight casting its dance on the walls, I catch glimpses of the blue luminescence in the corner of my eye. The key rests on my desk, a silent reminder of the room's existence in its impossible space, waiting to be found when needed. But I've learned that some mysteries are best left unsolved, some paths meant to find us in their own time. The room's enigmatic presence now brings solace, a reminder that not all questions require answers, not all doors need opening. And as the rain falls and the candles flicker, I find tranquility in the unknown, a quiet acceptance of the mysteries that lie beyond. Story 7. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed across the weathered wooden floors of the vintage emporium, casting soft shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing dance. Rain tapped a soothing rhythm against the Victorian windows, composing a lullaby that embraced the tranquil evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this peculiar shop, captivated by its warmth and the rich aroma of aged books and polished wood that enveloped me. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze was ensnared by a portrait hanging in a shadowed alcove. The painting portrayed a young woman garbed in a deep blue gown, her features intricately depicted with a mastery that was truly captivating. Her complexion possessed a porcelain-like luminescence that caught and reflected the flickering candlelight, while her dark tresses seamlessly melded into the dusky background. Yet it was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess an uncanny depth, as if imbued with a forgotten technique that bestowed upon them a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles, noticed my fascination. His voice, akin to a soothing whisper, was imbued with the cadence of one accustomed to weaving bedtime tales. "That portrait harbors quite a tale," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "It was crafted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Rumors suggest he spent years perfecting a special blend of pigments to capture a lifelike gleam in the eyes." Intrigued, I found myself returning to the shop day after day, inexplicably drawn to the enigmatic portrait. Each visit unveiled new intricacies: the graceful folds of her dress, the intricate detailing of her clasped fingers, the enigmatic smile that seemed to shift with the viewer's perspective. The shopkeeper, a purveyor of tales, would often regale me with morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more enthralling than the last. On a particularly serene evening, as rain cascaded down the shop's windows, I noticed something peculiar. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements throughout the room, not in the usual manner of following gazes in paintings, but with a subtle shift in the amber depths themselves, reminiscent of ripples on a tranquil pond. The flickering candlelight captured these minute movements, creating ephemeral glimmers that dissipated when I attempted to focus directly on them. The shopkeeper materialized beside me, his voice a mere breath. It is said that the artist was fixated on capturing true life in his creations. Delving into ancient methodologies, he experimented with unconventional materials. Some believe he stumbled upon something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks unfurled, subtle alterations in the portrait began to manifest. At times, the woman's countenance appeared gentler, more contemplative. Other moments revealed a hint of sorrow in the curve of her lips. These changes, so delicate, prompted me to question their reality, pondering whether they were genuine or merely figments of my imagination, fueled by the shopkeeper's anecdotes and the dreamlike ambiance of the candlelit emporium. One dusk, I arrived to find the shop cloaked in an unusual darkness. The candles remained unlit, and only the gloomy light of twilight filtered through the rain-streaked windows. The shopkeeper was conspicuously absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the room, and in that fleeting instant, I witnessed the woman's eyes blink. A sense of wonder, rather than fear, quickened my heart. The rain continued its melodic symphony against the windows as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes now bore an unmistakable alteration, exuding a warmth and cognizance that transcended the confines of mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could almost swear I discerned the gentle rise and fall of her chest, as if she breathed. From the shadows, the shopkeeper's voice, gentle as snowfall, reached my ears. "She reveals herself solely to those who truly value her beauty," he intoned. The artist did not simply capture her likeness. He unearthed the means to encapsulate something more profound, something existing betwixt the realms of art and reality. Though I never acquired the portrait, I frequented it often. At times, I would recline for hours in the cozy old armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight, while the woman within the painting observed with her living eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would partake in companionable silence, interrupted solely by the rustle of pages turning and the patter of raindrops. Years have drifted by, and I often pondered whether it all transpired within the realm of my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity in her eyes, the sensation of communing with something simultaneously exquisite and implausible. Yet on tranquil nights, when rain murmurs against my window, memories of the candlelit shop and the portrait that seemed to pulsate resurface. And occasionally in that liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, I can still perceive her gentle gaze trailing me through the darkness. Whispers persist that the painting lingers in the shop, awaiting visitors who might discern something extraordinary within those amber eyes. Some profess to have witnessed her smile metamorphose or caught a glimpse of movement within the canvas. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in whether the portrait truly lives, but in those hushed instants when we allow ourselves to believe in the implausible, suspended in that ethereal juncture where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 8. Gradually, I comprehended that the Wanderer's Inn wasn't solely a physical space. It was a moment elongated into a haven, a pause in time's relentless march where lost souls discovered themselves or surrendered to a blissful enigma. The innkeeper transcended mere mortal form, embodying a guardian of this liminal space, this sanctuary between realities where travelers didn't just rest their bodies but also their narratives. On a morning that wasn't quite morning, I sensed the time had come to resume my journey. Boots awaited by the door, though I couldn't recall shedding them the night before. My coat hung ready on the hook, a blend of familiar wear and newfound freshness. The innkeeper stood at the threshold, though her presence had eluded me on the descent from my room. "Will I return?" I questioned, though the true inquiry lingered unspoken. Her smile, a repository of unspoken truths, held me in its gentle grasp. "Those meant to find the inn always do," she assured, "though its visage may shift upon your next arrival." Stepping into a world both known and foreign, memories that felt as tangible as dreams clung to me. The sign still creaked softly in the breeze, and upon a final glance backward, the inn seemed to blur and morph like a reflection distorted by a gentle rain. Now, on nights when the rain cascades in that particular manner, or when elusive scents of unnamed herbs drift by, I find myself seeking a weathered door adorned with spiraling carvings, windows aglow with an otherworldly luminescence. And at times, just at the edge of perception, I catch the faint creak of a sign bearing the name The Wanderer's Inn. Whether a memory or a harbinger of what's yet to unfold, the distinction remains tantalizingly uncertain. Story 62. The soft patter of rain on my windshield created a calming melody as I navigated the autumn evening. The tired wipers swayed back and forth in a mesmerizing motion, clearing the delicate droplets that clung to the glass. My headlights illuminated a path through the encroaching darkness, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had been with me for the past hour. Although I had traveled this road countless times, tonight felt different. The familiar journey homeward had taken on an ethereal essence, with wisps of mist beginning to rise from the earth, intertwining with the ancient trees lining the narrow road. The fog crept forward languidly, akin to spectral tendrils stretching towards the darkening sky. The aged wooden bridge that signaled the midpoint of my trek emerged ahead, barely discernible through the thickening mist. It stood as a simple structure, weathered by the passage of countless seasons, its planks smoothed by the years of vehicles passing over. As I neared, the mist seemed to gather denser around it, as if drawn to its weathered timbers. The sound of my tires shifted as they met the wooden planks, creating a soft, hollow rhythm that reverberated through the serene evening. My headlights cast a glow on the swirling fog, which danced and twirled in hypnotic patterns. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the dark, mirror-like creek below caught my eye in the fading light. A strange sensation prompted me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, resembling breath more than wind, or the peculiar quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The drumming of my tires grew fainter and slower until I came to a halt in the center of the bridge. With the engine softly purring, I became aware of other sounds. The gentle murmur of water below, the rain tapping lightly on metal and wood, and something else, barely within hearing. It could have been whispers or the wind playing through the aged wooden rails, but it carried faint echoes of words too distinct to be mere chants, yet too elusive to comprehend. Rolling down my window slightly, I allowed the cool, damp air to infiltrate the car. The scent that wafted in was intricate: damp wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, reminiscent of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist curled through the crack like inquisitive tendrils, carrying with it that almost audible, nearly discernible voice. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw only a wall of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge appeared to stretch infinitely into the mist. The familiar length of the crossing had morphed into uncertainty. Through the passenger window, I observed how the fog over the creek moved against the wind, swirling in deliberate, slow spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a figure standing at the bridge's railing, or merely a denser patch of fog caught in an eddy. Yet, for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a hand extend towards my car, its outlines soft and blurred, akin to a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The radio, previously playing soft music at a low volume, began to scan through stations on its own. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted in and out, none lingering for more than a few seconds. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until I realized they were repeating in a pattern just beyond recognition. Time became fluid, mirroring the fog outside. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, watching the mist swirl and listening to the whispered almost speech. My watch continued ticking, but each glance revealed times that felt out of sync. The glowing numbers on my dashboard pulsed softly, marking seconds that seemed elongated or truncated. A tap on my driver's side window jolted me, the sound akin to raindrops, yet purposeful. When I turned to look, the fog against the glass seemed to form a visage. Or perhaps it was merely water droplets catching the light in an unusual manner. It dissipated as I strained to focus, leaving me uncertain of what I had glimpsed. The whispering momentarily grew clearer, almost morphing into comprehensible words. It evoked memories of overheard conversations through walls, familiar yet intangible. There was a quality to it that hinted at meaning just beyond my grasp, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The bridge's wooden planks resumed their muted serenade beneath my tires. As I reached the opposite side, the fog began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its hold on my car. In the rearview mirror, I witnessed the bridge fade into the mist, now pulsating gently, akin to slow breathing. The remainder of my journey home passed without incident, though the radio persisted in its erratic behavior, playing fragments of songs I almost recognized. Upon finally parking in my driveway, I noticed something peculiar on my passenger seat. A small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of any discernible source. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the continuing rain, my thoughts drifted back to the bridge and its enigmatic fog. In my dreams, the whispered words resurfaced, and this time I almost grasped their meaning. Almost, but not quite. And perhaps that was for the best. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the fog, I sense a gentle pull, an invitation to pause and listen to those nearly decipherable words once more. At times I yield, and at times I resist. Yet, I've observed that the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not. A small, circular reminder that certain mysteries prefer to linger unsolved, hanging in the air like mist over dark waters. Story 63. The soft patter of rain against the attic window enveloped the space in a tranquil melody as I sifted through generations of family treasures. Each gentle creak of the old floorboards echoed with whispers of bygone footsteps, weaving a tapestry of memories through time. Dust particles danced in the warm light of my vintage lamp, creating intricate patterns in the air, moving with a sense of purpose and elegance. For hours, I immersed myself in the task of organizing, finding solace in the rhythmic process of examining each object, each memory, each fragment of history nestled in this secluded corner of the house. The rain's steady rhythm served as a soothing backdrop to my endeavors, occasionally interrupted by distant rumbles of thunder rolling across the sky like gentle waves. Amidst the dimly lit attic, as I shifted a heavy velvet curtain aside, my lamp's glow revealed a hidden gem, a weathered wooden chest tucked away in the farthest corner. The aged wood bore intricate carvings that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering light, reflecting a craftsmanship of a bygone era where dedication to detail was paramount. Intrigued, I approached the chest, captivated by its presence. The carvings depicted phases of the moon, intertwined with flowing patterns reminiscent of wind and water. Running my fingers over the smooth valleys and ridges worn by time, I sensed a connection to the craftsmanship of long ago. The tarnished metal clasps, though aged, maintained their integrity, hinting at the countless hands that had once touched them. Curiously, there was no lock, an unusual feature for such an ornate piece. A faint aroma of cedar mingled with a mysterious, ancient scent as I cautiously lifted the lid. Within the chest, cradled in faded velvet lining, lay a collection of objects that immediately seized my attention. A weathered leather journal, its pages curling with age, rested beside a small wooden box crafted from a lighter wood than the chest itself. Tied with a weathered ribbon, a bundle of letters occupied one corner, while a cloth-wrapped package filled the remaining space. The journal exuded warmth as I touched its cover, as if recently handled, though the untouched dust contradicted such a notion. Opening it, the delicate crackling of the spine revealed elegant handwriting that filled the pages, aged to a rich sepia hue, yet legible. The first entry, penned over a century ago by someone named Elizabeth, spoke of vivid dreams that transcended mere imagination. She detailed walking through ephemeral doorways and following distant melodies unheard by others, blurring the lines between reality and the realm of dreams. Page by page, I delved deeper into Elizabeth's world, where reality intertwined with dreams in a mesmerizing dance. Her writings unveiled a discovery that altered her perception of the world, unveiling hidden patterns leading to what she called the spaces between moments. Mentions of a small wooden box in her later entries caught my eye, prompting me to carefully lift it from its resting place. Light and finely crafted, the box bore lunar carvings akin to the chest, but with a delicate touch, hinting at a different artisan. Opening it revealed a single object, a small, round mirror with a silver frame, its glass remarkably clear and undamaged by time. Peering into its depths, the reflection seemed to beckon, as if offering a glimpse beyond mere appearances. The cloth-wrapped bundle housed small crystals, each labeled with dates and moon phases, some matching those in Elizabeth's journal where she recounted her most profound experiences. Untying the letters revealed a correspondence between Elizabeth and a kindred spirit, sharing cryptic discussions and discoveries, hinting at meetings shrouded in secrecy and revelations tied to lunar cycles. Surrounded by these enigmatic artifacts, the rain outside transitioned into a gentle mist, casting a dreamlike ambiance in the attic. The air felt charged with an unspoken energy, as if the space itself acknowledged the veiled truths I had unearthed. Carefully reassembling the contents within the chest, I restored each item to its original place, preserving the mystique that enveloped them. Yet as I closed the lid, a subtle shift in the atmosphere lingered, altering my perception of the attic's surroundings. In the ensuing days, drawn by an inexplicable force, I frequented the attic, immersing myself in Elizabeth's journal and observing the mirror's enigmatic reflections that seemed to ebb and flow with the moon's phases. Gradually, subtle nuances unveiled themselves, shadows dancing against the light's direction, rooms revealing hidden depths at twilight, and rain carrying faint echoes of celestial melodies at the edge of perception. Were these revelations always present, concealed until Elizabeth's words illuminated them, or had my encounter with her mysteries reshaped my reality? The chest, a silent guardian of enigmas, beckoned me to ponder the uncharted territories of perception and understanding. With each raindrop, a chorus of possibilities whispered through the air, nudging me to embrace the unknown. And in those tranquil moments between raindrops, I listened intently for the elusive music that Elizabeth once followed, ready to embark on a journey beyond the confines of ordinary existence. As the rain persisted in its gentle descent, its cadence now imbued with newfound depth, I pondered the mysteries that lingered within the attic's confines. Elizabeth's legacy, a tantalizing tapestry of dreams and discoveries, continued to weave its spell, inviting contemplation of the unseen realms that intertwined with our own. And on those hushed, rainy afternoons, when the light cast a surreal glow, I sat beside the chest, wondering about the cosmic dance that Elizabeth had once glimpsed. Perhaps, in those fleeting moments, the veil between worlds would thin, offering a glimpse into the ethereal mysteries that awaited beyond the looking glass. Story 64. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stone created a tranquil melody as I stood at the mouth of the time-worn cave, my lantern casting a warm, flickering glow on the rugged walls. The air held a fragrance of damp moss and pure mineral-rich water, a scent untouched by the hands of man for centuries. As a geologist, I had traversed many caves in my time, but there was a unique intimacy to this one, as if the very earth beneath my feet was alive and breathing in harmony with my own breath. Each step I took reverberated softly through the cavern, accompanied by the gentle splashing of water droplets falling from stalactites, forming shimmering puddles below. The limestone formations caught the light of my lantern, casting dancing shadows that swayed and shifted as if moving with a life of their own. Pausing now and then, I ran my fingers along the cool, damp walls, feeling the ancient textures that whispered tales of geological epochs stretching back millions of years. The tunnel gradually widened into a vast chamber where the ceiling soared so high that my lantern's light could not reach its lofty heights. The space was filled with the melodic symphony of water droplets trickling into small pools, each droplet adding its voice to the harmonious song that filled the chamber. With each step, my boots left gentle imprints in the fine silt covering the ground. It was then that I noticed something peculiar. Delicate footprints in the silt, smaller than my own, appearing and vanishing at random intervals, as if a mysterious dancer had graced the chamber with their presence. These prints seemed fresh, yet there had been no signs of recent visitors at the cave's entrance, and the remote location made chance encounters improbable. The air grew cooler as I followed the enigmatic footprints deeper into the labyrinthine cave system. The sounds of the rain outside faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the soft drip-drip of water and something else. A faint echo of footsteps, always seeming to linger just around the next bend. Pressing on, driven by curiosity, the passages of the cave twisted and turned, forming natural archways adorned with delicate mineral formations that sparkled like distant stars in the lantern's glow. The footsteps I followed navigated the maze with purpose, never faltering at the myriad intersections we encountered. Time seemed to warp and bend as I journeyed deeper, though my watch insisted only 45 minutes had passed since I entered the cave. The temperature stabilized, and the air carried a sweet, mineral essence reminiscent of fresh spring water. Occasionally, movement flickered at the edge of my vision, yet whenever I turned to look, only the gentle sway of shadows greeted me. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm matching the throb of my own heart, yet their origin now seemed to emanate from above rather than ahead. Lifting my lantern higher, I illuminated natural shelves in the cave wall, each ascending like a giant staircase. The footprints abruptly veered upward, defying gravity as they continued their ethereal ascent. My mind sought logical explanations, unusual geological formations, play of light and shadow, or perhaps my own mind conjuring illusions in the silent depths of the cave. But as I stood there, contemplating the impossible tracks, a soft, wordless hum filled the chamber. It was a haunting melody that seemed to resonate from the very bedrock, rising and falling like gentle waves. The footfalls ceased, replaced by this ethereal music that filled the air with a subtle, pulsing energy. My lantern's flame flickered, though no breeze stirred, and the shadows on the walls began to sway in time with the mysterious hum. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of tranquility and awe, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient hidden wonder waiting to be unveiled. Lowering myself onto a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the enchanting hum, allowing it to envelop me. The ambience of the cave shifted into a dreamlike state, and I found myself swaying gently to the mesmerizing melody. Water droplets cascaded from above, their rhythmic descent creating delicate ripples in the pools, reflecting the lantern's light like molten gold. Time lost its meaning as I sat there immersed in the cave's enchanting song. The phantom footsteps occasionally returned, now swirling around me in an ethereal dance, yet I no longer felt compelled to pursue them. Instead, I existed in that moment, becoming one with the ancient rhythm of the cave. When the time came to depart, I noticed the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the silt. The humming gradually waned as I retraced my steps through the passages, though its melody lingered vividly in my memory. The cave felt transformed on my return journey, not diminished in size or mystery, but enhanced in intimacy, as if we now shared a whispered secret. Pausing at the entrance, I glanced back into the darkness. The rain had ceased, and the setting sun cast elongated shadows into the cave's yawning mouth. And as I stood there, a lone set of footprints materialized in the silt beside me, formed by unseen steps that strolled past and dissolved into the sunlight. The cave offered one final echo, not of footsteps this time, but of soft laughter that faded into the distance like a sweet reverie. Even now, when I explore other caves, I find myself humming that otherworldly tune, and on rare occasions, in the quietest depths underground, I catch the distant echo of footsteps harmonizing with my melody, dancing just beyond reach, forever almost there. Story 65. The soft rustle of autumn leaves gliding across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly routine of tea before slumber. Wisps of steam lazily spiraled from my cup, carrying the gentle scent of chamomile and honey. The aging house murmured around me, its familiar creaks a solace in the deepening darkness of the late hour. It was then that the moon captured my attention, hanging low and luminous in the night sky, its glow peculiarly pulsating, akin to a distant heartbeat. Drawn to its rhythmic allure, my breath fell into sync with its subtle cadence. The air grew hushed, unnaturally so. The whispering leaves stilled, the crickets fell silent, and in that profound quietude a mysterious sound emerged. Faint yet unmistakable, a melody without notes, a song without sound, seemingly emanating from the moon itself. My tea grew cold, abandoned, as I sat transfixed by this ethereal enigma. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, weaving silver strands cascading from above, swaying in an unseen breeze, forming intricate patterns resembling ancient scripts, messages just beyond comprehension. Inside the dwelling, shadows began to dance, not random shifts cast by passing clouds, but deliberate, graceful movements synchronized to the silent rhythm. The shadows elongated and twirled along the walls, taking on shapes almost human yet not quite, moving with a fluidity surpassing earthly grace. Standing now, though I had no recollection of leaving my seat, the wooden floor hummed with a subtle vibration that resonated through my being. The temperature dipped slightly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet no fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe and tranquility. The moonlight continued its pulsing rhythm, each wave subtly altering the world around me. Colors intensified yet softened, the wood grain rippling like water, the very air shimmering with silver specks of light. Time lost significance, minutes melded with hours, hours condensed into fleeting instants. Somewhere within, a clock chimed midnight, its toll distorted, elongated, as if echoing from beneath the waves. With each chime, the moon's silent melody grew more insistent, resonating deeper. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, evolving into intricate patterns, almost revealing faces of joy and serenity that mirrored my own unexplained serenity. A gentle breeze arose, carrying the fragrance of night-blooming blooms foreign to my garden, encircling me in a tender caress, lifting my hair and garments in a delicate embrace. The moonlight responded, weaving silver strands through the air in intricate designs eluding my gaze. Enveloped in the impossible light, a realization dawned, a recollection, perhaps, of long-forgotten truths. The moon's silent song whispered ancient mysteries, of realms existing in the gaps between seconds, of dimensions brushing against our own like silk on skin. It hinted at nights when the boundary between reality and possibility waned enough to touch. The shadows continued their enthralling dance, now beckoning me to join. My feet moved of their own accord, following steps to a dance never taught yet somehow known deep within. The moonlight enveloped me like a cloak, and for a fleeting moment, weightlessness embraced me, as if I could step off the porch and tread upon the silver light itself. Gradually, the intensity ebbed, the shadows returning to their still forms, the moonlight waning to a familiar glow. The silent song retreated, leaving behind a lingering echo in my bones. Seated once more in my chair, the tea now ice cold, the night resumed its usual melody. Crickets chirped, leaves whispered, the old house crooned its lullaby. Yet something fundamental had shifted, irreversible. The moon would forever hold a different allure, a mystery lingering between dream and reality. On quiet full moon nights, I linger on the porch, awaiting. Occasionally, in tranquil stillness, I catch a faint echo of that silent song, a shimmer of silver strands in the air. And the shadows, oh, they remember their dance, though they no longer perform it. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting that some mysteries are destined to elude, residing in the exquisite realm between fact and fantasy. And perhaps therein lies their rightful place, in that serene twilight where the moon chants its silent tune, and shadows sway to melodies only the heart comprehends. In that moment, in that wonder-laden space, a peace transcending logic is found, a magic unbound by words. I continue my evening ritual on the porch, observing the moon ascend over the horizon. And at times, just sometimes, when the night holds its breath and my mind stills, I sense the moon's pulse, a distant heartbeat beckoning me to a dance I may never fully grasp, but will forever remember. Story 66. The soft patter of rain on the window created a gentle lullaby as I settled into my favorite armchair in the study. The old house murmured softly around me, its time-worn wooden frame shifting in the autumn evening chill. A cup of chamomile tea released its fragrant steam beside me, blending with the scent of aged leather-bound books that filled the shelves. My gaze wandered to the recent addition to the room, a mysterious portrait I had stumbled upon at an estate sale. The woman in the painting was veiled in a translucent ivory fabric, her dark eyes seemingly piercing through the delicate material with an intensity that both intrigued and unnerved me. The artist had captured an ethereal quality in the way the veil seemed to float around her, as if moved by an unseen breeze. The longer I studied the painting, the more details emerged from the shadows. A hint of a pearl necklace, a glimpse of a rich burgundy gown, and a window revealing a garden beyond. The brushstrokes were masterful, creating layers of transparency that shifted with the light. As the night deepened, the rain's rhythm against the roof grew steadier, creating a peaceful melody. The warm glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy circle of light, casting the rest of the room into comforting shadows. Entranced by the painting, I found myself drawn deeper into its depths, my eyes tracing the delicate folds of the veil repeatedly. Was it the rain or the soothing tea that began to lull me into a twilight state between wakefulness and slumber? In this hazy awareness, the portrait seemed to come alive. The veil appeared to ripple subtly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. The woman's enigmatic eyes held secrets on the brink of revelation. A sudden gust of wind made the lamp flicker, and when the light steadied, I noticed a curious detail in the painting, a figure in the reflected window behind the veiled woman, distant and veiled as well, watching. This discovery sent a shiver of intrigue down my spine, a thought-provoking sensation. As I delved into this new revelation, more subtle elements emerged from the canvas. The pearl necklace formed a pattern, resembling letters or symbols when viewed from a certain angle. The garden scene in the window reflection seemed to exist in a different time and place, not aligning with the woman's position. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and the scent of old roses wafted through the air, though no flowers adorned the room. It evoked memories of the garden in the painting, prompting me to ponder if the artist had captured more than just the visual likeness of the subject. I found myself crafting stories about the woman's identity, each tale as plausible as the last. The lamp's light dimmed slightly on its own, casting a gentle gleam in the woman's eyes as if they held a light source within. The veil appeared more translucent, teasing with glimpses of hidden features that remained just out of reach. As sleep beckoned, I noticed a final detail, a small key painted on a delicate chain, partially concealed in her gown's folds. It seemed crafted from tarnished silver or platinum, its intricate design mirroring the necklace's pattern. Drifting into slumber, I fancied I heard the whisper of silk against canvas and sensed a faint smile beneath the veil. In my fading consciousness, a notion fluttered through my mind. Perhaps the woman wasn't veiled at all, but revealing her secrets gradually, brushstroke by brushstroke, to those patient enough to truly observe. The next morning, I awoke in the armchair to sunlight streaming through the windows. The painting hung above the fireplace, seemingly unchanged, yet with each passing evening, new details emerged from its depths. In the tranquil moments between wakefulness and dreams, I pondered if the portrait was not of a veiled woman, but a veil itself, thinning with each night, bridging our world with another. Story 67. The night's rain fell gently, a soft lullaby on the cobblestones of the ancient garden path. I stood by the weathered iron gates, my umbrella barely shielding me from the mist that danced in the autumn air. Behind the rusted bars loomed the villa, a grand structure now gracefully fading into time's embrace, its dark windows like deep, empty eyes peering into the unknown. This place had come to me from my great-aunt Margaret, a mysterious figure I had encountered only briefly in my lifetime. She had always seemed distant, lost in thoughts I couldn't quite grasp, her fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. The lawyer who settled her affairs seemed relieved to hand over the keys, a tremor in his hands as they slid across the desk. With a resounding click, the lock opened, and I stepped into the misty garden. As I walked up the path, the gravel whispered beneath my shoes, and I noticed how the ivy had claimed parts of the villa, creating living drapes that swayed in the evening breeze. The windows, all 23 of them visible from where I stood, remained ominously dark, each holding its own unique emptiness. The heavy door swung open easily, as though the house had anticipated my arrival. The foyer enveloped me in the scent of aged wood and a hint of something sweet and elusive, reminiscent of my great-aunt's perfume, but intertwined with the essence of autumn leaves and distant rain. My steps echoed on the wooden floor, fading into the shadows that gathered in the corners. The first floor revealed the expected rooms of a grand villa. A sitting room draped in white sheets, a dining room set for guests who would never come, and a library filled with meticulously arranged books. Yet, it was the windows that captured my attention. Each framed a different aspect of the twilight beyond, casting a spell of enchantment over the rooms. As I moved through the spaces, a subtle shift in atmosphere unfolded. The air carried a warmth in some rooms, a chill in others, shifting without explanation. The windows responded to these changes, sometimes misting over in intricate patterns, other times remaining crystal clear despite the dampness outside. In the library, I discovered my great-aunt's journal, her delicate script detailing the windows as more than mere apertures. The third window in the east wing reveals summer evenings from my youth, one entry whispered. The tall window in the music room holds all the forgotten melodies. Skeptical at first, I couldn't ignore the subtle change in the silence around me as I delved deeper into the entries. The second floor exposed more windows, each offering a peculiar and empty vista. One window framed a garden from a bygone era, with plants arranged in patterns of yesteryears, while another seemed to gaze upon the same garden from an impossible angle, as if viewed from great heights. Night enveloped the villa, the rain's gentle cadence on the roof and windows a soothing backdrop. Instead of feeling menacing, the darkness settled like a contented cat. The windows emitted a faint glow, not bright enough to illuminate, but casting ethereal shapes in the shadows. Each window pulsed with its own gentle hue, creating a soft constellation of light within the house. In the master bedroom, I uncovered more of Margaret's journals. Her recent entries unveiled a startling revelation. The windows did not merely display different scenes, they harbored memories, moments, and lost time. The house, she penned, is not just walls and rooms. It holds fragments of all who have passed through it. The windows are its eyes, witnessing these gathered moments. That first night, I settled in a small bedroom on the second floor, drawn to its window that revealed a simple view of rain falling in the darkness. But as I watched the droplets dance on the glass, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Some beads defied gravity, moving upwards, while others hung suspended, capturing light from an unseen source. Morning arrived with a surreal light seeping through the windows, rather than shining through them. As I wandered the corridors, the views had shifted. A window that once gazed upon the back garden now showcased the same scene in a different season, though the real garden remained firmly in autumn. In the ensuing weeks, I unraveled the villa's mystery. The windows were not mere voids, they yearned to be filled. Each collected diverse moments, joy, whispered conversations of the past, and the light of days yet to come. I found myself drawn to different windows, witnessing their subtle revelations. Sometimes it was a shift in light, a fleeting reflection that defied logic. Other times, faint voices carried on the breeze, soft murmurs, distant laughter, echoes of footsteps long gone. The windows became my timepiece, my calendar, my treasury of memories. The music room's tall window hummed with echoes of concerts past. The breakfast nook's small window captured morning light from every season, casting impossible rainbows on the worn tablecloth. I comprehended why my great-aunt had immersed herself in this place. The villa was not haunted in the traditional sense. It was a living archive, each window a portal to different layers of time. The apparent emptiness within them was not void, but a richness so profound it appeared as emptiness to the unobservant eye. As autumn gave way to winter, I chronicled the windows and their metamorphoses in my journal. Some days, all 23 windows displayed the same scene from varying moments, creating a disjointed dance of light. Other days, each window held its unique weather, light, and shadow. Whether the windows possessed true magic or the villa distorted reality into the extraordinary, I couldn't say. Perhaps the truth resided in the nebulous realm where reality and imagination intertwined, like rain on ancient glass. What I did know was that the emptiness of those windows held a richness beyond measure. Now, in the library, as winter light filtered through windows showing glimpses of tomorrow's snow or yesteryear's spring, I understood why my great-aunt had chosen to linger here. The gentle murmur of rain tapping against the window panes created a soothing melody that synchronized with the rhythm of my breath as I lounged in my grandfather's worn leather armchair. The house always held a distinct aura at night, but on this particular evening, there lingered an enigmatic quality in the air, causing the familiar shadows to waltz with an unfamiliar elegance across the weathered wallpaper. Inheriting this Victorian mansion from my grandfather 3 months prior, I had begun noticing peculiar occurrences that defied logic. The house possessed its own essence, its own way of exhaling, yet one phenomenon had increasingly captured my thoughts with each passing night. The library door refused to stay shut. Initially attributing it to aged hinges or perhaps timber warped by years of settling, I attempted various remedies, tweaking the hinges, wedging a doorstop, even installing a new latch. Nevertheless, every morning, like clockwork, I would discover it ajar, as if beckoning me into the room brimming with centuries of accumulated knowledge. The library itself stood as a testament to my grandfather's reverence for the written word. Rows of shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, their rich wood gleaming under the same polish meticulously applied over decades. The The fragrance of aged paper and leather bindings lingered in the air like a delicate perfume, mingling with the faint scent of beeswax candles that I lit in the evenings. As the rain persisted in its gentle symphony, I resolved to spend the night in the library. Draped in a cozy blanket, clutching a cup of chamomile tea, I settled into the window seat overlooking the garden. The moon played peekaboo behind thick rain clouds, casting fluid patterns through the beveled glass windows onto the oriental rug below. When the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant toll permeating the house, I carefully shut the library door. The latch engaged with a gratifying click, and I returned to my perch, intent on unveiling the force responsible for its nightly defiance. The hours crept by, marked solely by the steady tick-tock of the clock and the persistent rainfall. My eyelids grew heavy as I monitored the door, its intricate carvings appearing to ripple in the flickering candlelight. Just as drowsiness threatened to overtake me, a subtle shift in the room's ambiance seized my focus. The air thickened, almost weighty, akin to honey cascading languidly from a jar. The candle flames ceased their dance, now standing motionless, as if time had frozen. Gradually, the temperature plummeted. I observed my breath materialize in delicate puffs, yet curiously, no fear gripped me, only a profound sense of anticipation. The rustle of pages being turned drew my gaze to the far corner of the room. There, upon my grandfather's weathered desk, a book lay open, its pages fluttering as though stirred by a gentle breeze despite the stillness of the air. Mesmerized, I witnessed the phenomenon spreading to other volumes, creating a whispered symphony of rustling paper. Amidst the gentle chaos of fluttering pages, discernible patterns emerged in the way the books opened and closed. It resembled a conversation, as if the collective wisdom of centuries was being exchanged in a cryptic language just beyond my grasp. The ornate door appeared to eavesdrop, its intricate designs growing more pronounced in the eerie glow. Slowly, deliberately, the door began to shift. The villa of empty windows was not empty at all. It awaited those who could truly see, who grasped that profound moments hide in the silences between heartbeats, in the spaces between time, in the apparent void of 23 windows that were never truly vacant. Story 68. The soft murmur of raindrops tapping against my bedroom window serenaded me as I prepared for the night ahead. Each droplet added a delicate note to the symphony of nature, harmonizing with the whispers of the wind caressing the ancient oak trees encircling my Victorian home. The gentle radiance of my bedside lamp stretched shadows across the time-worn hardwood floor, their shapes pirouetting like ethereal dancers in the subdued glow. A light sleeper by nature, I was attuned to the subtle melodies of the night, the familiar lullabies woven into the fabric of darkness. The creak of aging wood, the distant owl's hoot, and the rustle of leaves in the garden below, these nocturnal companions were my solace. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar presence lingered in the air. A sound, almost imperceptible, threaded through the nocturnal chorus, a rhythmic breath not quite of this world. Initially dismissing it as a figment of my imagination, I hesitated, letting the mysterious cadence envelop me. It was a breath, soft and constant, seeming to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, a tranquil inhale and exhale that defied explanation. The rain persisted in its gentle drumming, veiling the enigmatic addition to the night's melody. Enfolded in my grandmother's quilt, its weight a comforting embrace, I focused on the sound, detecting a hint of lavender intertwined with the breath, an impossible fusion of auditory and olfactory senses. The room's temperature ebbed and flowed in subtle undulations, mirroring the enigmatic breath's rhythm, a gentle breeze of warmth and coolness brushing against me. The shadows on the walls appeared to pulsate faintly, while the lamp's illumination remained unwavering. My heavy velvet curtains stirred faintly, a subtle movement despite the sealed windows guarding against the rain's intrusion. Entranced, I observed as the shadows morphed into discernible shapes, not menacing but curious forms that danced on the edge of recognition. They evoked memories of yesteryears, akin to old photographs capturing women in flowing dresses frozen in time. The mysterious breathing gained clarity, accompanied by whispers of aged books and tea, mingling with the lavender in a hauntingly familiar blend. The rain's tempo shifted, adopting a softer, deliberate rhythm, as if attuned to the mystical presence. My bedside clock ticked steadily, a metronome in a timeless realm that seemed suspended between heartbeats. The breath now carried a melodic essence, akin to a hum, suffused with notes of solace and wistfulness, a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. In synchrony, I matched my breath to its gentle cadence, prompting ephemeral memories to surface, not mine, but strangely recognizable. Visions of summer garden parties, of ladies in white dresses sipping tea under oak trees, of children frolicking in rooms that bore resemblance to my own abode, albeit adorned differently, floated through my consciousness like iridescent bubbles. The fragrance of lavender intensified, accompanied by a distant echo of piano music, faint and ethereal, reminiscent of Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, a melody imprinted in my mind without conscious recollection. As night deepened, the enigmatic breath carried whispers within its embrace, a tapestry of laughter, sighs, and murmurs interwoven in a symphony of bygone conversations. The shadows continued their languid dance, now joined by ephemeral lights that materialized from obscurity, akin to sunlight filtering through foliage, though the hour had long passed midnight. Oscillating between wakefulness and slumber, I glimpsed ethereal figures traversing my room. Insubstantial, akin to memories given corporeal form by the nocturnal aura. Graceful and purposeful, they moved through tasks long completed, oblivious to my presence. The rain dwindled, its rhythmic drumming softening to a gentle mist. The enigmatic breath lingered, diffusing into the air from every corner of the abode, accompanied by an array of scents, beeswax polish, fresh bread, garden roses, each evoking fragments of memories intertwined with the house's essence rather than individual recollections. With the approaching dawn, signified by a subtle shift in the sky's hue glimpsed through my curtains, the breath began to recede gradually, akin to a tide withdrawing. The shadows settled back into their customary patterns, imbued with newfound depth and significance. The lavender's fragrance lingered, carrying a whisper of adieu, or perhaps an anticipation of a future encounter. As morning broke, casting its gentle light upon my surroundings, I pondered the enigmatic experience of the night. A solitary sprig of fresh lavender, dew-kissed and vibrant, graced my bedside table where no vase had stood prior, a tangible reminder of the nocturnal reverie. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a world refreshed and anew. Throughout my morning rituals, the echo of the mysterious breath lingered in the air, a suspended conversation awaiting resumption. On tranquil rainy nights, a faint trace of lavender intermingled with rhythmic breathing occasionally graces the atmosphere, a reminder of the enigmatic interlude transcending the boundaries of understanding. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but embraced, their essence residing within the interstices of breaths, within the shadows between moments, within memories that transcend personal recollections, belonging instead to the very essence of the air we breathe. Story 69. The twilight air was heavy with the fragrance of water lilies and wild mint as I treaded the narrow forest trail. Pine needles muffled my footfalls, creating a soft cadence that harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves above. The sinking sun cast a golden glow through the leafy canopy, casting intricate patterns on the mossy forest floor. Whispers of a concealed lake nestled deep within these woods had piqued my curiosity, shared in hushed tones by locals who spoke of it with a mix of allure and caution. They murmured about the lake holding enigmas, singing under the moon's gaze, its melody elusive to those who sought to define it. The path wound further into the woods, and the quality of light shifted subtly. The air turned cooler, carrying the unmistakable freshness that hinted at deep waters nearby. Through breaks in the trees, I glimpsed tendrils of mist rising delicately, akin to smoke from an unseen fire. The lake slowly unveiled itself to me, like a photograph developing in stages. Its surface extended before me, smooth as polished obsidian. The late evening glow bestowed upon it an ethereal sheen, a hue between silver and purple. Ancient willows draped their boughs into the water along the shore, creating gentle ripples that danced in unpredictable rhythms. The lake, perfectly round as if drawn by a celestial hand, stood out against the untamed backdrop of the forest, a harmonious anomaly amidst wildness. At its heart, a small island emerged from the depths, crowned by a solitary ancient oak whose branches stretched out like protective arms. As I settled onto a fallen log by the water's edge, a peculiar silence enveloped me. Not an eerie stillness, but a tranquil absence of the usual forest chatter, as if the space around the lake dwelled in its own serene bubble. The only sound was the soft murmur of water lapping at the shore, a rhythmic susurrus that almost seemed to form whispered words just beyond comprehension. With the arrival of darkness, the mist thickened, weaving ephemeral shapes above the water's surface. At times they took on human-like forms, other times resembling flowing scripts in an unknown tongue. The longer I gazed, the more intricate patterns emerged, in the water's movements, in the mist's dance, in the willow branches swaying to a silent melody. A gentle glow emanated from the lake's depths, pulsating slowly like the breath of a benevolent giant. The shifting light transformed through hues of blue and green, shades nameless to my tongue. As night descended fully, the whispers grew clearer, not menacing, but reminiscent of a distant crowd's murmur or the harmonious rustle of numerous pages turning in a grand library. The words, if indeed they were words, intertwined and overlapped, crafting a soothing symphony that lulled me into tranquility. The oak tree on the island cast dual shadows, though no obvious light source explained them. Its reflection on the water did not mirror its physical form precisely. At times, the mirrored branches moved independently, as if swayed by an unseen breeze. Tiny lights materialized along the shore, resembling fallen stars flickering in and out of existence. Some hovered just above the ground. Others seemed to rise from within the water itself. Their movements followed meaningful patterns, a choreographed ballet to a silent melody beyond my hearing. The mist ebbed and flowed, unveiling and concealing different facets of the lake. In a moment of clarity, I glimpsed structures beneath the water's surface, elegant spires and arches fashioned from light rather than substance. They vanished when I tried to focus directly on them, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Time lost its grip, flowing akin to the water before me. Minutes stretched into hours, or hours contracted into minutes. The moon ascended and descended multiple times, though my timepiece insisted only a brief span had elapsed. Each moonrise brought a subtly altered light, as if witnessing the same scene through varied colored lenses. The whispers intensified as the night deepened, forming discernible patterns. Rhythms and refrains emerged, akin to poetry in an unfamiliar tongue understood on a level transcending words. They spoke of ancient wonders, of starlight caressing still waters, of roots delving deep into shadowed earth, of the slow waltz of seasons and the eternal cycle of life and slumber. With dawn on the horizon, the light beneath the water dimmed, and the whispers softened gradually. The mist dispersed, leaving behind ghostly traces in the air, like after-images seared into my vision. The lake's surface turned mirror-like, reflecting the brightening sky above with pristine clarity. Upon rising to depart, my being felt revitalized yet subtly altered, as if gently remade during my nocturnal communion with the water. The path leading me back felt both familiar and new, every leaf and stone resonating with a significance just beyond my grasp but deeply felt. Even now, years later, echoes of those whispers visit me in my quietest moments. They drift to me in dreams or in the liminal space between slumber and wakefulness. Occasionally, I catch glimmers of that peculiar, gentle light in ordinary pools, or discern familiar patterns in morning mists. The lake's enigma persists in these fleeting reminders, like ripples expanding endlessly from a single drop of water. The lake has eluded me on subsequent visits to the woods, hinting that it reveals itself only when it deems fit, or perhaps it exists in a realm between realms, accessible solely at certain junctures when the veil between the mundane and the mystical thins. Yet its whispers abide within me, a tender nudge that some mysteries are meant not to be deciphered, but simply encountered and carried within, like melodies half recalled from youth. Story 70. The gentle rain tapped against the window panes of my grandmother's old house, creating a soothing, rhythmic melody that filled the air. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of the Victorian mansion, with its creaking floorboards and vintage wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet, being here alone, there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, an unspoken difference that whispered through the corridors. Walking barefoot on the weathered hardwood floors, I felt a sense of familiarity mingled with a newfound solitude. With a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, I ascended the stairs, guided by the warm amber glow of an antique brass lamp casting flickering shadows around me. The old house seemed alive, breathing in harmony with the rain outside, its wooden frame expanding and contracting with the changing weather. Each step I took echoed through the halls, accompanied by the soft groans of the stairs, as if engaged in a hushed conversation of their own. Upon reaching the second floor, a curious scent beckoned me, a blend of old books, dried lavender, and an elusive hint that evaded definition. It was a scent reminiscent of the charged air before a summer storm, pregnant with anticipation. Intrigued, I followed the mysterious fragrance to the guest bedroom at the far end of the hallway, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, and a silvery light spilled out, distinct from the warm radiance of my lamp. Pushing the door open, the hinges sighed melodically, as if welcoming an old friend. The room appeared mostly unchanged from my memories. The faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet, there was an undeniable shift in the air, a subtle alteration that captured my attention. Raising my gaze, I was transfixed. The ceiling, once a simple eggshell white, now extended endlessly upward in a mesmerizing display. It wasn't a frightening sight, but rather enchanting, drawing me in with its ethereal beauty. The familiar plaster texture gradually dissolved into layers of translucent mist, swirling in hypnotic patterns under the soft, silvery light that emanated from above. Settling into an old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my grasp, I lost myself in the captivating sight unfolding overhead. Each passing moment revealed new details in the infinite expanse. A glimpse of twinkling stars, shifting shapes resembling birds in flight or leaves carried by unseen winds. Outside, the rain continued its peaceful symphony, but within the room, it took on a new dimension. Each droplet created delicate ripples in the air, disturbing the mist in intricate patterns that mesmerized the senses. The aroma of lavender mingled with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace. Time seemed to slip away as I sat there, watching the gentle dance of the ceiling unfold. Occasionally, a distant sound akin to wind chimes whispered through the room, its origin a mystery, fading in and out like a distant memory. Recalling my grandmother's words about houses holding secrets, I pondered whether she had known of this room, of its enigmatic allure. Had she, too, witnessed the infinite ceiling's graceful movements? As the night deepened, the mist above began to form intricate symbols, a language beyond my comprehension, yet imbued with a profound sense of meaning. The room exuded a peaceful presence, not imposing but quietly aware, like the ancient wisdom of a library or the timeless beauty of a centuries-old garden. Somewhere between wakefulness and slumber, lulled by the rain and the hypnotic ceiling above, I drifted into a peaceful reverie. When I awoke, sunlight bathed the room in a soft, rosy glow, dispelling the mystical ambience of the night. The ceiling had returned to its familiar appearance, the plaster white and unassuming. Picking up my cold teacup, I felt a sense of rejuvenation, as though I had embarked on a profound journey in my dreams. As I prepared to leave, a small detail caught my eye. A single dried lavender sprig delicately placed on the dresser, exuding a fragrance identical to the one that had captivated me the night before. I still find myself drawn to that room, especially on rainy nights, though the infinite ceiling reveals itself selectively, like a shy companion waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its secrets. I have learned to embrace the mystery, to appreciate the wonder that lies within the familiar walls of the old house. Some nights, I decipher the elusive symbols in the mist, while on others, I simply observe their graceful dance with a sense of awe. Regardless, there is a profound peace that envelops the room, a tranquility that transcends words, speaking only in the language of dreams and rain. The memories and dreams collected within the house seem to converge in that mystical space, offering glimpses of a world beyond the tangible. I have kept the secret of the room with the infinite ceiling to myself, believing that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than explained. On quiet nights, as the rain taps against the windows and the scent of lavender fills the air with promise, I know that above me, the mist continues its eternal ballet, inscribing stories in a language reserved for the realm of dreams. Not propelled by a sudden gust of human force, but by the unhurried motion of a leaf unfurling in the springtime. Silently, it swung open, revealing the darkness of the corridor beyond. As it reached its fully ajar state, the book settled back into place, and the temperature gradually normalized. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me regarding my grandfather's library. It was more than a mere collection of books. It embodied a living repository of memories, ideas, and aspirations. The door yielded each night not due to faulty hinges or warped wood, but because knowledge resists confinement. It yearns to breathe, to flow, to connect with those receptive to its whispered enigmas. Henceforth, I relinquished my futile attempts to secure the library door shut. Instead, I embraced its nocturnal ritual, comprehending that certain portals are destined to remain open, bridging the gap between the known world and the myriad mysteries shrouded in incomprehensibility. At times now, in the late hours when rain cascades gently and the moon bathes the room in its silvery glow, I linger in the library and listen. The books persist in their discourse, imparting ancient wisdom in their paper tongues, while the door stands ajar, a guardian between realms. Though the enigma of the perpetually open door may forever elude my grasp, I've grown to appreciate that some enigmas are most exquisite when left unexplained. Amidst the flickering candlelight, I sense the house's gentle heartbeat enveloping me, the enduring exhalation of centuries of narratives awaiting discovery. The rain maintains its tranquil cadence, and somewhere in the shadows, another page turns, another tale commences, and the door remains ajar, beckoning those intrepid enough to ponder what lies beyond the threshold of the ordinary. Story 9. The soft murmur of raindrops tapping against the window panes enveloped the aging house in a comforting melody, a gentle percussion echoing through its vacant corridors. Inheriting this grand Victorian estate from my grandmother a mere fortnight ago unraveled a tapestry of enigmatic secrets veiled within its weathered nooks. The time-worn floorboards murmured beneath my tentative steps, whispering tales of bygone eras in muted tones. On that particular evening, as the autumn breeze wove a melancholic tune through the cracks in the window casings, my curiosity beckoned me towards the narrow staircase ascending to the attic. The brass doorknob yielded effortlessly to my touch, as if extending a tacit invitation to explore the forgotten realm beyond. The fragrance of aged books and faded recollections descended to greet me as I ascended the groaning steps. The beam of my flashlight carved gentle pathways through the swirling dust particles, each mote shimmering like a tiny celestial body in the dimness. With each step, I drew nearer to the treasures clandestinely hoarded by my grandmother over her lifetime, each item harboring a dormant tale awaiting discovery. The attic stretched before me like an endless sea of shrouded shapes, draped in white sheets resembling spectral sentinels, maintaining their silent vigil. My footfalls were hushed by the thick layer of dust blanketing the wooden floor. Meanwhile, the rain persisted in its serene symphony on the slanted roof above, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the covered furniture and stacked crates, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled in the far corner, partially obscured by an ancient trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair, conspicuously free of dust in comparison to its surroundings. The faded velvet upholstery retained a deep burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll of unfamiliar origin. Clad in a dress of worn blue silk, delicate lace yellowed with age adorned its collar and sleeves. Its visage, exquisitely sculpted, boasted rosy cheeks and finely painted features frozen in a semblance of perpetual calm. Yet, it was the eyes that ensnared my gaze. Crafted from painted glass, they possessed an uncanny depth that seemed to undulate in the flickering light of my flashlight. Approaching the doll, the aged floorboards beneath me emitted a soft groan, their descent resonating in the stillness of the attic. The doll sat motionless, hands neatly folded in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from its back, hinting at its function as a music box, though I hesitated to wind it in the attic's silence. The atmosphere surrounding the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, denser somehow. My exhalations materialized as wispy clouds in the flashlight's beam, contrasting with the warmth lingering in the rest of the attic. Extending a tentative finger to caress the doll's porcelain cheek, I expected a chill smoothness, but encountered a gentle warmth pulsating faintly beneath my touch. At that moment, a faint melody, akin to a distant music box, seemed to drift through the air, so delicate it could have been a figment of my imagination. Yet it carried notes of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum to me in my youth. Lost in reminiscence, I perceived a subtle movement from the rocking chair, a mere suggestion of motion that caused my heart to skip a beat. The chair settled into stillness once more, yet the air around it held a suspended breath. Following this initial encounter, I found myself drawn to the attic with increasing frequency. Sometimes I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its tranquil pose. On nights of profound stillness, when the house surrendered to its deepest silence, I could discern the faint strains of that familiar melody hovering at the periphery of my perception. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and bathed the attic in hues of amber and shadow, I stumbled upon a small diary nestled behind the rocking chair. Its pages bore my grandmother's graceful penmanship, but it was a photograph serving as a bookmark that seized my attention. Captured in the image was my grandmother as a young girl, seated in the very rocking chair, cradling what appeared to be the same doll. Yet, a peculiarity tinged the photograph. The doll's posture differed slightly from my discovery, its head tilted at an alternative angle, its hands arranged in a distinct manner. Within the diary, my grandmother chronicled receiving a musical doll as an 8th birthday gift, an instrument that played the sweetest lullabies she had ever known. She inscribed how the doll provided solace during thunderous nights, and how, on lonely occasions, she fancied hearing it sing without being wound. The final entry regarding the doll was penned a few days before her passing, describing its companionship during her waning days and the haunting lullaby that permeated her dreams. The narrative concluded abruptly, as if interrupted mid-sentence. Now, amid tranquil evenings within my grandmother's residence, I find myself invariably drawn back to the attic. The doll remains ensconced in its chair, its serene countenance unaltered, yet somehow evolving with each viewing. Occasionally, on the brink of slumber, the familiar lullaby descends from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring affection, encapsulated in porcelain and silk, overlooking the house and its memories. The enigma encircling the doll endures unsolved, a mysterious thread weaving through the fabric of reality and dreams. In those hushed instants when the house is most tranquil, raindrops patter softly against the panes, and zephyrs whisper through the corridors, I discover solace in the knowledge that, aloft in the dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal vigil, safeguarding secrets and reminiscences within its tender, warm embrace. During particularly serene nights, I have learned to discern the subtle alteration in the atmosphere heralding the melody, a gentle shift in pressure, a mild augmentation of warmth, as though the dwelling itself inhales before the lullaby commences. In those suspended moments between wakefulness and reverie, I comprehend why my grandmother chose to keep the doll's essence cloaked in secrecy. Some enigmas are best experienced rather than elucidated, sensed rather than comprehended. Thus, the doll lingers in its attic alcove, neither wholly terrestrial nor wholly apart, a benevolent custodian of familial memories and unspoken narratives. Its presence has transitioned from disquieting to comforting, a familiar enigma suffusing the antiquated abode with a sense of tranquil fascination. Drifting into slumber each night, I envision its benevolent vigil extending throughout the house, intertwining dreams and recollections in an eternal lullaby resonating softly within the interstices between heartbeats. Story 10. The soft patter of autumn rain against worn wooden planks enveloped the evening in a tranquil cadence. Standing in front of the aged mill, its colossal water wheel now motionless, cloaked in trailing vines and morning glory that had claimed it through years of neglect. Dusk cast a gentle glow, painting the clouded sky in muted purples and grays, while the air carried the rich fragrance of damp earth and aging timber. My grandfather had often spoken of this place in his last days, his voice distant when recounting the mill where he toiled in his youth. His tales lured me here, though the exact reason eluded me. There was something in the way his gaze drifted into the distance when speaking of the mill's enigmas that ignited a spark of curiosity within me, growing stronger with each passing season. The mill towered 3 stories high, its time-worn timber frame darkened with age and dampness. Windows peered out like half-closed eyes, their glass either shattered or obscured by decades of grime. The slightly ajar door, swollen with moisture, created a narrow entrance that seemed to inhale with the evening breeze, emitting a low, hollow whistle with every gust. Moving closer, my boots sinking into the rain-soaked earth, I observed how the old mill pond mirrored the fading sky, its surface rippling with countless raindrops. The water, dark and serene beneath the fleeting disturbances, held ancient secrets in its depths accumulated over generations. Near the shore, cattails swayed gently, their hypnotic motion captivating in the encroaching twilight. The scent intensified as I neared the door. Wet wood, yes, but there was something more. Something mineral and primordial, akin to ancient stone grinding against stone. My grandfather had described this aroma, yet his words had never quite captured its essence. He termed it the breath of the mill, and standing there, I finally grasped his meaning. Inside, the air hung heavy with moisture and reminiscence. My flashlight's beam caught dust particles swirling in the air, each one moving languidly, as if suspended in honey rather than air. The sturdy wooden floorboards, despite their age, softly creaked beneath my steps, their sound blending with the symphony of rain and distant thunder. On the ground level, remnants of massive grinding stones lay, their surfaces etched with spiraling patterns converging towards the center like frozen whirlpools. One stone bore an odd mark, not a functional part of its design, but a shape resembling a handprint pressed into the rock itself. My grandfather had mentioned this mark, though he could never explain its origin. Venturing further into the mill, the sound of the rain transformed, assuming an almost melodic quality as it permeated through the building's various levels. Each raindrop seemed to carry a note, weaving a melody just beyond recognition. My grandfather had spoken of music in the mill, attributing it to the machinery and the water wheel's motion. However, the wheel had been motionless for decades. The wooden staircase leading to the second floor bore the smooth wear of countless footsteps, though the mill had been devoid of workers for nearly 50 years. Ascending, my hand trailing along the banister, I felt the wood grow warmer beneath my touch, contrasting the chill in the air. This, too, was a detail my grandfather had mentioned, the peculiar warmth pulsating through the mill's framework like a living entity. The second floor unveiled a vast expanse, interspersed with thick wooden columns resembling ancient trees in a forest. Here, the rain's melody intensified, becoming more distinct. Amidst the hollow taps of water on wood and tin, faint whispers akin to human conversations emerged, indistinct words, yet bearing the cadence of speech. By a window, I discovered a small leather-bound book, its pages warped by moisture yet intact. The faded but legible writing inside detailed dates and numbers meticulously recorded. Amidst the rows of production figures and grain tallies were other annotations, scribbled in margins and between lines, notes on nocturnal sounds, accounts of machinery occasionally operating at varying speeds despite consistent settings, sightings of lights moving past windows on moonless nights. The allure of the third floor drew me upwards with an irresistible force, akin to the pull that had led me to the mill itself. The slanting ceiling, mirroring the building's roof, cast deeper shadows that my flashlight's beam couldn't entirely dispel. The rain's sound differed here, distant, as if heard through water or dense glass. The atmosphere felt charged, akin to the moment before a lightning strike. In a far corner, an old desk stood, its surface strewn with papers yellowed by time. As I neared, I noticed that amidst the dust covering all else, the papers appeared untouched, as if recently disturbed. Among them, I stumbled upon letters scribed by my grandfather during his tenure at the mill. They unveiled aspects he had never mentioned in his stories, anomalies in the mill's operations, defying logical explanation, shared dreams among those who toiled there, a perception of time flowing differently within those walls. As I perused the documents, the rain's rhythm shifted once more, heralding a novel sound, the gradual, unceasing rotation of the grand water wheel outside. Yet, when I approached the window to verify, the wheel stood motionless in the encroaching darkness, water cascading over its weathered paddles without a hint of movement. Hours passed in that chamber, engrossed in the papers, each record adding a new layer to a mystery that deepened rather than clarified. The rain persisted in its soothing rhythm on the roof, and within the recesses of the edifice, machinery that had been dormant for half a century hummed with spectral activity. As night descended, I began to comprehend why my grandfather had never fully elucidated the mill's enigmas. Some truths elude verbal capture, residing in the interstices between speech and reality. The mill harbored such truths in its beams, in its stones, in the very air coursing through its vacant spaces. When I departed, the rain had softened to a gentle mist. The mill loomed silent in my wake, its mysteries neither unveiled nor withheld, but merely safeguarded for those who ventured to uncover them. My grandfather's narratives now felt less like fables and more like signposts, markings left on a map whose terrain could never be entirely charted. The water wheel remained immobile, yet as I cast a final glance backward, I could swear I detected a faint tremor, as if in response to an imperceptible current. In the increasing distance, the mill's silhouette appeared to shift and settle, as if preparing for an enduring vigil. Occasionally, I revisit the mill when rain falls and light wanes into shades of purple. Each visit contributes another stratum to its mystery, another note to its eternal melody. And sometimes, under the perfect conditions, I comprehend what my grandfather intended when he professed that the mill was never truly abandoned. It had merely transitioned to grinding different kinds of grain, processing memories in lieu of wheat, revolving time itself beneath its ancient stones. Story 11. The gentle patter of autumn rain whispered secrets as it fell against wet leaves, creating a soothing symphony in the darkening forest. Each drop joined countless others in their descent through layers of golden and crimson foliage, painting a picture of tranquility. Walking along the old hiking trail, my boots made quiet squishing sounds against the damp earth, while the sweet, earthy scent of decomposing leaves filled my lungs with each breath. The late afternoon light filtered through the canopy, casting everything in subtle shades of amber and gray, casting a spell of enchantment over the woods. Originally intending a simple afternoon walk, the weather and the peculiar light drew me deeper into the forest than ever before. The familiar markers of my usual path had vanished, replaced by ancient trees whose branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The sound of moving water gradually emerged from the forest's ambient noise, barely perceptible at first, but growing clearer with each step, pulling me forward with a magnetic allure. The path sloped downward, winding between moss-covered boulders arranged as if by an ancient, forgotten hand. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying a mysterious scent of wet stone and time itself. Through the trees, mist rose from a narrow river valley below, its deep and resonant song beckoning me closer. Rounding a bend, a breathtaking sight unfolded before me. A river unlike any other, impossibly clear yet dark, flowing slowly against the natural slope of the land, shrouded in mist that danced in lazy spirals. The river seemed to emerge from nowhere and vanish just as mysteriously, a secret kept by the forest for centuries. Drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, I made my way down the steep bank to the water's edge. Soft, moss-covered rocks absorbed all sound, enveloping me in a silence broken only by the river's deep song. Approaching the water, I noticed an opening in the rock wall where the river emerged, partially hidden behind a veil of mist and water, breathing like a sleeping giant. The atmosphere was charged with ancient significance, a feeling of being in the presence of something profound. The crystal-clear water at my feet felt both warm and cold, both familiar and foreign. Faint music-like sounds emanated from the cave mouth as small lights began to appear in the growing dusk, dancing in patterns of silver and blue, inviting me to follow. Time seemed to lose its grip as the lights multiplied, creating luminescent stepping stones across the river's surface. The cave's breath caressed my face, carrying scents of minerals and something sweeter, as the light's dance conveyed meaning in their patterns and pulses, telling interconnected stories like the roots of ancient trees above. Balanced between the known world and the mystery ahead, a choice presented itself: to step onto the glowing stones and embrace the unknown. The lights swirled urgently, their dance revealing truths I had yet to comprehend. Without fear, I raised my foot, feeling the cave's breath and the river's resonance in my bones, knowing that what lay beyond awaited me, beckoning for longer than I had known. As daylight faded above, I remained suspended between worlds, the lights dancing eternally and the cave breathing ancient wisdom. Whether I crossed the threshold or retraced my steps, the knowledge of this place's existence had already transformed me. The border between possible and impossible blurred, and the world shifted in ways unseen before. The story beyond the cave's entrance remained untold, preserved in the dance of lights and the whispered songs of the underground river. On quiet nights, when rain falls softly and the world grows still, echoes of otherworldly music call me back to where reality blurs, and magic flows through the hidden places of the world, whispering of mysteries waiting to be discovered. Story 12. The autumn air enveloped my wooden cabin, heavy with the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. Outside, the ancient forest stood unmoving, a timeless tableau frozen in stillness. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch quivered. This eerie calm had persisted for 3 days, defying the natural ebb and flow of life. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in a cozy woolen blanket, I savored the crackling melody of the fireplace. The flickering flames painted playful shadows on the rugged walls, their warm glow a stark contrast to the encroaching gray twilight. My cup of chamomile tea sat abandoned, grown cold, as my thoughts wandered into the disquieting hush beyond my sanctuary. The forest, usually my solace from the chaos of the world, now exuded an oppressive, almost sentient silence. It felt akin to the pregnant pause before a storm unleashes its fury, a charged stillness hanging in the air. Yet, unlike a passing storm, this moment lingered, defying all logic. My feline companion Shadow lounged on the windowsill, her ebony fur aglow in the firelight. Her ears remained alert, golden eyes fixed on some unseen presence in the darkness. At times, she would raise her head, tracking invisible movements, her tail betraying a nervous energy. That night, as I readied for slumber, a peculiar sight greeted me in the bathroom mirror. Behind me, where darkness should reign, a ghostly mist swirled with purpose. Though when I turned to face it directly, only the impenetrable night greeted my gaze. Yet the impression lingered in my mind like a fading echo. Sleep eluded me that night. The silence pressed against my ears, amplifying the rhythm of my own heartbeat, a steady drum against my pillow. In the liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint, rhythmic whisper teased my senses, a distant, breathy presence. Morning unveiled no reprieve from the stillness. The forest remained motionless, a tableau painted on the horizon. Yet, a subtle change had occurred overnight. The carpet of fallen leaves encircling my abode had shifted, forming intricate patterns that seemed purposeful. Curved lines and spirals emerged from the base of the trees, resembling ripples on a tranquil pond. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched at the window, fixated on the leafy engravings with unwavering intensity. When I ventured out to fetch firewood, the air clung thick and resistant, akin to wading through invisible syrup. The temperature remained unyielding, neither warm nor cold, an unsettling neutrality that set my skin alight with unease. As dusk approached, the first significant change in days materialized. The mist, glimpsed in the mirror, began to materialize at the forest's edge. It slithered between the trees, ethereal and luminous in the fading light. Within its translucent embrace, elusive shapes flickered into existence, fleeting movements that dissolved upon direct scrutiny. The breathing sound intensified with the onset of darkness, an omnipresent whisper emanating from all directions. Shadow pressed against my legs, fur bristling, as we observed the mist's creeping advance toward the cabin, carrying scents of earth, age, and something ancient and unknowable. That night, my dreams wove a tapestry of roots sprouting through my floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees bending to peer through my windows with eyes concealed in bark. The breathy whisper morphed into a voice, uttering cryptic words in a familiar yet incomprehensible tongue. Upon awakening, dew-soaked sheets enveloped me, despite sealed windows. The leaf patterns had evolved, intricate now, spiraling outward from my dwelling like the etchings of a colossal fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, enfolding the earth in tendrils that reached toward my steps. Shadow flitted from window to window, tracing invisible specters. On the 7th day of stillness, I discovered handprints on my windows, not on the glass, but etched in the condensation that materialized overnight. Larger than human hands, with too many fingers, they left winding trails resembling vine tendrils. The breathing sound had become a steadfast presence, ebbing and flowing like waves against a distant shore. That evening, by the crackling fire, I noticed the shadows no longer danced in sync with the flames. They swayed to a different cadence, echoing the forest's breath. The leafy patterns from outside had infiltrated my abode, manifesting in the dust on my shelves, the grain of the wooden floors, the very weave of my blankets. Suddenly, Shadow darted to the door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound crescendoed, resonating within my chest, as if my heartbeat synchronized with an ancient, immense force. Through cracks in doors and windows, the mist seeped, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and silent decay. Instead of fear, a profound sense of recognition enveloped me, as if I had finally glimpsed a long-hidden truth, observing and awaiting. The patterns surrounding me formed a language, a script inscribed in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words, the forest remains hushed, yet pulsating with vitality. The mist has become my constant companion, swirling at my feet as I traverse my dwelling. Shadow has relinquished her vigil over the windows, accepting our altered reality. The once faint breathing has become a familiar presence, noticed only in rare moments of cessation. In the dead of night, I sense the forest's message unfurling before me. Patterns shift and meld, coalescing into words and visions just beyond grasp. The boundary between my human existence and the ancient consciousness enveloping me grows tenuous by the day. I question whether the forest has transformed, or if I now perceive it as it has always been. The stillness no longer weighs heavy. It brims with anticipation, akin to a held breath on the cusp of profound revelation. I too hold my breath, attuned to the forest's next utterance. Leaves pirouette, mist spins tails, and in the heartbeat's interlude, the forest exhales. And I exhale with it, merging with a mystery that eschews resolution. For some queries find beauty in their unanswered state, lingering like morning mist, beckoning us to listen, to marvel. Story 13. The soft patter of rain against weathered window panes whispered a lullaby as I navigated the twisting forest road under the cover of night. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing raindrops that shimmered like celestial jewels against the inky backdrop of the sky. The fuel gauge tiptoed dangerously close to empty, a subtle reminder that had been haunting me for miles. Through the veil of rain, a radiant golden glow beckoned from around the bend ahead. Drawing nearer, the worn sign of an ancient inn materialized in the darkness, its name faintly visible under the glow of my headlights. The Midnight Inn. The structure stood tall and stoic, its Victorian design a silhouette against the stormy heavens. Windows glowed with a comforting light, offering a refuge from the intensifying rain. The gravel driveway whispered beneath my tires as I came to a halt. The engine's hum faded, leaving only the gentle drumming of raindrops on the car's roof. A sheltered wooden porch encircled the inn, its time-worn boards creaking softly in harmony with the wind chimes swaying in the breeze. As I stepped out, the air enveloped me with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil and aged wood, tinged with a hint of something floral. Perhaps the scent of honeysuckle or jasmine from the lush garden that bordered the property. The porch creaked beneath my weight as I approached the sturdy oak door, its brass knocker polished smooth by countless hands. Inside, the foyer glowed with the warm light of vintage wall sconces. The faded wallpaper boasted a delicate motif of vines and blossoms that seemed to dance in the flickering glow. A stately grandfather clock stood vigil in the corner, its pendulum swinging in a mesmerizing cadence, its hands perpetually fixed at midnight. The innkeeper materialized with a grace that defied detection. An elderly woman with silver hair elegantly coiled atop her head, clad in a high-necked dress reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile was kind, her movements fluid as she presented the leather-bound guest registry. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," her voice, a melodic whisper reminiscent of wind through autumn foliage, greeted me. We've been awaiting your arrival." I had not reserved a room. Fate had led me here by chance. Yet wariness brushed aside any inquiries about her cryptic statement. The pen she offered felt weighty in my grasp, its ink leaving shimmering indigo traces that seemed to dance before melding into the parchment. As I inscribed my name, I noted that the previous entry was dated precisely 1 year prior, on this very day. She escorted me up a curved staircase, each step cushioned by a plush burgundy carpet that muffled our ascent. The air grew cooler as we climbed, carrying the faint perfume of lavender and aged volumes. Oil paintings adorned the walls, landscapes and portraits whose gazes followed us with knowing serenity. My quarters awaited at the end of the third-floor corridor, where moonlight spilled through a grand window despite the earlier storm clouds. The room, expansive and inviting, featured a 4-poster bed shrouded in deep blue drapes that stirred without a breeze in sight. A silver tea set awaited on a petite table near the window, tendrils of steam rising though no one had entered ahead of us. "Rest well," the innkeeper bid me farewell, entrusting me with a warm brass key that pulsed faintly against my skin. Time flows uniquely here at midnight. Nestling into the unexpectedly snug armchair by the window, I discerned several peculiarities that had eluded my weary gaze initially. The mantel clock, akin to its counterpart downstairs, stood frozen at the stroke of 12. The looking glass above it reflected the chamber flawlessly, save for the vacant seat where I sat. Though rain still drummed against the panes, the glass revealed a starlit night sky, its constellations weaving improbable tales. The chamomile tea, as I sipped it, carried an ancient sweetness that whispered of forgotten epochs, coaxing my eyelids to droop. Shadows in the room deepened and softened, not menacingly, but like a comforting embrace, accompanied by a distant murmur that might have been a melody or simply the wind's tender caress. Drifting on the cusp between wakefulness and dreams, I observed as moonbeams painted silver tapestries upon the walls, narratives just beyond my grasp. Occasionally, fleeting silhouettes of other guests flitted past my door's threshold, their forms draped in attire from distant epochs, conversing in tongues unknown to my ears. The night unfurled in its peculiar rhythm, each moment stretching like molasses cascading from a spoon. Hours blurred into minutes, or perhaps minutes into hours. The grandfather clock below tolled midnight ceaselessly, each chime bearing a unique cadence laden with enigmatic messages. When daylight eventually filtered through, if indeed it was daylight, the inn appeared eerily deserted. The guest ledger bore no trace of my presence, and the teacup had left no trace upon the table's gleaming surface. Departing, the fuel gauge displayed full, though I distinctly recalled its near-empty status from the night prior. In my rearview mirror, the midnight inn dissolved into the morning mist. Yet on rainy nights when I traverse unfamiliar roads, I find myself searching for that luminous golden beacon amid the trees. A fragment of me yearns to rediscover it, while another fragment questions if I truly desire it. For as the innkeeper had intimated, time ebbs uniquely at midnight, and I remain uncertain of the duration spent in that realm where time halts at the stroke of 12, or if I ever truly departed at all. Story 14. The ancient church bell tower stood tall under the autumn sky, its aged bronze bell silent in the gentle evening air. Familiar with this historic landmark, I passed by it many times, but tonight held a peculiar aura. The atmosphere was thick with a stillness, carrying the scent of damp earth and aged wood. Being the caretaker of this centuries-old edifice, I was attuned to its various nuances and whispers. Once, the bell dutifully chimed the passing hours, its deep resonance echoing through the valley like a vigilant guardian. However, for the past month, a shift had occurred. The mechanism moved, the hammer swung, yet no sound emanated from the ancient metal. I distinctly remember the moment I first noticed the absence of sound. It was on a warm evening in late September, reminiscent of tonight. The setting sun painted the sky in rich purples and soft oranges as I ascended the worn steps for my routine check. Each step creaked in harmony with my hand gliding along the polished banister. When the clock struck 6, I awaited the familiar toll. The mechanism operated flawlessly. I saw it clear as day, yet silence enveloped the tower. Initially, I assumed a minor mechanical fault, easily rectified with oil or adjustments. However, upon closer inspection, the bell seemed in perfect working order. In the ensuing weeks, I found myself drawn to the bell tower, especially during the tranquil dusk hours. The room atop the tower had become my sanctuary, with ancient wooden beams and dust motes dancing in the soft light. The walls whispered centuries of prayers and memories, sometimes audible if I stilled myself enough. One evening, seated by the window, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The setting sun illuminated the bell's surface in an unprecedented way, revealing intricate shifting patterns resembling unknown writing. These patterns flowed like water across the bronze, alive with movement. Local lore spoke of the bell's uniqueness, cast by a mysterious artisan who vanished as mysteriously as he arrived after infusing rare materials into the bronze. Silver from the mountains, iron from the stars, and other enigmatic elements. As autumn progressed, subtle changes enveloped the tower. The air thickened, charged with anticipation. Dust motes swirled in peculiar formations, occasionally shaping deliberate figures before dispersing. The wooden beams creaked in a conversational manner rather than structural settling noises. Most intriguing were the nightly dreams that enveloped me, resonating with the bell's profound, melodious voice, distinct from its usual toll. The dreams always concluded with the bell displaying those cryptic, flowing patterns, attempting to convey a message of paramount significance. Keeping a meticulous journal, I recorded every anomaly, sudden drops in temperature, unexplained shadows, and an eerie sensation of surveillance during sunset ascents. By candlelight, I discerned a pattern in the escalating peculiarities, hinting at an imminent culmination beyond my grasp. The locals, too, acknowledged the bell's silence as an omen, though its nature remained debated. Tonight feels distinct. The air hangs heavy from the afternoon rain, the sunset mirroring the colors of that initial quiet evening. Seated in my customary spot, observing the fading light, the tower seems to hold its breath. The clock gears begin their rhythmic dance, the hammer poised to strike. Yet, a change looms. The bell's surface patterns softly glow, casting ethereal shadows on the beams. The atmosphere thickens, pregnant with potential. As the hammer falls, a profound realization dawns. The bell hasn't ceased its song. It has transitioned to a frequency beyond normal perception, its message tailored for different ears. The toll, felt more than heard, resonates within me, illuminating the room with gentle light. In that moment, I grasp that some mysteries are meant to be witnessed, pondered in the twilight between dusk and dreams. The silent bell now speaks in a language of shadows and whispers, beckoning listeners attuned to its subtle melody. Departing the tower, I know the enigmatic patterns await their next unveiling, a silent narrative awaiting discovery in the realm of the unknown. Returning at sunset tomorrow, perhaps I will inch closer to unraveling the bell's cryptic tale. For now, I embrace the mystery, understanding that some stories transcend words, resonating in the profound language of silence. Story 15. The soft patter of rain against my window serenaded me on this tranquil autumn evening, beckoning me into a realm of calm introspection. The warm glow of my reading lamp danced across the pages of my cherished leather-bound journal, where I chronicled the enigmatic occurrences of recent weeks. The gentle scratch of my fountain pen against the paper provided a soothing accompaniment to the symphony of nature outside. It all began on a misty evening, much like this one, when the distinct sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones first graced my ears. In our historic neighborhood, such sounds were not uncommon. remnants of a bygone era where horse-drawn carriages still traverse the ancient streets, carrying curious visitors seeking a glimpse of the past. Yet there was something peculiar about this particular carriage. Its rhythmic clip-clop and the steady rotation of its wheels maintained an unwavering cadence, never faltering, never altering its pace. Intrigued, I set down my teacup and approached the window, drawn by the hypnotic regularity of the sound. Through the sheer curtains, I discerned the silhouette of an elegant carriage, its dark form barely visible amidst the ethereal mist enveloping the street. The vehicle moved with almost mechanical precision, its wheels spinning in perfect synchronicity, the horse's hooves striking the cobblestones in flawless harmony. No driver graced the coach's seat, yet it navigated its path with resolute determination. Its windows remained opaque, offering no glimpse of any passengers within, cloaked in a mysterious, light-absorbing darkness. That initial night, I watched as it circled past my dwelling thrice, each revolution occurring precisely 47 minutes apart. I found myself timing these intervals, captivated by the mathematical exactitude of its appearances. Night after night, the carriage became a familiar visitor to our street. With the sunset's descent and the emergence of the first twinkling stars, the familiar sound would resonate through the neighborhood. The local cats paused their nocturnal prowls, the birds fell silent, creating an air of hushed anticipation trailing in the wake of the carriage. Gradually, other residents began to take note of its presence. Mrs. Henderson, residing 3 houses down, swore she glimpsed it passing her bedroom window at the stroke of 3:17 a.m., its wheels' echo seeming to linger in the depths of her dreams. The neighborhood children devised a game, counting the seconds between each sighting, though their parents gently dissuaded them from lingering in the dark to await its arrival. I, too, found myself ensnared by the enigma. My journal overflowed with meticulous observations. The hue of the carriage's exterior, a blend of midnight blue and the shade of a crow's wing, the curious dimming of streetlights in its passage, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke left in its mysterious wake. One fog-laden evening, driven by curiosity, I resolved to trail the carriage. Bundled in a cozy coat, I ventured into the slick cobblestone streets just as the familiar sound drew near. The moisture-laden stones whispered beneath my feet as I hastened to follow the carriage. Unwavering, it maintained its steady gait, seemingly oblivious to my pursuit. Through winding alleys and past slumbering abodes, I trailed behind, my breath forming ephemeral clouds in the crisp night air. The fog thickened around us, obscuring my surroundings until only the dark form ahead and the path at my feet remained visible. Time seemed to warp, expanding and contracting like taffy pulled by unseen hands. Eventually, I realized the surroundings had morphed into unfamiliar territory. The architecture of the buildings appeared ancient, subtly divergent from the familiar structures. The bluish glow of the streetlights failed to fully illuminate the ground, and the mist adopted an otherworldly, pearlescent sheen. Yet the carriage persisted in its unyielding advancement, and I followed suit. The wheel's rhythm metamorphosed, assuming a melodic quality. Straining my ears, I detected a hidden melody within the beats, ancient and melancholic, akin to a half-forgotten lullaby. The scent of lilacs intensified, mingling with unfamiliar fragrances, evoking pressed flowers within aged tomes and the musty sweetness of attics filled with relics of yesteryears. Lost in a dreamlike trance, I might have pursued it endlessly had I not stumbled upon an uneven cobblestone. The fleeting interruption shattered an intangible connection, and when I raised my gaze, the carriage had vanished. The fog dispersed, revealing my familiar street, my abode merely yards away. The nearby church tower's bell tolled midnight, its resonant chimes permeating the now silent night. That night, I added another entry to my journal, only to discover a small object on my desk, a solitary, immaculately preserved lilac blossom. Its petals bore an impossible hue of purple-black, shifting and undulating in the lamplight's glow. Even now, months later, the carriage maintains its nocturnal routine. I've grown accustomed to its presence, finding solace in the unchanging cycle. During sleepless nights, I perch by my window, observing its passage, pondering its enigmatic purpose. Various theories have crossed my mind. Perhaps it's a remnant of a bygone era trapped in an eternal loop, akin to a stuck record needle. Or could it be serving a purpose beyond our comprehension, upholding a vital equilibrium within the fabric of reality through its ceaseless motion? I've even entertained the notion that it awaits something, or someone. The lilac blossom now rests in a delicate glass vial on my desk, seemingly impervious to time's passage. It remains pristine, its fragrance occasionally humming faintly in the dead of night, echoing the half-remembered melody of the carriage wheels. As I inscribe these words tonight, the rain's gentle rhythm persists against my window, heralding the imminent arrival of the wheels upon cobblestones. A fragment of me wonders what transpires should I choose to pursue the carriage once more, surrendering to its rhythm until we reach the enigmatic destination marking the culmination of its eternal voyage. Yet for now, I simply listen to the approaching hooves and wheels, feeling the gentle tug of slumber at the fringes of my consciousness. The carriage continues its perpetual circuit, wheels spinning, horses stepping in perfect harmony, transporting its cryptic cargo through the mist-draped avenues of a realm that straddles the borders between reality and dreams. Story 16. The autumn breeze danced through the woods, carrying with it the soft symphony of fallen leaves rustling and the subtle, earthy fragrance of transition. My evening strolls amidst the ancient forest had always been a source of solace, where towering trees stood as silent sentinels of untold tales. The gentle crunch of leaves underfoot created a soothing rhythm, almost hypnotic in its constancy. As daylight waned, stretching shadows across the woodland, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight, nestled by the roots of a grand oak tree. Half buried in a bed of moss and foliage lay a weathered leather journal, its cover bearing the marks of time and weather. The leather felt smooth and worn, carrying the essence of years gone by. Without a name adorning its surface, the journal displayed only faint traces of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the fading light. Thick, cream-colored pages awaited within, slightly warped at the edges from moisture, yet remarkably intact. Gently lifting the journal, its cover exuded a warmth that defied the cool evening air, as if it had absorbed the day's sunlight. With cautious fingers, I opened the journal to reveal handwriting that flowed like dark rivers of ink, elegant yet imbued with a sense of urgency. The first entry, dated precisely 1 year prior, spoke of whispers that had begun to haunt the author's nights. Initially dismissed as the playful whims of the wind, these murmurs grew clearer, seeming to emanate from the depths of the forest behind their dwelling. Voices resembling rustling leaves and creaking branches beckoned, their words fleeting upon attempts to capture them in writing. Turning the pages, the entries grew more intricate, recounting glimpses of ethereal lights between trees at midnight and shadows moving against the breeze. The author described melodies resonating from the earth's core, ancient and harmonious, akin to a forgotten lullaby sung in a language lost to time. The prose remained composed and reflective, devoid of fear or haste. Each entry unfolded as a serene acceptance of a magical revelation slowly unfurling. Descriptions emerged of prolonged sojourns in the forest, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed. "The forest now breathes with me," one passage conveyed. "In moments of stillness I sense the lifeblood coursing through ancient trees, roots delving into the earth. The whispers have become companions, their words transcending comprehension. In communion, understanding surrenders its necessity." Further into the journal, the entries subtly transformed. The elegant script took on an organic quality, resembling vines creeping across the pages. Dreams of wandering endless woods beneath singing stars and dialogues with primordial entities conversing in the tongue of nature filled the author's nights. Time flows differently within these woods, an entry from early spring noted. The sun lingers in certain clearings, while darkness descends swiftly elsewhere. A flower bloomed and withered in what felt like moments or days. Time's passage grows elusive. The final entry shimmered on the page, the ink seemingly alive with inner radiance. The forest's message is clear now. We are not separate but interconnected, illusions of division dissolving like morning mist. The whispers didn't beckon me into the woods, they beckoned me home. Tomorrow I journey deeper than ever before. This journal serves as a bridge, a testament to the threshold between knowledge and transformation. The entry concluded there. As the wind stirred, leaves spiraled gracefully around me, carrying an unfamiliar, sweet scent. In that fleeting moment, elusive notes of music or whispers drifted through the darkening woods. Standing amidst the gathering dusk, I realized the temperature had plummeted, yet I felt no chill. The journal retained its enigmatic warmth in my hands, its pages revealing intricate patterns akin to roots or branches, unfurling within the blank spaces. Returning the journal to its resting place among the roots, albeit not in its original position, an intuition guided my gesture, hinting at a choice meant for the journal's next discoverer. Departing, the wind whispered through the leaves once more, its susurrations almost forming coherent words. That night, beneath the covers, the journal's warmth lingered on my fingertips. In the pre-dawn hush, thoughts drifted to the author and their quest within the forest's depths. A contemplation arose whether the journal had found me, rather than the inverse. Each twilight stroll revealed unseen wonders, trees leaning together in confidences, light patterns shaping familiar symbols among the leaves, and air thickening with anticipation around ancient stumps. Though the journal eluded me since that day, I occasionally sought its presence. On tranquil evenings, when sunlight painted everything in liquid gold, distant figures wandered amidst the trees, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to a half-remembered dream. At times, whispers rode the wind, hinting at enigmas decipherable solely by those attuned to more than mere sound. The forest bore a different allure post-journal discovery. Perhaps it was I who had shifted, awakened to a latent realm awaiting revelation. Each woodland trek now carried a heightened awareness, each breath drawn with reverence for the mysteries enshrouding us. Occasionally, under the canopy's golden embrace, the forest's pulse synchronized with my own, resonating with an ancient harmony. I pondered how many predecessors had walked these trails, leaving their narratives inscribed not in journals, but in the secret dialect of rustling leaves and murmuring winds. Story 17. In the hushed embrace of a misty autumn evening, I found myself wandering through the ancient forest, where the air carried the essence of earth and leaves in gentle whispers. The light waned, casting a soft, ethereal glow upon the landscape, painting it in hues of amber and gray. Amidst this tranquil setting, a peculiar sight beckoned to me. The roots of a majestic oak tree defying gravity, arching gracefully above the forest floor in a mesmerizing dance with the unseen forces of nature. These roots, cloaked in velvety moss and as thick as my arm, wove intricate patterns in the space between earth and sky, reminiscent of delicate lacework crafted with purpose and grace. As I approached, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my boots mingled with the cool, fragrant air carrying notes of mushrooms and damp bark. With each step closer, the forest whispered its secrets, a gentle symphony of rustling leaves, nocturnal calls, and a faint humming that seemed to emanate from the very roots that hung suspended in midair. The deeper I ventured, the more the forest revealed its mysteries. Trees intertwined by their roots to form natural archways and corridors, creating a labyrinth that transcended not only gravity, but the confines of time itself. Light filtered through these living sculptures, casting shifting shadows that danced like water ripples upon the forest floor, weaving a tapestry of enchantment. In a secluded clearing, the roots of several trees had intertwined above, creating a cathedral-like sanctuary where time stood still. Luminescent mushrooms cast a soft, otherworldly glow, illuminating the sacred space with a tranquil light. The air hung motionless, yet the suspended roots swayed gently as if moved by an unseen hand. Beneath this living canopy, I found myself enveloped in a sense of peace and wonder, as if the very essence of the forest had taken form before me. As dusk descended, the mushrooms glowed brighter, revealing a phenomenon that defied logic. Droplets of water ascended the suspended roots, defying gravity in a silent ballet of nature's magic. The night brought new revelations. The forest hummed with a melody that resonated within my soul, and the shifting spaces between the roots offered glimpses of a realm beyond, where time ebbed and flowed like a distant tide. Hours slipped by as I sat entranced by the interplay of light and shadow, water and earth. In the quiet of the night, whispers of figures moving among the trees teased my senses, elusive yet ever present. The moon rose, casting its silvery glow through the canopy, illuminating the suspended roots in a dance of shadows that seemed to weave tales as old as time itself. When I finally departed, the forest had imprinted itself upon my being, infusing me with a deeper connection to its rhythms and mysteries. The humming melody lingered, a haunting echo of the roots' gentle pulse that had touched my soul. In the days that followed, I returned to the forest, seeking the elusive clearing that had captivated me, only to find it ever-changing, its patterns shifting like the dance of shadows. Now, as I traverse any woodland, I listen for that familiar hum, a reminder of the hidden wonders that dwell within the natural world. In the stillness of the night, I find myself dreaming of the luminescent mushrooms, the whispered secrets of the shadows, and the roots that defied gravity with grace. These dreams offer glimpses of a realm where magic and reality intertwine, where nature spins tales in the language of suspended roots and rising water, where wonder blooms like flowers in the moonlight. And so I walk on, carrying the memory of that enchanted clearing in my heart, a beacon of mystery and beauty that guides me through the forests of my dreams, where the delicate balance between reality and imagination weaves a tapestry of wonder that transcends the boundaries of the known world. Story 18. The gentle autumn breeze whispered through the ancient stone archways, weaving a haunting melody that seemed to echo from ages long past. Abandoned places always held a certain pull on me, but this monastery, with its weathered stones warmed by the touch of time, beckoned me in a way I couldn't quite fathom. The setting sun painted the sky in soft hues of purple and orange, casting shadows that danced across the overgrown courtyard. Wild roses and ivy embraced the walls, creating a tapestry of nature amidst the crumbling masonry. The air was sweet with the scent of late-blooming flowers mingled with the earthy aroma of aged stone and damp moss. Wandering through the ruins with my camera in hand, I watched as the changing light transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. A broken column stood like a silent sentinel, while a collapsed wall framed the twilight sky like a masterpiece. The soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet provided a soothing rhythm to the ethereal song carried by the wind. And then, amidst the whispers of nature, I heard it, a melodic humming that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, but there was a musical quality to the sound that captivated me. It reminded me of ancient chants, softer and more ethereal. Following the hum, I was led to a narrow doorway that opened into the monastery's chapel. The stone floor was adorned with patches of moss, and shafts of fading light illuminated dancing specks of dust in the stillness. The humming grew stronger yet remained elusive, seeming to emanate from all directions at once, like waves lapping gently at the shore. I felt the temperature shift subtly as I moved through the chapel. Some areas warm with the day's remnants, others cool and mysterious. As evening descended, I set up my camera near ancient choir stalls, their dark wood polished by time. Adjusting the settings, I noticed a subtle movement in the shadows, out of sync with the natural play of light. The humming evolved, joined by ghostly voices that wove a tapestry of sound around me, a lullaby in an unknown tongue. Through the camera's lens, I glimpsed faint shapes moving among the shadows, fluid and transient like whispers in the night. Capturing the play of light and shadow, I found mysterious figures and trails of light, dancing in harmony with the unseen melody. The night grew colder, a mist rising like specters from the ground, adding to the mystical ambience. Lost in the symphony of mist, moonlight, and shadow, I found myself seated in a choir stall, the wood embracing me like an old friend. The humming enveloped me, the mist swirling and flowing in intricate patterns on the chapel floor. I might have drifted into slumber, for when I awoke, the moonlight bathed the stones in silver, and the humming carried cryptic words just beyond comprehension. As dawn approached, the humming faded into the natural sounds of day, the mist vanishing like a fleeting dream. Reviewing my photos, most showed a typical night at the monastery, but a few held traces of something more, of light and shadows with purpose. Returning to the monastery time and again, I sometimes hear the humming, catch glimpses of flowing shadows, but mostly I sit in the choir stalls, listening to the wind's ancient songs. The monastery reveals its mysteries in whispers, in flickers of light and shadow, hinting at a past that lingers in the present. Some secrets are meant to remain just beyond our reach, like the final notes of a forgotten melody carried away by the wind. Story 19. In the quiet of my room, the sound of rain tapping against the window created a soothing melody. I settled into my grandmother's worn rocking chair, the leather journal resting heavily on my lap, brimming with enigmatic tales discovered in her attic after she departed this world. As raindrops meandered down the glass, I delved into her account of a peculiar autumn from her youth, penned in her graceful script. The rain outside seemed to echo her words, weaving a tranquil symphony that enveloped me in a mist of nostalgia. "My dearest journal," she had written, describing her arrival in a village cloaked in morning fog, devoid of shadows. The sun's golden light bathed the picturesque buildings, yet the absence of darkness beneath their feet puzzled her. The villagers moved with an ethereal grace, unfazed by this anomaly. Settling in at her Aunt Margaret's Victorian home, she found solace in the scent of cinnamon and the absence of shadows that permeated every corner. Aunt Margaret, a wise figure, divulged the village's secret. The shadows had departed generations ago, leaving behind a realm where light danced unfettered by darkness. Days unfolded with strange melodies of unseen birds, luminous flowers, and a moon frozen in time. The villagers embraced this shadowless existence, crafting art that defied reality, and children frolicked with light instead of shadows. As winter descended, the village remained a haven of warmth and light, the first snow transforming the landscape into a shimmering dream. Aunt Margaret shared a profound truth. Shadows were not mere darkness, but memories of light, and perhaps their departure was a lesson in cherishing memories differently. On the eve of her departure, Aunt Margaret and she basked in the starlit night, savoring tea tinged with moonlight. When asked if she would write about the village, the protagonist hesitated, knowing the tale was beyond belief, meant to be felt like a fleeting memory of light on a cloudy day. Closing the journal, I felt a lingering warmth within, pondering the village where shadows were but a memory. As the rain continued its gentle lullaby outside, a peculiar sight met my eyes in the window's reflection. A fleeting hesitation, a momentary wavering of my own shadow, as if contemplating a journey to a realm where shadows had chosen to depart. With the journal sealed, my grandmother's tale enveloped me like a soft blanket of leaves, and I imagined her story still whispered in a village where light held sway, casting shadows into the realm of forgotten memories. Story 20. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the weathered wooden house, creating a tranquil melody that seemed to pulse through the very fibers of the structure. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed shadows waltzing across the walls, while the autumn breeze whispered secrets to the trees beyond my window. The soft glow from my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy circle of light, leaving the rest of the room cloaked in a comforting darkness. It was amidst these serene evening moments that I first encountered it. A whisper so delicate it could have been mistaken for the house settling into itself. The sound appeared to emanate from somewhere below my feet, a faint murmur akin to the rustle of leaves or the gentle exhalation of wind through crevices in the walls. Setting my book aside, I allowed my eyes to flutter shut as I honed in on the elusive sound. There was a melodic quality to it, like a distant lullaby being softly hummed. The more I tuned in, the clearer it became, though its essence, if there were indeed words, remained just beyond my grasp. The ancient house had always possessed its own symphony of creaks and groans, a language of timber and nail that had become familiar over the years. Yet, this was different. This sound exuded a warmth, an almost sentient quality that elicited a gentle prickle on the nape of my neck. Not out of fear, but out of sheer fascination. Days melded into nights as I found myself drawn to that chair, captivated by the whispers. At times, the voice would remain hushed for hours, leaving me with only the pitter-patter of rain and the murmur of turning pages. Other times, it would emerge like a wisp of smoke, weaving through the usual nocturnal sounds until it seamlessly intertwined with the house's own voice. Subtle changes began to manifest within my abode. Books would subtly shift on their shelves overnight, not as if disturbed, but as though they had autonomously decided to lean against one another in a different manner. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway would occasionally pause for a moment before resuming its steady tick, as if pausing to listen to a sound only it could discern. On a particularly tranquil evening, bathed in the last remnants of sunset's glow, painting the walls in hues of amber and gold, I noticed a hairline crack in one of the floorboards, a feature I was certain had not been there before. It meandered along the wood grain like a stroke of dark ink. As I knelt to inspect it, the whisper rose once more, clearer than ever. The voice seemed to convey emotions rather than words, sentiments of warmth, of acceptance, of belonging. It evoked memories of my grandmother's soothing hum while knitting, crafting not just a melody, but an ambiance of solace and security. The crack would appear and vanish depending on the light, occasionally seeming to shift its position when I averted my gaze. I began leaving small trinkets near the crack, a marble, a silver button, a smooth river stone. Sometimes I would discover them arranged in patterns I had not arranged, forming gentle spirals or perfect lines. Once I placed a tiny bell, and in the dead of night, I could have sworn I heard it chime so softly, it might have been a fragment of a dream. The voice became a constant companion, its presence as natural as the stair creaks or the tree branches tapping against windows. It seemed attuned to my emotions, soothingly softer when I was troubled, playfully bright when I was joyful, akin to sunlight dancing upon water. Further transformations ensued. The room's temperature would subtly shift, creating pockets of warmth that seemed to follow me as I traversed the house. The light from my lamps would occasionally flicker in rhythms mirroring the whispered song. Even the dust motes in the air appeared to swirl with intent, forming deliberate patterns when caught in sunbeams. Amidst the enigmatic presence growing more pronounced, I never felt fear. Instead, I felt as though I was gradually being initiated into a secret, becoming a part of something ancient and serene. The voice beneath the floorboards wasn't seeking to unsettle or alarm. It was sharing, teaching me to listen in a way I had never done before. On sleepless nights, I would stretch out on the floor near the crack, pressing my ear against the smooth, weathered wood. The voice would rise to meet me, its whispers now carrying fragments of narratives I could almost decipher. Perhaps tales of previous listeners, of other evenings spent in silent communion with whatever resided beneath the aged floorboards. Weeks melted into months, and I noticed that visitors to the house seemed to sense it too, though they never broached the subject directly. They would pause in certain spots, incline their heads as though attuned to something just beyond audible range, their countenances softening with an indescribable sense of tranquility. The crack in the floorboard remained unchanged in size, never posing a threat to the house's stability. Instead, it seemed to act as a portal between two realms, the tangible world of wood and stone, and another dimension of whispers and half-remembered melodies. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, akin to the flutter of curtains in a room devoid of drafts, yet it never felt intrusive or unsettling. Winter descended, ushering in elongated nights and novel sounds, the snap of freezing frost, the gentle descent of snowflakes, the sigh of cold wind through barren boughs. The voice adapted, its whispers now echoing the crystalline clarity of ice and the hushed serenity of snow-laden earth. The house pulsated with newfound vitality, as though the chill had awakened a deeper essence within its walls. I refrained from attempting to capture the voice on recording devices or document the shifting objects with cameras. Such endeavors felt as though they would shatter the delicate trust forged between the house, its hidden inhabitant, and myself. Instead, I maintained a journal chronicling my sentiments and observations, noting how the voice seemed to evolve with the seasons, with the weather, with the lunar phases. Presently, as I pen these words, the voice continues its tender serenade beneath my feet. The crack in the floorboard catches the lamplight in improbable ways, casting shadows that undulate like living entities across my pages. I've come to realize that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, solely experienced. The voice beneath the floorboards has seamlessly melded into my home's rhythm, a reminder that there exist spaces between knowledge and emotion, where magic resides in the quiet interludes of our lives. At times, in the dead of night when the boundary between wakefulness and dreams blurs, I almost detect words within the whispered melody. They convey notions of patience, of the gradual wisdom held by ancient abodes, of the narratives embedded within aged wood and weathered stone. Yet perhaps it is preferable that I never fully comprehend them. Some melodies are intended to linger just beyond our reach, their allure stemming from their inscrutability. And so, I persist in listening, in observing the ephemeral patterns taking shape and dissolving, in sensing the presences that dwell beneath the floorboards. The crack persists, serving as a memento that within our reality, there exist zones where truth softens at the edges, where whispers can reshape our perception of what constitutes home. Ultimately, maybe that is all we truly need to acknowledge, that sometimes, in the hushed instants between heartbeats, if we listen intently enough, we may discern something murmuring back to us from the spaces we thought we comprehended so well. Story 21. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the trees, carrying with it the familiar scents of the season, decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. Standing at the threshold of an ancient hiking trail, my boots made a gentle crunch on the carpet of fallen foliage. The morning mist enveloped the forest, its tendrils caressing the tree trunks like a lover's touch, casting an otherworldly spell upon the woods that made them feel strangely unfamiliar. Once a well-trodden path, now nature's reclaiming hands had begun to weave their magic upon it. Tall grass swayed between weathered wooden markers, and hopeful saplings stretched towards the sparse sunlight filtering through the canopy above. There was a magnetic pull in the trail's wild abandonment, drawing me deeper into the cool embrace of the damp air. As I ventured forth, the cacophony of the modern world faded, replaced by the serene symphony of the woodland. Soft calls of chickadees floated through the fog, their voices hushed and distant. The ancient branches above creaked and groaned, whispering in a language lost to time itself. Each step brought forth new sensations: the yielding of the earth beneath my feet, the delicate brush of a spider's web against my skin, the earthy aroma of mushrooms thriving in the shadows. The path meandered gently through the trees, revealing a peculiar sight. While the surrounding forest bore the marks of autumn, golden leaves and skeletal branches, a section ahead remained lushly green, as if frozen in eternal summer. The subtle contrast was easily missed, yet once noticed, it held an undeniable allure. Pausing to sip from my water bottle, a faint melody reached my ears. A delicate tune that seemed to waltz on the breeze, ethereal and distant, with no signs of civilization for miles around. The notes flirted at the edge of recognition, teasingly familiar yet elusive. Delving further, the trail unfurled its mysteries gradually, like a tale unfolding its own pages. Among the fallen leaves, curious objects lay half buried: a tarnished silver button, a child's marble gleaming unusually in the dappled light, a faded ribbon shimmering with shifting hues as I moved. Each find carried a weight of significance, though the reasons remained veiled. The fog thickened as I pressed on, but instead of muting sounds, it magnified them. Ghostly footfalls, mirroring my own, echoed nearby, always a few steps behind or ahead, despite my solitary presence on the trail. When I halted, the phantom steps persisted momentarily before fading, as if their unseen maker had just realized my pause. A clearing emerged ahead, adorned with an ancient stone well at its heart, cloaked in a tapestry of moss and ivy. The stones absorbed the light rather than reflecting it, casting a peculiar darkness around its rim. Approaching, a warmth enveloped me, carrying the sweet fragrance of summer blooms, though none were in sight. Drawn inexplicably, my steps led me across the clearing towards the well. With each stride, intricate carvings emerged from the weathered surface, adorned with spirals and symbols that seemed to dance when directly gazed upon, like memories slipping through grasping fingers. A distant sound of water echoed from the depths, but peering into the well's darkness, I found no reflection, only a soft light pulsing like a distant heartbeat. The earlier melody swelled here, rising from the well like a gentle spring breeze. Time lost its grip in that clearing. Shadows remained still, unmoving under the trees, as though hours slipped by unnoticed. The temperature held steady, defying the autumn chill prevailing elsewhere in the forest. Even the breeze encircled the clearing endlessly, as if ensnared in a waltz around the well. Seated on a fallen log nearby, I discerned small objects arranged in cryptic patterns around the well's base. Stones of foreign hues, twisted twigs, leaves revealing their silvered undersides. They formed shapes that tantalizingly hinted at coherence, like whispers of a language on the cusp of understanding. The day stretched on, yet the light refused to shift. I found myself humming in harmony with the well's melody, though its tune remained just beyond my grasp. My water bottle remained miraculously full, the sandwich in my backpack regenerating with each bite. As the decision to depart finally dawned, the return trail appeared altered. Trees had subtly shifted positions, the once straight path now winding in mysterious curves. The fog parted and closed behind me, erasing my passage as if in a dream. Dusk greeted me as I reached the trailhead, though my watch insisted only an hour had passed since I set foot on the trail. The modern world rushed back into focus, the distant hum of traffic, the buzz of power lines, the flicker of aircraft lights above. Yet a change had taken root within me. That night, as I lay in bed, the well's melody lingered, drifting through my open window, though I resided miles from the forest. Dreams wove shifting symbols and phantom footsteps, leaving me grasping at ethereal threads upon waking. Leaves, foreign and unplaceable, adorned my pillow, while my water bottle, perched on the nightstand, remained endlessly full. Some claim the trail shifts its visage to each wanderer who stumbles upon it, on select days under specific conditions. I can only attest to the call I feel on quiet, misty mornings, the path untrodden beckoning, promising enigmas, secrets, and intricate leafy designs. Yet I have not returned, not yet. Some paths, once ventured, can never be retraced in the same light, and sometimes the greatest mysteries lie not in what we uncover, but in what finds us, unbidden. In rational moments, I dismiss it as a dream, the well, the melody, the enigmatic light in the depths. But then a familiar scent drifts on the breeze, or a distant tune echoes faintly, and I ponder. Leaves from that unknown tree sit in a box on my shelf, unchanging through seasons, while my water bottle defies emptying. Perhaps some mysteries are destined to linger unsolved, some paths meant to remain shrouded. Yet on those fog-laden mornings when the world feels dreamlike and unfamiliar, I find myself drawn to the woods, seeking markers of recognition. And sometimes, just sometimes, I detect footsteps echoing mine, traversing a trail that beckons no more. Story 22. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the trees as I strolled down the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian abode. Each step I took on the weathered wooden stairs emitted a familiar creak, a melody that echoed countless childhood memories. The porch lanterns, usually radiant with a warm golden hue, stood ominously dark that night, reflecting only the ghostly moonlight in their glass panes. It had been 3 months since I inherited the house, a legacy left to me after my grandmother's serene departure in her slumber. Following her tradition, I had taken up the habit of igniting the 12 antique lanterns every evening at dusk, a ritual passed down through generations. Lighting them brought me solace, a way to preserve her essence in a space brimming with reminiscences. However, on this particular night, an eerie sensation hung in the air. The stillness was palpable, laden with the fragrance of rain-soaked soil and aged timber. Retrieving my set of keys, my hand brushed against the brass lighter nestled in my coat pocket, the very one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time. Entering the foyer, I was enveloped in the familiar embrace of subtle lavender and aged books, a fragrance carefully curated by my grandmother through her love for dried flowers and leather-bound tomes. My footsteps reverberated softly on the hardwood floors as I traversed the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that cast a soft amber radiance over the Victorian wallpaper. Commencing my nightly ritual, I attempted to light the first lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter clicked as I struck it, but to my bewilderment, the wick remained unyielding, shunning the flame despite being freshly replaced. Moving to the next lantern yielded the same result, a defiance of the flickering flame. A cool breeze stirred the ivy cascading around the porch, causing shadows to dance across the wooden boards. The moon ascended higher, its silver beams filtering through the leaves and painting intricate patterns that seemed to sway and shift with a life of their own. As I circumnavigated the porch, each lantern resisted illumination. All 12 stood in darkness, their glass panes mirroring only my escalating puzzlement. The brass lighter, previously unfailing, ignited flawlessly when tested on a candle indoors, the flame robust and unwavering. The resonant tick of the grandfather clock wafted through an open window, a reminder of the inexorable passage of time. Yet this evening felt detached from the conventional flow of time, as if the darkness of the lanterns had carved out a pocket of tranquility in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns resurfaced, stories shared during quiet evenings on the porch swing. She spoke of their lineage, meticulously crafted by my great-great-grandfather. A particular anecdote lingered in my mind, a narrative about the lanterns refusing to illuminate on significant nights. Setting on the swing, its rhythmic creaking blending with the nocturnal symphony, I noticed a peculiar sight. Faint threads of silver, barely discernible in the moon's glow, interconnected each lantern, materializing and vanishing with each blink, akin to gossamer catching light. The midnight toll of the grandfather clock reverberated through the serene night. With each chime, the silver threads grew more pronounced, until, by the 12th strike, they intertwined, forming a delicate web that linked all 12 lanterns. Within this ethereal circle, the atmosphere shifted, weightier, yet subtly pulsating with vitality. The scent of lavender intensified, akin to my grandmother's perfume. The swing swayed imperceptibly, though devoid of any breeze, as if an unseen presence had settled beside me. Motionless, I observed the silver threads pulsate gently, resembling a tranquil heartbeat. In their soft radiance, shadowy figures flickered, vague forms that danced amidst the lanterns. Shapeless yet familiar, they evoked a sense of recognition I couldn't grasp. The longer I gazed, the clearer the revelation became. These lanterns were not mere objects. They were custodians of memory, guardians of ancestral lore. Their refusal to ignite wasn't a malfunction, but an entreaty. On nights where the boundary between past and present blurred, they chose obscurity to unveil a profound truth. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I lingered, enveloped in the nocturnal serenade and the subtle movements of the shadows. With the advent of dawn, the silver threads faded, dissolving entirely with the first light of day. As I rose from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter exuded a comforting warmth in my pocket. Reattempting to ignite the first lantern, it sparked to life instantly, the flame unwavering and bright. One by one, I illuminated each lantern, concluding the morning ritual that mirrored the customary evening routine. In the burgeoning daylight, the lanterns radiated with a newfound luminescence, infused with memories not solely of my grandmother, but of all predecessors who tended to them. Their narratives were etched in shadow and light, awaiting nights when the lanterns opted for darkness to unveil their deeper truths. I divulged that night to none, yet I became attuned to the instances when the lanterns resisted illumination. Sometimes it coincided with a family member's passing anniversary, other times on evenings of inexplicable significance that later unraveled their meanings. The circle of extinguished lanterns became my heritage's enigma, a reminder that certain lights must dim for subtler revelations to emerge. On tranquil nights spent on the porch swing, observing the lantern's golden radiance, I pondered how darkness transcended mere absence of light. At times it embodied a distinctive presence, narrating stories comprehensible solely in the dialect of shadows and silence. Story 23. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stone walls of my grandmother's old Victorian house created a soothing melody, blending seamlessly with the evening air. It had only been a fortnight since I inherited this historic property, yet each night drew me deeper into its enigmatic embrace. The library, adorned with a vintage brass lamp casting a warm glow upon ancient tomes, served as my sanctuary on this particular night. However, my tranquility was interrupted by a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards, distinct from the usual whispers of the old house settling. This mysterious cadence, reminiscent of water flowing through ancient pipes with a musical quality, beckoned me to unravel its secrets. My grandmother used to speak of the house holding hidden depths, but nothing quite like the enigmatic cistern that lay dormant beneath its foundation. Constructed in a bygone era when rainwater was prized, this underground chamber had long been sealed off, supposedly. Yet as I listened to the melodic resonance rising from the depths, I couldn't shake the feeling that a part of it remained alive, concealed in the darkness below. With each passing moment, the ethereal sound grew clearer, akin to wind chimes resonating underwater, a contradiction in itself. As the rain intensified outside, the mysterious melody seemed to ebb and flow in response to nature's rhythm. Entranced, I found myself navigating the familiar halls, following the elusive tune like a guide through a labyrinth. The house itself appeared to hush, as if listening alongside me, while my footsteps on the aged hardwood went unheard. Carrying the brass lamp, its light casting dancing shadows that animated the floral wallpaper, I stumbled upon a hidden trapdoor beneath a worn rug in the kitchen, a discovery that had eluded me until now. With trembling hands, not out of fear but anticipation, I lifted the brass ring pole, unveiling stone steps leading into darkness. The cool, mineral-scented air that wafted up from below hinted at forgotten caves and ancient wells, guiding my descent into the unknown. Each step down was deliberate, the amber glow of my lamp absorbed by the surroundings, illuminating walls of meticulously placed stone blocks, a testament to craftsmanship long faded. The trickle of water in the darkness created a symphony of intentional patterns, leading me to a circular chamber at the stairwell's end. The vast cistern, shrouded in shadows, mirrored the light upon its tranquil surface, concealing its true depth and mysteries. There, amidst the harmonious play of water droplets turned musical notes, I finally comprehended the enchanting melody that had captivated me. The chamber's perfect acoustics transformed every sound into a symphony, where raindrops above mingled with the chamber's resonance, creating an otherworldly harmony. Between the watery notes, whispers of voices or memories lingered, their meaning just beyond reach, like elusive dreams. Lost in the mesmerizing water music, time lost its grip, measured not by hours, but by the fluid dance of drops and ripples. The dimming light of the lamp went unnoticed, as the darkness itself morphed into a living entity, teeming with enigmatic movements. When I ascended the stone steps back to reality, the night had deepened, the rain ceased, and the enchanting melody faded to a faint murmur. Replacing the rug over the hidden entrance, I knew I would return, to listen to the cistern's eternal song, a clandestine symphony echoing beneath the house's very foundation. Each night, as I lay in bed, I strained to catch that ethereal music, sometimes crystal clear, other times a mere whisper of imagination. I've learned that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but experienced, in the quiet interludes, in the spaces between raindrops. The cistern's perpetual performance continues, captivating an audience of stone and shadows. In dreams that blur the line between reality and reverie, I decipher cryptic messages within the watery music, whispers of ancient wisdom and forgotten tales. Yet their true significance remains elusive, like grasping onto the memory of rain, a fleeting essence that slips through our fingers. Story 24. The rain whispered its ancient secrets as it caressed the window panes of my grandmother's old house, painting a soothing melody in the air. Nestled in her worn leather armchair, I basked in the familiar embrace of aged wood and dried herbs that lingered like ghosts of memories. The antique table lamp cast warm shadows, coaxing the burgundy wallpaper to dance in the dim light. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving me alone in this centuries-old abode nestled in the heart of the woods. As a child, I had reveled in the magic of this place, but now, as its sole guardian, I unraveled hidden mysteries etched within the property's very fabric. One such enigma beckoned from the garden's edge, a winding path of black stones that had materialized unnoticed, a silent testament to time's subtle shifts. These stones, round and obsidian, absorbed the rain's touch, radiating a celestial glow under the darkened sky. The wind chimes' crystalline lullaby intertwined with the rain's soft percussion, a symphony of nature's whispers. Drawn to the window's ethereal tableau, I gazed upon the veiled landscape as evening draped its cloak over the garden. The hues of green and silver melded in twilight's embrace, while the enigmatic stones weaved a trail into the mist-shrouded forest. Above each stone, tiny lights pirouetted like fireflies frozen in time, casting an otherworldly aura. Though reason whispered of mere droplets catching light, their steadfast glow hinted at a deeper purpose. Despite my initial hesitation to explore, the rain's gentle touch intertwined with the light's allure, enfolding me in a tranquil mystery. Enveloped in my grandmother's woolen shawl, redolent of lavender, I descended the creaking stairs. The foyer greeted me with the grandfather clock's steady cadence and the chandelier's luminous dance. Stepping onto the back porch, the evening's cool breath mingled with the garden's herbaceous symphony. Rosemary, thyme, and sage wove a fragrant tapestry, bridging the known and the unknown that awaited along the path. The first black stone stood sentinel beyond the herb garden, its ethereal light beckoning me forward. As I set foot upon it, a warmth seeped through the soles of my shoes, guiding me to the next stone, where the light pulsed in silent invitation. The path meandered through bowing trees that formed a natural cathedral, the mist carrying echoes of lavender, my grandmother's essence. Time ebbed and flowed as I traversed the dreamlike realm, led by the ethereal lights above. A circular clearing emerged, the stones spiraling toward a larger center, adorned with a leather-bound book. In my grandmother's script, the words, "For when you're ready to understand," graced the weathered cover. The pages unveiled her gentle magic, revealing the stone's role as gateways to the unseen enchantments between moments. The lights above wove patterns mimicking her diagrams, the wind chimes' melody resonating with her teachings. Amidst the mist's luminescent ballet, I absorbed her revelations of harmony between worlds seen and unseen, the quiet magic of observation, and the stone's role as conduits to hidden beauty. A cocoon of tranquility enveloped me as time slipped through its gentle current. Awakening to a newfound attunement, the forest hummed with latent energy, trees ablaze with living light. The journey back, though brief, pulsed with whispered secrets and gentle lights, illuminating the path's sacred purpose. Observing the stones from the house, their luminous companions revealed themselves as caretakers, guardians of the unseen realms my grandmother had unveiled. Nestled in her chair, her book cradled in my hands, the rain's melody intertwined with the wind chimes' timeless serenade. In their harmonies, I discerned my grandmother's voice, guiding me through the veils of perception to the gentle magic that dwelled between heartbeats and raindrops. Drifting into slumber, I embraced the legacy she had bequeathed, a legacy of quiet enchantment woven into the very fabric of existence. The dancing wallpaper, the distant chimes, the rain's gentle lullaby, all whispered of a world beyond sight, a world waiting to be embraced in the spaces between dreams. Story 25. The whispering autumn wind danced through the naked branches above, carrying with it the bittersweet fragrance of decay and reminiscence. Along the weathered dirt path I strolled, my footsteps hushed by the fallen leaves that had created a gentle, natural carpet beneath me. The early evening air held a peculiar essence unique to October, crisp yet tender, enfolding me like a well-loved leather glove. Though I had traversed this path countless times, this night felt different. Perhaps it was the mist that clung to the earth, coiling around the ancient trees like spectral tendrils. Or maybe it was the eerie stillness, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the fading light. The first broken candle caught my eye immediately. Lying on its side at the path's edge, the pure white wax was cleanly fractured in the middle, as if deliberately snapped. Pausing, I knelt down to inspect it. The break was pristine, almost surgical in its precision. The wick remained untouched by the kiss of flame. Continuing my walk, my pace slowed, more deliberate now. Another candle, identical to the first, lay broken 20 paces ahead, then another, and another. A trail of broken sentinels, meticulously placed along the path. As the light dwindled rapidly, the forest grew darker with each passing moment. The mist thickened, morphing from wispy strands into a dense, rolling fog that veiled everything beyond a few feet. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I pulled my jacket closer. Following the broken candle trail, I sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The air grew heavier, imbued with an inexplicable energy. The silence deepened until even my own breath sounded distant and muted. Each broken candle I passed seemed to faintly glow, a trick of the light, or perhaps my mind playing tricks in the growing darkness. The path began to wind more significantly, meandering through the ancient forest where the trees intertwined overhead, forming natural arches. The broken candles maintained their silent watch, leading me deeper into the woods. Though a small voice urged me to turn back, something drew me forward like a moth to a flame. Noticing the candle's fractures changing, no longer clean and precise, but jagged and violent, I pressed on. Some appeared twisted before being snapped, while others seemed crushed by great force. Yet they continued to mark the path deeper into the darkness. The fog thickened until it felt tangible, like walking through clouds of cotton. My fingers tingled with a strange electricity, and the hairs on my neck stood on end. The air grew colder, my breath forming clouds in front of me. Then, a clearing emerged ahead, barely visible through the fog. As I approached, I discerned dozens of candles arranged in a perfect circle. Unlike the broken ones, these candles stood upright, unbroken, their white wax softly gleaming in the dim light. At the circle's center stood a single black candle, its surface so dark it seemed to swallow what little light remained. Stepping into the clearing, my footsteps echoed loudly in the absolute silence. The arranged candles seemed to pulsate with a faint inner light, though devoid of visible flames. The black candle at the center captivated me, drawing me toward it involuntarily. Reaching the circle's heart, I noticed something peculiar. Unlike the others, the black candle wasn't wax but smooth and cool like polished obsidian. Split down the middle, its halves stood millimeters apart. Touching it again, a deep, resonant hum vibrated through me, originating from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The white candles around the clearing intensified their glow, flameless. The split in the black candle widened slowly, revealing only deeper darkness within. The hum intensified, a gentle pull guiding me, not physically, but on a fundamental level, resonating with my consciousness. Transfixed, the forest seemed to dissolve around me. The fog thickened, leaving only the glowing white candles and the abyss of the split black candle. Time lost its meaning as I watched ethereal patterns emerge within the split, like shadows beneath still water. The hum shifted, almost musical, evoking a sense of recognition, though I couldn't place it. The shadows within the split candle formed intricate geometries, folding in on themselves in impossible ways, speaking to something primal in my mind. Revealing ancient truths, they felt familiar yet elusive. Standing there, entranced, I couldn't discern how long had passed, absorbed in the mesmerizing dance of patterns. Eventually, the fog began to dissipate, the white candle's glow fading. The hum dwindled until almost imperceptible. Like awakening from a dream, I stepped back. The patterns within the split candle blurred, returning to darkness. The white candles reverted to ordinary wax. The forest reemerged around me. Retracing my steps through the darkened woods, the broken candles that led me there had vanished, leaving no trace. The fog lifted, unveiling a star-filled night sky. Sometimes I revisit that path, hoping to find another broken candle, another trail to the clearing. Yet, I never do. On quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and mist curls from the ground, I feel the faint echo of the resonant hum stirring something within me. Pondering the patterns within the split black candle, I wonder what truths they unveiled and why a part of me recognized them. In my dreams, those patterns resurface, almost decipherable, revealing mysteries just out of reach. Some enigmas are destined to linger beyond our grasp, dwelling in the twilight realm between knowing and unknowing. There, wonder and uncertainty coalesce in the encroaching darkness, where mysteries beckon, tantalizingly close, yet forever elusive. Story 26. The aroma of aged leather and ancient paper enveloped me as I pushed open the weighty oak door. Dust motes pirouetted in the soft beams of light filtering through the lofty, arched windows, their graceful dance weaving intricate patterns in the tranquil air. The library stood hushed and expectant, its myriad shelves extending upwards into shadows that eluded the afternoon sun's touch. This sanctuary had been bequeathed to me by my reclusive great-aunt, a scholarly soul who dedicated her life to amassing rare and peculiar books. The key arrived in a velvet-lined box, accompanied by a letter penned in her elegant, delicate script. She spoke of the library's peculiar essence, of how certain volumes seemed to murmur in the night, and how others would rearrange themselves in solitude. Soft creaks echoed beneath my feet as I ventured further the expansive chamber. With each step, a faint trace of sandalwood and something indefinable lingered in the air, perhaps the ghostly echo of incense burnt in days long past. The towering shelves loomed like ancient redwoods, their dark wood gleaming softly from the touch of generations past. My gaze was drawn to a particular tome bound in rich burgundy leather. As I neared, a subtle hum, akin to a distant lullaby, seemed to emanate from its pages. The book bore no title on its spine, only an intricate design of intertwined vines etched in faded gold leaf. When I gingerly lifted the book from its resting place, the air around it shimmered, as if the very ambience responded to its presence. The cover felt warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the library's cool embrace. Its pages, seemingly crafted from a material thinner than paper, yet remarkably resilient, appeared almost translucent. The elegant script within seemed to shift and dance as I attempted to decipher it, at times in English, at others in languages unfamiliar to me. The ink shifted hues with each page turned, midnight blue, deep purple, burnished gold, each shade harmonizing with the unfolding narrative. Venturing deeper into the library, I began to discern other anomalies. Some books inclined towards me as I passed, while others retreated into their shelves. Occasionally, movements flickered in my peripheral vision, as if the volumes were rearranging themselves when I averted my gaze. The sunlight filtering through the windows adopted a peculiar quality, casting shadows that defied logic. In a secluded corner, I stumbled upon a reading alcove with an inviting armchair exuding warmth. A petite table nearby displayed a delicate tea set, its porcelain almost translucent in its fineness. As I settled into the chair, the library seemed to shift around me, shelves realigning into more intimate configurations. The air grew cozier, the scent of aged books deepening, evoking memories of rainy afternoons spent immersed in tales by the flickering firelight. From the depths of the library, the soft sound of pages turning reached my ears, a rhythmic whisper reminiscent of distant waves caressing a shore. The gentle whisper drew nearer, then receded, akin to the breath of a vast literary entity. Not unsettling, but rather soothing, as if the library itself was narrating a bedtime story to me. Books began to emit a soft glow within their shelves, each emanating a unique hue. The gentle pulsing light crafted patterns that seemed almost melodic. Some books radiated in harmony with their neighbors, their luminance intertwining like fireflies on a summer's eve. The enchanting display held me captive, a silent symphony of illuminated wisdom. I found myself wandering through sections where the books appeared more ancient, their bindings ornate. Some were secured with intricate clasps fashioned from moonlight, while others boasted covers rippling like water in my wake. A shelf cradled volumes that hummed in perfect unison, their collective resonance sending a pleasant shiver down my spine. Time seemed to lose relevance within the library's embrace. The quality of light persisted, though my timepiece insisted hours had slipped by. I stumbled upon a section where the books seemed inscribed with starlight, their pages adorned with constellations that pirouetted and shifted as I observed. In a particularly dim corner, a cluster of books appeared to be dreaming. Their covers fluttered sporadically, akin to the eyelids of slumbering infants, emitting soft sighs from between their pages. The dreams seemed infectious. Neighboring books would twitch and murmur in response. As twilight descended, the library stirred with heightened activity. The whisper of pages grew more pronounced, yet never intrusive. Books would sporadically glide from their shelves, floating through the air like autumn leaves before alighting in new positions. The effect was strangely serene, akin to observing snowfall in utter silence. The burgundy book that initially captivated me found its way back, gently nudging my hand as I lounged in the reading chair. Upon reopening it, the text had transformed. Now it seemed to recount my own tale, albeit with subtle deviations that challenged my recollections. The prose flowed like a babbling brook, each sentence leading inexorably to the next, yet never quite reaching a definitive conclusion. With the onset of night, the library metamorphosed anew. The darkness amid the shelves turned velvety and inviting. Small lights, resembling twinkling stars, materialized among the books, forming constellations of literary connection. Some volumes now cast shadows of gold and silver, while others seemed to absorb the darkness itself. I discovered that certain combinations of books, when arranged together, birthed portals of light amidst the shelves. Through these gateways, I caught fleeting glimpses of other libraries, other collections of enigmatic books, extending endlessly into the beyond. The sight infused me with a profound sense of tranquility, an awareness that all knowledge was intricately linked in ways transcending comprehension. Even in the present day, the library continues to unveil fresh secrets. Books materialize and vanish, their contents ever evolving yet strangely familiar. The whispers have evolved into a constant presence, a gentle reminder of the vibrant essence of stories and wisdom. On certain nights, under the full moon's glow, I discern the books harmonizing in languages existing solely in dreams. My great-aunt's missive gains new significance with each passing moment. The library isn't ensnared by malevolence. Rather, it's blessed with a magic that elevates the act of reading into something profoundly transformative. The books defy the constraints of ordinary reality, and I too have discovered am unbound in their midst. Perhaps the true curse lies in the struggle to convey this marvel to others fully. The library presents a unique visage to each visitor, revealing only what they are prepared to perceive. Yet, for those of us privy to its deeper enigmas, who have eavesdropped on the midnight dialogues of age-old tomes and witnessed the celestial waltz of literary luminescence, the curse transmutes into a blessing, a clandestine haven of infinite tales, where reality and imagination intertwine like the gilded vines on that initial burgundy book's spine. Story 27. The soft patter of rain against my windshield had been my only companion for what felt like endless hours as I journeyed through the rolling countryside. The road stretched ahead, vanishing into a thick shroud of mist that seemed to thicken with every passing mile. My headlights struggled to pierce through the fog, casting feeble beams that danced off countless suspended water droplets, weaving a magical tunnel of gentle, diffused light. As the early evening darkness descended, a quiet hush enveloped me when my car's engine faltered. The dashboard lights flickered briefly, then faded into darkness. Gliding to a serene stop, an unusual calm washed over me instead of the expected panic. The rain above me crafted a hypnotic melody on the metal roof, akin to a lullaby lulling me into tranquility. Through the passenger window, a faint glow caught my eye in the distance. It flickered and swayed in the mist, reminiscent of vintage gas lanterns. The beckoning light whispered promises of warmth and refuge from the chill seeping into my bones. With no signal on my cell phone in the closest town miles behind, I summoned my courage and ventured out into the misty night. Surprisingly, warm air enveloped me on that foggy night, carrying the earthy fragrance of damp soil intermingled with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps wild honeysuckle. Each step I took on the grass produced soft, squelching sounds as I followed the enigmatic light. Shapes gradually emerged from the fog as I drew nearer. First, the silhouette of an ancient church steeple, its weathered cross barely visible against the pewter sky. Then an entire village materialized before my eyes. The building stood weathered by time, perhaps a century or more, with dark stone walls and glistening wooden beams in the misty air. Though the streets lay deserted, warm light spilled from almost every window, pulsating gently like the breath of a slumbering giant. Puddles on the cobblestone streets mirrored these lights, casting warm reflections in the encroaching darkness. Venturing deeper into the village, my footsteps echoed softly on the wet stones. The buildings leaned slightly, as if sharing secrets across the narrow streets. Wind chimes tinkled melodiously here and there, their music blending with the steady rainfall to form a dreamy, ethereal symphony. A particularly inviting light drew me towards what seemed to be an inn. The wooden sign above the door swayed without a hint of wind. As I neared, the scent of wood smoke mingled with hints of baking bread or mulled wine, though the aroma felt distant, like a memory of a scent rather than the scent itself. The door opened noiselessly at my touch, revealing a warm and welcoming interior with a crackling fire in a large stone hearth. Comfortable chairs surrounded small tables, their surfaces polished by years of use. Despite the cozy setting, I noticed the absence of other people. An ancient leather-bound guest book lay on the counter, its pages yellowed with age. The last entry was exactly 50 years old, its elegant handwriting fading as if the ink itself were vanishing. Exploring further, I encountered more peculiarities. A half-filled teacup sat on a table, its contents neither hot nor cold. A newspaper displayed headlines from bygone eras, yet the paper showed no signs of aging. In a corner, a grandfather clock ticked steadily, its hands unmoving. Sounds from beyond the inn's walls reached my ears, distant conversations, laughter and music, muffled as if underwater. Peering out the windows, I saw only empty streets obscured by the thickening fog. Shadows danced in the mist, hinting at movement that vanished when I tried to focus on them. In a sitting room, an old radio crackled with life, emitting fragments of old conversations, snatches of songs, and occasional laughter. The voices sounded warm yet hollow, like distant echoes. Time seemed to lose its grip as I drifted between wakefulness and slumber, where dreams melded with reality like watercolors in the rain. In those elusive moments, I grasped a fragment of understanding about this place, a village existing in a pause between seconds, in a realm of perpetual twilight, soft rain, and gentle enigma. When I eventually stirred from the chair, I couldn't discern whether minutes or hours had passed. The fog outside began to dissipate, offering fleeting glimpses of the world beyond. Returning to my car, I found the engine running smoothly, as if it had never faltered. Driving away, I watched the village fade into the mist behind me, like a dream vanishing upon waking. To this day, on rainy evenings when fog descends and the light turns golden, I catch whiffs of that unique blend of wood smoke and honeysuckle. The memory evokes a tender melancholy, akin to recalling a forgotten childhood lullaby. Somewhere amidst the raindrops, in the pause between heartbeats, I believe the village endures. Its windows glow with warmth, its empty streets echo with distant laughter, and its shadows dance with unseen figures, all waiting in that eternal twilight for the next weary soul to stumble upon its gentle mysteries. Story 28. The soft melody of raindrops tapping against the windows of my humble cottage filled the air, a gentle lullaby from nature itself. Nestled in my cozy armchair, wrapped in a knitted blanket that whispered warmth, I gazed out at the droplets meandering down the glass, painting intricate patterns with delicate strokes. The evening had descended early, a common occurrence in the autumn season, bringing a unique tranquility that stretched beyond the usual serenity of my woodland abode. My cup of tea sat neglected, its warmth fading on the side table, as my attention was captured by the mystical allure of the forest beyond the rain-splattered window. The ancient trees, stoic sentinels that had witnessed epochs before my time, swayed ever so gently in an unseen breeze, their movements synchronized in a mesmerizing dance. The soft glow of my reading lamp cast flickering shadows that waltzed across the room, illuminating the wooden walls with pools of amber light that seemed to breathe with life. As the darkness cloaked the forest outside, a peculiar quality enveloped the night. It was not merely an absence of light, but a profound depth that pulsed with its own quiet rhythm. Setting aside my book, an unexplained urge drew me to the window, my hand pressing against the cool glass. In that moment, a subtle vibration, akin to a distant heartbeat echoing through the earth, reverberated beneath my touch. The rain continued its gentle symphony, revealing a hidden language in its cascading droplets, a melody as intricate as a musical score written in water. The rain ebbed and flowed, mimicking the cadence of breathing, a slow, peaceful inhalation and exhalation. Stepping onto the covered porch, I surrendered to the embrace of the rainfall, the scent of damp earth and pine mingling with a sweeter, ancient fragrance, redolent of old tomes and morning mist. Each breath felt weighty, as if the act of breathing forged a connection to a cosmic tapestry that had always existed, yet remained unseen. Amidst the deepening darkness, the silhouettes of the nearby trees swayed with a graceful elegance, casting intricate patterns against the clouded sky, like ripples on a tranquil pond. The wind chimes, suspended from the porch roof, hung still, a curious detail that beckoned contemplation rather than alarm. Enveloped in the cool night air, a subtle sound, almost imperceptible, brushed against my senses, a whisper of turning pages, a rustle of silk. It seemed to emanate from all directions, rising and falling in harmony with the forest's rhythmic breath. The wooden boards beneath my bare feet vibrated in resonance with that gentle pulse, a sensation that coursed through my body, causing me to sway involuntarily, syncing with the forest's tranquil heartbeat. In that timeless moment, the darkness deepened, not as a veil of obscurity, but as a tableau of texture and depth. Shapes danced within it, indistinct yet devoid of menace, moving in synchrony with the forest's slow, enigmatic waltz. Soft lights flickered between the trees, not harsh beams but organic glimmers, reminiscent of starlight filtered through foliage or the soft luminescence of ancient wood. These ephemeral beacons, appearing and fading with the forest's breath, hinted at a shared awareness, a communion with the nocturnal mysteries. Each breath I drew carried with it a symphony of sensations, the mineral tang of rain-soaked stone, the earthy perfume of hidden fungi, the sweet decay of autumn leaves melding into the earth. As the rain eased, a subtle orchestra of sounds emerged, the creak of wood, the rustle of leaves, and beneath it all, the ever-present, barely there pulse that intertwined with my heartbeat, merging into a seamless duet. A soft breeze stirred the wind chimes, their melodious song blending harmoniously with the forest's nocturnal symphony. The metallic tones resonated with tales of roots delving into the earth, of seasons eternally turning, of creatures inhabiting the shadows between the trees, living out their silent narratives. In the depth of night, I found solace in simply being, as the boundary between observer and observed blurred, melding into the forest's essence. The arboreal dance continued, revealing an interconnectedness that transcended mere perception, from the rain's rhythm to the earth's pulse, from the sap flowing beneath bark to the beat of my own heart. When I eventually retreated indoors, a profound shift had occurred within me, an awakening to the forest's pulsing heartbeat that transcended mere existence. Returning to my armchair, I left the curtains open, a cup of fresh rainwater replacing the forgotten tea, its taste a symphony of earthy minerals, fallen leaves, and a whisper of moonlight on damp bark. As I drifted towards slumber, the forest's rhythm cradled me, my breath entwined with its ancient cadence. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I grasped the truth that the forest had always been breathing, always dancing in its slow, majestic rhythm. My awareness heightened. I felt the forest's breath as my own, a symbiotic unity that felt as natural as the turning of the seasons. Even now, as I pen these words by lamplight, the forest's pulse echoes within me. In the hushed stillness of night, I find myself swaying to its rhythm, attuned to its whispered tales woven from raindrops and rustling leaves, from creaking branches and settling soil. The forest breathes, and I breathe in harmony, embracing a timeless connection that transcends understanding, a communion with the ancient mysteries that dwell within this ethereal realm. Story 29. The gentle twilight hues painted the sky with a soft glow, creating a tranquil atmosphere around my grandmother's rustic cabin. Seeking solace from the chaos of modern life, I found myself entangled in a mystery that would forever alter my perception of the natural world. Nestled at the foot of an ancient mountain, the cabin stood as a sentinel against time, its silhouette a constant presence in every window, watching over the valley like a guardian. In those initial days of solitude, the mountain's towering presence brought me a sense of reassurance, as if it held the secrets of generations within its emerald pine-clad slopes. Each morning, the symphony of birdsong greeted the dawn, a soothing melody that seeped through the wooden walls, accompanied by the soft creaking of the aged floorboards. The fragrance of pine and dew wafted in through the windows, promising another serene day ahead. Yet on the fourth morning, a peculiar stillness descended. The birds fell silent abruptly, their absence unsettling in the otherwise peaceful landscape. As I sipped tea on the porch, observing the mist cascading down the mountainside, I noticed a subtle shift in the mountain's rugged features, an inexplicable change that captivated my attention. I spent hours capturing the enigmatic essence of the mountain on paper, its shadows and contours elusive, evading my attempts to grasp their true nature. That night, a dream of eyes opening in the mountainside haunted my slumber, leaving me with a sense of unease upon waking. To my astonishment, my sketchbook contained intricate drawings I had no recollection of creating, mysterious patterns that seemed to ripple with unseen energy. Subtle disturbances began to manifest within the cabin, objects subtly rearranging themselves in a subtle dance of mystery. The mountain itself underwent imperceptible transformations, rocks shifting, trees leaning in unnatural angles, all seemingly directed towards the cabin. A pervasive sensation of being observed lingered in the air, weaving through the valley like a silent whisper. I discerned a rhythm in the movement of shadows across the landscape, defying the natural order, as if the valley held its breath in anticipation. Vivid dreams filled with cryptic languages and ancient echoes plagued my nights, leaving traces of pine needles on my pillow and the scent of earth clinging to my being. One serene evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, I witnessed a mesmerizing spectacle on the mountainside. Sections of rock shifting like a living entity adjusting its posture. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility washed over me, drawing me to spend more time on the porch, engaging in a silent dialogue with the ancient observer. The locals' taciturn demeanor towards the mountain hinted at a deeper reverence, a shared understanding of its enigmatic nature. Weeks passed, unveiling the mountain's timeless awareness, a consciousness indifferent yet all-knowing, encompassing our existence in its vast scope. My grandmother's journals echoed my experiences, revealing her intimate knowledge of the Watcher on high and the secrets held within the valley. As twilight descends, I pen these words bathed in the gentle light, feeling the mountain's presence like a tangible embrace. The shadows in the room seem to form intricate patterns, conveying unspoken truths, while the cabin itself adjusts to face the ancient sentinel outside. Some mysteries, I realize, are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled, offering a glimpse into a world beyond comprehension. The bird's melodies now carry deeper meanings, bridging the gap between the valley and its timeless guardian. Stepping onto the porch one final time, I am met by the mountain's unwavering silhouette, a silent witness softened by starlight. In the quiet valley beneath the ancient peak, observe the quality of silence, the movements of shadows, and the whispers of the wind. For therein lies a truth. Some mountains not only exist, but observe, remember, and in their ancient wisdom, know. Story 30. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended harmoniously with the soft tap of raindrops on the windshield, creating a tranquil cadence that mirrored the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat. The night enveloped my vehicle in a velvety embrace, its darkness pierced only by the warm glow of my headlights illuminating the path ahead. It felt like I had been driving for an eternity, yet my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had passed since I departed from the quaint diner where I had paused for a cup of coffee. The road unfurled endlessly before me, a ribbon of ebony asphalt vanishing into the misty obscurity. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their branches swaying gently in the autumn breeze, casting shifting shadows that danced across my route. The faint scent of damp earth and pine needles wafted in through the cracked window, usually a source of solace, but tonight it carried a heightened intensity, an almost ethereal quality that tingled my senses. A peculiar realization dawned on me. The mile markers seemed to be looping back on themselves. Initially, I dismissed it as fatigue-induced trickery of the mind, but as I pressed on, the repetition grew unmistakable. Mile 47 would drift by, followed by 48, 49, 50, and inexplicably, 47 reappeared. My logical mind attempted to rationalize. Maybe there were duplicate sections of road with identical markers, or perhaps wariness was clouding my perception. The soft jazz on the radio faded into crackling static, prompting me to reach for the dial in vain. Beneath the white noise, faint whispers murmured, indiscernible yet chilling enough to raise the hairs on my neck. Opting for the soothing patter of rain and the swish of wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened, I glimpsed other vehicles trailing behind me, or rather, the same vintage car, a relic from the 1950s, its chrome accents gleaming dimly in my taillights. It would materialize in my rearview mirror at precise intervals, maintaining a consistent distance for exactly 3 minutes before vanishing around a bend, only to reappear when I checked again. The clock on the dashboard captured my attention, frozen at 11:47 p.m. I vividly recalled it displaying the same time when I first noticed the recurring mile markers, an hour that seemed to have lingered. Pulling into a rest area, yearning for clarity and perhaps guidance from fellow travelers, I found the lot deserted except for a solitary street lamp casting a golden pool on the rain-kissed pavement. Stepping out, the air felt dense, as if time itself had congealed. The rain had dwindled to a mist, hanging suspended in the light's glow. A weathered information board beckoned, its map depicting bewildering patterns defying logic, with a handwritten note cryptically stating, "Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you." Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle from my mirror now sat nearby, untouched by the rain, exuding the scent of aged leather and pipe tobacco. Though vacant, it felt alive with a lingering presence. Resuming my journey, subtle metamorphoses unfurled in the landscape, trees looming taller, their boughs forming natural arches engulfing the road, shrouding my headlights in mystery. The once distant fog now billowed in lazy undulations across the path, revealing fleeting visages and shapes that vanished as swiftly as they appeared. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the previous, down to the puddle patterns on the ground, and predictably, the vintage car awaited, empty yet imbued with an enigmatic aura. Days seemed to pass as I traversed this unending road, the clock obstinately stuck at 11:47 p.m. The fuel gauge remained perpetually half full, and my coffee cup retained its warmth. Fellow travelers drifted past in serene contemplation, prompting me to ponder if they too were ensnared in this tranquil temporal loop. Strangely, the desire to return to conventional roads waned. A peculiar comfort enveloped me in this realm, where time held no sway, where the voyage itself morphed into both destination and purpose. The static whispers now felt familiar, almost melodic, while the fog's shapes resembled long-lost companions. Comprehension dawned regarding the note's cryptic message on transformation. Each passage of Mile 47 revealed new revelations, unseen tree patterns, nuanced light shifts, and unheard melodies within the static whispers. The road remained constant, yet my perception evolved, akin to a melody unveiling hidden depths with each rendition. Navigating the eternal night, a realization crystallized. This unending road might not be a snare, but a boon for those embracing its infinite enigma. The rain persisted in its gentle lullaby on the windshield, as I anticipated the familiar mile marker 47 beckoning ahead. This time, a newfound revelation awaited, an uncharted facet concealed until the moment of enlightenment. On a road sans conclusion, infinite beginnings unfurled, inviting the exploration of concealed mysteries, the unraveling of enigmatic layers, and the metamorphosis into a novel self. With the soft purr of my engine as a companion, the gentle rain as a guide, and the hushed whispers of a road without terminus, I pressed onward into the endless expanse of the unknown. Story 31. The soft murmur of an autumn breeze carried the faintest echo of distant bells through my bedroom window, their delicate chimes blending with the tranquility of the night. Initially, I brushed off the sound as a figment of my imagination, a whimsical dance of the wind among the ancient oak trees enveloping my grandmother's Victorian estate. The grand old clock in the hallway marked just past midnight, its rhythmic ticking harmonizing with the enigmatic tolls that seemed to hover on the fringes of awareness. It had been only 3 weeks since I inherited the house, and each night unfurled new revelations about its essence and enigmas. The time-worn floorboards that sang with a peculiar melody, the way shadows waltzed across the walls adorned with vintage wallpaper when the moon played hide-and-seek with passing clouds, and now these bells, so ethereal they could have been spun from moonbeams themselves. Emerging from my bed, I enveloped myself in the embrace of my grandmother's cherished cashmere shawl, its well-worn scent of lavender, and time-weaving nostalgic memories of childhood visits. The house took on a different aura at night, a heightened sense of vitality, as if the darkness coaxed it to shed its daytime facade. My silent steps on the plush oriental carpets led me towards the window, drawn by the ethereal whispers of the mysterious bells. Below, the garden lay draped in the silvery glow of moonlight, with dew-kissed leaves shimmering like scattered jewels. The ancient fountain at its heart stood motionless, its stone cherub frozen in an eternal song, yet I felt as though it too was listening. The bell tones chimed once more, clearer this time, carrying a melody that tugged at the corners of my memory, reminiscent of a half-forgotten lullaby from my early years. Despite the countless tales my grandmother shared during our twilight conversations over chamomile tea, she had never mentioned these bells. She would regale me with stories of the generations that had graced the halls of this house, her silver hair catching the flickering firelight as she painted vivid pictures of the past. Yet the source of the bells remained a veiled enigma, as elusive as the mist at dawn. Sinking into the plush window seat, I drew my knees close and observed as tendrils of fog crept over the garden. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, its sweetness mingling with the earthy scent of autumn's decay. The bell tolls seemed to merge with the mist, intertwining like threads of silver in an ancient tapestry. A notion nudged me towards the library downstairs, where my grandmother's collection of historical tomes might harbor clues. The The prospect of delving into those leather-bound volumes, redolent with the musty perfume of time-stained paper, beckoned me from my reverie. Each step down the grand staircase synchronized with the soft toll of the bells, as though they were guiding my descent. The library door creaked open with a sigh, welcoming me with the familiar aroma of aged books. Moonbeams filtered through the tall windows, casting elongated shadows among the towering bookcases. My fingers traced along the weathered spines until they alighted on the section dedicated to local lore, each book a portal to bygone eras. As I selected one volume, a yellowed piece of paper fluttered to the floor like an autumn leaf. Its edges were frayed with age, the creases well worn as if it had been folded and unfolded countless times. My grandmother's graceful script adorned the page in faded ink, recounting tales of bells that once adorned a chapel long vanished, said to ring of their own accord on nights when the veil between realms grew thin. According to her musings, the chapel had once stood where the garden now flourished, its remnants concealed beneath the blooming roses and ivy. The bells had disappeared when the chapel was razed over a century ago, yet their ethereal music endured, a spectral echo refusing to fade into silence. My grandmother too had heard their haunting melody on nights akin to this one, when the moon rained full and autumn's mist draped the grounds. A soft peal drew my gaze back to the windows. The fog had thickened, transforming the garden into a phantasmal tableau where forms seemed to shift and meld. For a fleeting moment, I glimpsed the silhouette of a stone chapel emerging from the mist, its bell tower stretching towards the starlit heavens. But in the blink of an eye, the garden reappeared, serene and still beneath the moon's benevolent gaze. Retreating to my chamber, I carried my grandmother's note with me, its presence a soothing balm. The spectral bells continued their ephemeral serenade, their harmonies now resembling a lullaby rather than a riddle to be unraveled. Perhaps some mysteries were destined to elude our comprehension, residing in the twilight realm between reality and reverie. Drifting towards slumber, cocooned in the warmth of ancestral wool and familial reminiscences, the spectral bells blended with the steady pulse of the house. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehended why my grandmother had kept silent about them. Some experiences were too sacred, too intimate to be elucidated through mere words. On certain nights, the bells still echo their ethereal melodies, weaving tales of those who once tread these halls, of love and loss, of time's eternal waltz. I have not sought further revelations beyond that solitary note, opting instead to let the enigma linger. Like the house itself, certain truths are meant to be felt rather than fathomed, experienced rather than articulated. And so I listen, as my grandmother did before me, to the gentle chiming of bells that dwell in the twilight realm between memory and mystery, their song a testament that the most exquisite wonders in life reside in the spaces between knowledge and imagination. Story 32. The wooden steps whispered beneath my feet as I climbed the ancient abode of the lighthouse keeper, a place where time waltzed in a different rhythm, where dreams and reality intertwined in a delicate dance. The autumn breeze tenderly caressed the weathered walls outside, serenading the structure with a melodic hum that seemed to resonate deep within its very core. Guided by my grandmother's letter, I found myself enveloped in a world where the past whispered secrets in the language of the wind. Fragrances of old books, sea salt, and rain-soaked wood mingled in the air, creating a tapestry of scents that told tales of bygone days. Tracing my fingers along the intricate carvings of the mahogany banister on the third-floor landing, I felt the history etched into every groove, every imperfection smoothed by the passage of time. The evening light filtered through tall, arched windows, casting elongated shadows that danced gracefully across the faded wallpaper. A silent ballet unfolding before my eyes. Nestled in my coat pocket, my grandmother's final letter beckoned with promises of hidden truths. The tower holds secrets, her elegant script whispered. Secrets that beckon softly, that invite rather than startle. Follow the path of the leaning shadow, dear one, and discover what others have long forgotten. Upon reaching the top floor, I entered a circular room bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the amber sunlight, illuminating the carefully curated furniture. A high-backed reading chair, a small table with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was the tower itself, visible through the eastern window, that captured my gaze. Its defiant lean defied logic, a silent sentinel against the darkening sky. Nestling into the welcoming embrace of the reading chair, the leather molded to my form as if anticipating my arrival. The brass lamp cast a soft, comforting glow that barely grazed the room's edges, leaving them veiled in a cloak of shadow. From below, the gentle creaks and settling of the wood created a soothing cadence, as if the very building exhaled in contentment. For 4 decades, my grandmother had dwelled within these walls, a keeper of the lighthouse and its enigmatic enigmas. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, recounting tales of ethereal lights flickering in the tower at odd hours, of melodies drifting from unseen sources, of visitors departing with serene smiles, their newfound knowledge safeguarded within their hearts. As the sun descended, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, defied convention, tracing an intricate pattern across the floor. Rather than a linear progression, it danced, caressing objects in the room, a silver box, an aged compass, before ultimately settling on a nondescript section of the paneling. Adhering to my grandmother's guidance, I awaited until the shadow aligned perfectly with a concealed seam. With a gentle push, the panel swung inward, unveiling a narrow passageway spiraling upwards into the heart of the tower. The air that greeted me bore a peculiar warmth and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved bloom. Smooth stones lined the passage, emitting a soft, ethereal glow that illuminated my ascent. The walls bore inscriptions that danced and shifted, defying my attempts to decipher their meaning. The tower's lean intensified as I climbed, yet I maintained an effortless equilibrium, as if the unnatural angle was the tower's true nature. Emerging into the upper chamber, I beheld a space that transcended the tower's physical confines. Windows framed vistas of serene seas at sunset, star-strewn skies, and otherworldly landscapes that eluded recognition. At the room's center stood a peculiar contraption, a fusion of astronomical instrument and music box, its brass and copper gleaming in the mystic light. Components moved with a fluid grace, devoid of any visible mechanism propelling them. Beside it lay a leather-bound notebook inscribed with my grandmother's wisdom. "My dearest," the first page beckoned, "you have arrived at the heart of it all. The tower awaits you, as it awaited me and those before us. What lies before you is not just an instrument, but a key to unlocking the subtle mysteries that reside in the spaces between moments, in the breathless pauses, in the silence between heartbeats." The subsequent pages unfolded not as directives, but as lyrical whispers, a symphony of physics and dreams guiding my hands. They spoke of attuning to the instrument's desires through intuition, of harmonizing with the tower's lean to unlock hidden truths. As night draped the world in obsidian velvet, comprehension dawned. The tower's slant was not a flaw but a design, positioned precisely to capture ephemeral currents of time and possibility that eluded mortal sight. The instrument sculpted these currents into experiences beyond quantification, to be felt and cherished, but never captured. Hours melted like wax in a flame as I communed with the instrument, learning its melodies, sensing its responses to the gentlest caress. Through the windows, fleeting glimpses of other epochs unfolded, a youthful visage akin to my grandmother's, marveling at the horizon, children from a bygone era frolicking in a vanished garden, vessels sailing under unborn constellations. With the deepening night came a profound tranquility. I comprehended why my grandmother likened the tower's secrets to whispers, gentle enigmas meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. As dawn tiptoed closer, I retraced my steps down the spiraling passage, re-emerging into the circular chamber as the first blush of morning painted the sky in pastel hues. The tower's shadow now stretched westward, heralding a new day, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic dance with the dusk's descent. Nestling once more into the reading chair, I felt the weight of the night's revelations envelop me like a cocoon of serenity. The brass lamp's glow intertwined with the dawning light filtering through the windows. In the distance, seabirds sang their salutations to the new day. Their voices carried on the ethereal breeze that whispered through the tower's walls. My grandmother's missive bore a different essence now, a testament to a legacy unfolding before me, its depths waiting to be plumbed. The tower would persist in its celestial lean, cradling moments and mysteries within its embrace, and I would stand witness, a custodian of its gentle secrets. The morning light burgeoned, yet I lingered in the chair, attuned to the edifice's tranquil respiration, feeling time meandering both forward and askew through the tower's angled realm. There existed more to explore, more to fathom, but for now, the simple act of being present sufficed. In this place where reality bowed slightly to permit magic's passage, where mysteries whispered rather than clamored, the tower maintained its vigil, leaning eternally towards the heavens, weaving tales akin to stardust, imparting them to those attuned to listen not with ears alone, but with hearts agape. Story 33. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows weaved a tranquil melody that danced through the deserted chapel. Seated in the back pew, my fingertips traced the weathered wooden surface, each groove a story etched by the hands of time. The air carried a familiar blend of aged books, melted beeswax, and a subtle mustiness that lingered in the sacred air. It wasn't my intention to spend the evening here, but the sudden autumn storm had urged me to seek refuge. The heavy doors groaned open at my touch, as if anticipating my presence. Now, as I listened to the rain outside, a strange gratitude welled within me for this unforeseen moment of solitude. The chapel itself was a sanctuary of shadows and murmurs. Rows of empty pews stretched out before me, their dark wood glistening faintly under the dim light filtering through the windows. The vaulted ceiling vanished into darkness above, its intricate woodwork blending into the dusk. At the front, barely visible, stood the altar, a modest stone structure cradling centuries of whispered prayers within its weathered facade. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A soft, warm glow flickered from behind the altar, in a space that should have been veiled in shadow. The light held a steady rhythm akin to a candle, yet it moved with a cadence that seemed to breathe. Mesmerized by its gentle pulse, I pondered whether to explore its source. The rational part of my mind suggested a forgotten candle left burning, perhaps by the caretaker, though signs of recent activity were absent. However, there was something about the quality of that light that set it apart from any candle I had encountered. Rising from my seat, I advanced cautiously, my steps barely audible on the ancient stone floor. The air grew cooler as I drew nearer to the altar. That mysterious light continued its rhythmic dance, casting shifting shadows that seemed to stir on their own across the chapel walls. The scent in the air shifted too. Beneath the familiar mustiness, a hint of freshness lingered, like dew-kissed grass at dawn. As I turned the corner of the altar, instead of a candle, I discovered a small alcove that had eluded my notice before. The light emanated from within, its source shrouded in mystery. The alcove was adorned with faded frescoes, their colors muted by time, yet they captured and reflected that enigmatic glow, making the painted figures appear to come alive. I leaned closer, trying to decipher the details of the paintings. They depicted a procession of robed figures, each carrying an object aglow with the same warm light I now beheld. Yet the longer I gazed, the more the images seemed to shift and transform, as if the procession was in motion along the alcove walls. The sound of the rain softened, or perhaps my awareness of it faded. The air around me hummed with a gentle energy, akin to the hush before a summer storm, yet devoid of menace. The strange light pulsed once, twice, and faint whispers, in a language unfamiliar yet soothing, brushed against my senses. Tentatively, I reached out, almost touching the wall where the light shone brightest. The space beneath my fingertips felt warm and almost tangible, like sunlight taking shape. For a fleeting instant, faces materialized in that radiance, serene and smiling, before melting back into the soft glow. Time seemed to waver as I stood there. The light remained constant, yet it seemed to respond to my presence. Occasionally, I caught glimpses in my periphery, robed figures gliding among the pews, or the flicker of candle flames appearing and vanishing in the shadows. But whenever I turned to face them directly, only the tranquil chapel greeted me, steeped in its solitude. A distant rumble of thunder nudged me back to reality. The storm was receding, its voice now a gentle murmur. I realized I had lost track of time, standing entranced by that mysterious light. My limbs felt stiff, yet a profound calm settled within me, a tranquility I hadn't felt in ages. Reluctantly stepping away from the alcove, I noticed a subtle change. The animated frescoes now appeared as mere faded paintings on ancient walls. Yet the light persisted, pulsing with that same gentle rhythm, akin to a heartbeat or a breath. I retraced my steps through the chapel, each stride feeling like a dream's gentle caress. When I reached the imposing doors, I cast one final glance back. The light remained, a warm beacon beckoning from beyond the altar. As I watched, it pulsed once more, and a soft sigh, more felt than heard, echoed through the empty expanse. Beyond the chapel, the rain had transformed into a gentle mist. The air was crisp and pure, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumn leaves. Walking away, I pondered the nature of that light, whether it had always existed, awaiting discovery by those in need of its solace, or if it appeared only to select individuals at specific junctures. I've revisited the chapel countless times since that rainy evening. Sometimes the light lingers, pulsating with its serene rhythm. Other times, I find only shadows and silence. Yet each visit leaves me with the same sense of peace, a reminder that mysteries exist in this world that need not be unraveled, only embraced and cherished. Even now, on quiet evenings when rain taps against my window, my thoughts drift to that light. In my recollection, it flickers like a distant star, a reminder that some enigmas are best left unsolved, and that not everything that shines in the darkness requires understanding to be cherished. Story 34. The gentle glow of streetlights filtered through a soft autumn mist, creating elongated shadows that swayed with a mysterious grace. The cobblestones beneath my feet shimmered with evening dew, each step echoing through the serene alley. Tall brick buildings loomed on either side, their weathered facades bearing the marks of time. Though I had traversed this path countless times, tonight held a peculiar aura. The air itself seemed to hush, a stillness that enveloped everything in a quiet embrace. The scents of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cool stone hung in the air with deliberate clarity. As I walked, the shadows lingered, stretching and bending in a mesmerizing dance that defied the logic of the streetlights. Each tap of my shoes on the cobblestones reverberated through the silence, painting a solitary rhythm in the tranquil night. To my right, an antique shop stood, its window displaying an array of curiosities: brass candlesticks, aged photographs, and delicate porcelain figures. Yet tonight, these objects seemed to have shifted, as if rearranged by unseen hands. A photograph in particular drew my gaze, depicting a misty alley reminiscent of the one I now stood in. The mist thickened, not forebodingly, but like a gentle veil settling over the world. It carried a faint metallic tang, evoking memories of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber light of the street lamps took on a pulsating quality, as if they breathed in harmony with the night. Continuing my journey, subtle changes revealed themselves. The shadows cast by the antique shop's items no longer matched their sources, moving fluidly in a silent ballet of shapes and forms just beyond recognition. Yet there was no fear in their movements, only a captivating tranquility. The sound of my footsteps was absorbed by the brick walls, wrapping me in a cocoon of quietude. The air grew thick with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no such establishments lined the alley. Specks of light drifted lazily through the mist, akin to fireflies on a summer eve. I found myself entranced, slowing my pace to immerse in the hypnotic ambience. The shadows responded to my presence, reaching out tentatively, before retreating with a graceful elegance. The antique shop's window now reflected more than mere objects. Within its glass, layers of time overlapped, revealing ghostly figures from bygone eras. They moved soundlessly, caught in an eternal loop of existence, oblivious to the present moment. The mist wove intricate patterns in the air, almost like cryptic messages inscribed in smoke. The shadows took on clearer forms now, hinting at the lives and stories that once graced the alley. Forgotten merchants, Victorian ladies, children at play. Approaching the alley's end, I noticed a peculiarity in my own shadow. It moved independently, mirroring my gestures with a thoughtful delay. This subtle divergence felt comforting, a whisper of time's fluidity. The air warmed, carrying whispers of chamomile and lavender from unseen sources. The mist pulsed gently with an inner light, casting a serene glow over the surroundings. The brick walls seemed to breathe, recalling memories of countless interactions etched into their very being. The touch of hands, whispered conversations, the passage of seasons. Patterns emerged on the cobblestones, tales of the alley's past unfolding in a silent dance of light and shadow. Time lost its grip as I stood amidst this living history, the mist enfolding me in a gentle embrace. The boundary between observer and participant blurred, merging me into the ongoing saga of the alley. As night deepened, the shadows grew more defined, yet retained a gentle demeanor. They moved with purpose, forming shapes that hinted at doorways to other times. Through these shadowy portals, glimpses of past eras flickered, carriages gliding silently, gas lamps aglow, figures from a bygone age. The antique shop's window became a canvas for these temporal echoes, shifting and transforming with each viewing angle, narrating tales through subtle shifts and reflections. My shadow joined the silent ballet, seamlessly blending into the intricate choreography on the cobblestones. The experience was not unsettling, but profoundly serene, as if finding my place in a timeless performance. Upon deciding to leave, my shadow hesitated briefly before trailing behind. The mist parted gently, bidding me farewell with the soft light of the street lamps. The comforting scents of chamomile and old books faded, leaving behind a dreamlike memory. Glancing back, I witnessed the shadows continuing their silent narrative, weaving tales in the interplay of light and dark. The antique shop window reflected a final image, my own figure, moving through the alley, a ghost of time indiscernible. Such distinctions no longer mattered. Carrying the peace of that night, I journeyed home, knowing the alley would forever hold a different allure. The shadows would dance on, sharing their silent stories with those willing to pause and listen. And sometimes on quiet evenings veiled in mist, I returned to join their graceful performance, adding my shadow to their eternal, silent symphony. Story 35. The soft murmur of the wind as it weaved through the ancient pines greeted me on that tranquil morning stroll along the meandering mountain path. Each step I took, gently pressing against the fallen needles, created a soothing symphony that harmonized with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The mist hung low, a comforting shroud enveloping the towering trees like a tender embrace, muffling even the faintest whispers of the wild. Solitary hikes had always beckoned to me, offering solace in the silent bosom of nature. But on this particular morning, an eerie sense of difference lingered in the air. The stillness was profound, deeper than any silence I had ever known. Even the usual melody of birdsong was absent, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack was an old leather journal, its pages brimming with enigmatic musings about this very mountain range. I had stumbled upon it at an estate sale, a treasure trove of peculiar observations, penned by an elderly naturalist who had roamed these lands for decades. His writing spoke of peculiar occurrences in these lofty heights, places where sound seemed to pool and gather like water in hidden valleys, where distant whispers resonated with crystal clarity, while nearby shouts faded into nothingness. As I ascended higher, the mist thickened and the silence grew more profound. The comforting cadence of my footsteps, which had accompanied me earlier, now felt distant and faint, as though belonging to another realm. The air took on a weighty presence, a gentle but insistent pressure against my ears. Pausing to sip from my canteen, the sound of swallowing reverberated oddly in my head, casting doubt on whether I truly heard it with my ears or some deeper sense. The journal spoke of a specific clearing, adorned with a circle of weathered stones, where the silence purportedly reached its zenith. According to the naturalist's accounts, those who chanced upon it often encountered something he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks. Yet as his entries neared their conclusion, his descriptions grew increasingly enigmatic, fragmented. Turning a bend around a colossal boulder, I caught sight of what had to be the fabled clearing. 7 ancient stones, each standing at waist height, formed a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and pirouetted between them, moving with an almost purposeful grace. The air within the circle hung motionless, yet the mist continued its hypnotic dance. Stepping into the midst of those stones, a subtle shift washed over me. The pressure in my ears heightened, not uncomfortably, but akin to a gentle submersion in warm waters. The silence here bore a different quality, vibrant and attentive, as though it possessed a listening soul of its own. My breath was no longer audible, yet I sensed the rise and fall of my chest. The crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had vanished entirely. Seating myself at the heart of the circle, leaning against one of the smaller stones, I unfurled the journal. The naturalist's final words beckoned me. The silence speaks in whispers of memory. It reveals what you must hear, if only you listen with more than just your ears. Reading those lines, a shift occurred within my senses. The silence took on layers, textures of transparent fabric gliding against each other. Within that profound stillness, I discerned sounds that defied logic. The laughter of children at play in a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the gentle patter of summer rain on a tin roof from days long past. These were not mere recollections or echoes. They felt immediate, present, yet impossibly distant, as if the silence itself acted as a conduit to moments far removed in time. Closing my eyes, I allowed these phantom sounds to cascade over me, each carrying not only the auditory essence of memory, but the full sensory spectrum, the fragrance of my grandmother's lavender perfume, the caress of warm summer breezes, the taste of raindrops on my tongue. Time slipped away unnoticed as I sat ensconced in this cocoon of living silence. By the time I reopened my eyes, the sun had begun its descent, its feeble light barely piercing the eternal mist enshrouding the circle. Rising to leave, I caught a sight that gave me pause. My shadow on the ground was not alone. Faint yet distinct silhouettes danced at the periphery of my vision. Directly gazing at them caused their disappearance, yet their presence lingered in some unseen realm. The journal bore a final scribble, penned in shaky script on its concluding page. They are the guardians of quiet places, the custodians of forgotten sounds. They harbor no ill intent, merely a desire to share their treasury with those attuned to listen. Descending the mountain, the normal cacophony of the world gradually returned. The crunch of my footsteps, the whisper of wind in the trees, the distant call of a solitary bird. Yet an indelible mark had been left upon me by the silence, a gentle resonance humming within my bones. Sometimes in the hushed moments before slumber, I catch echoes of those impossible sounds borne on currents of silence. And on nights shrouded in darkness, when the world holds its breath, I swear I glimpse those shadows at the edge of sight, patiently awaiting to impart their symphony of collected echoes to those who truly heed. The naturalist spoke true. The mountain harbors secrets within its silence, tales woven in the absence of sound. Despite my numerous returns to that mystical place, the clearing has eluded me since that first encounter. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who crave the wisdom whispered by silence. Or perchance, like the shadows in their trove of sounds, it exists in the liminal spaces between moments, where silence grows profound enough to articulate its truths. Story 36. The gentle patter of raindrops upon my bedroom window had evolved into a soothing melody in these recent weeks. Every night, as the early darkness of autumn enveloped the world, I found myself irresistibly drawn to that window, captivated by the peculiar glow emanating from the abandoned house across the garden. This wasn't the harsh glare of a forgotten lamp or the cold beam of a security light. No, this light possessed a quality so unique, so enchanting, that it seemed to pulse with a gentle, breathing radiance of its own. As the rain fell tonight in a mesmerizing rhythm, creating intricate patterns on the glass, the air carried the earthy fragrance of wet soil and fallen leaves, while distant thunder whispered softly across the sky, sharing its secrets. My room felt snug and warm, bathed in the soft glow of my reading lamp and the familiar embrace of cozy quilts. Yet that other light from the abandoned house remained steadfast in its silent vigil. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago, on a similar rainy evening. The house had stood empty for nearly 2 years, its windows dark and void, its garden slowly reclaiming its wildness. But then, the light emerged, not from a specific window, but seeming to radiate from within the very walls, as if the house had birthed its own inner luminescence. The longer I observed it, the more its mysteries unfolded. The light never stayed still. It swayed and shifted like ethereal curtains, at times tinged with subtle hues. A touch of violet here, a whisper of azure there. Most intriguing of all was how it interacted with the rain. Droplets passing through its glow appeared to slow down, suspended in impossible moments before resuming their descent. I shared my discovery with Mrs. Sullivan, a neighbor with a comforting presence and a lifetime on our street. She listened attentively to my account, her gaze distant yet knowing. "Some lights," she remarked, stirring her tea, "aren't meant to be deciphered, dear. They're meant to be witnessed." She said no more, but I noticed how her eyes lingered on the old house when she thought no one was watching. With the passing weeks, I observed subtle transformations taking place. The wild roses in the forsaken garden, expected to wither in the advancing autumn, continued to blossom. Their petals captured the mysterious light, creating miniature constellations in the unkempt yard. Moths congregated in unusual numbers, their wings aglow like fragments of moonlight. On serene nights when the world held its breath, I almost sensed a presence within the light. Not quite a sound, but akin to the memory of music, hovering on the edge of perception. It evoked faint lullabies and the distant echo of wind chimes. I began documenting my observations in a journal, noting how the light's essence shifted with the weather, the hour of night, and even my own emotions. During moments of tranquility, the glow exuded a golden warmth, reminiscent of honey and sunlight. In times of melancholy, it veered into deeper blues and greens, as if mirroring my inner state. The house itself seemed to be evolving, albeit subtly, prompting me to question if my eyes deceived me. The peeling paint appeared less weathered, the sagging porch less dilapidated. The windows, though still dark, no longer exuded abandonment. Instead, they bore a sense of eager anticipation, like closed eyes on the brink of opening. One memorable evening, as I sat by my window with chamomile tea, a pattern emerged in the light's movements. It seemed to be inscribing something in the air, leaving fleeting after images that almost coalesced into letters before dissolving back into radiant formlessness. I watched, transfixed for hours, my tea cooling, as the enigmatic message tantalized but never fully materialized. One morning over breakfast, Mrs. Sullivan shared a curious detail with me. Her grandmother had once resided in that house when it was new. She recounted ancestral tales of walls that sang in the night and dreams that blurred into reality. There exist places, she mused, buttering her toast with deliberate care, where the boundary between comprehension and mystery grows thin. Sometimes light finds its way through those fissures. As autumn melted into winter, more residents began to notice the light. Children paused their games to marvel at it, their faces aglow with wonder rather than fear. Elderly neighbors lingered on their porches late into the night, watching with knowing smiles. Even the local cats gravitated to the garden, basking in the inexplicable radiance. The light never waned or dimmed. If anything, it deepened, not in intensity but in complexity, akin to a symphony gaining richness with each rendition. Some nights, I awoke from dreams of floating in that gentle radiance, feeling more refreshed than I had in years. I never felt compelled to venture inside the house. It seemed unnecessary, even impertinent. The light wasn't an invitation to explore or a puzzle to unravel. It was akin to a gift to be treasured, a reminder that not everything in our world necessitates understanding to be beautiful. Now, as I sit by my window, witnessing the rain carve streams of light through the darkness, I reflect on Mrs. Sullivan's wisdom. Perhaps some lights are indeed meant solely to be beheld. In a world fixated on explanations, there lies a profound solace in allowing mystery to endure, in permitting wonder to exist unexplored. The rain maintains its gentle cadence on the glass, and across the garden, the house gleams with its inscrutable radiance. Hovering between sleep and wakefulness, I fancy I catch a glimpse of that almost music again, carrying with it the fragrance of improbable roses blooming in the winter night. And I smile, content in the certainty that some lights never cease to shine, even if their essence eludes our grasp. Story 37. The soft murmur of autumn leaves brushed against the aged wooden fence, creating a delicate harmony as I strolled through the fading light of evening. A quaint Victorian house, perched at the end of Maple Row, had become my haven, its faded grandeur and promise of tranquility drawing me in. The sprawling porch, adorned with intricate gingerbread detailing, whispered tales of yesteryears, but it was the vast backyard that captured my imagination. The air carried the essence of fallen leaves, mingled with the crisp hint of impending frost, creating a symphony of scents that filled the twilight. Standing on the back porch, witnessing the sun's final brushstrokes of amber and rose across the sky, my gaze was led to an unexpected sight. Peering beyond the tangles of wild vines and overgrown roses, a glint of metal caught my eye in the waning light. Intrigued, I descended the weathered porch steps, feeling their soft, familiar touch beneath my feet. The damp grass, glistening with evening dew, left dark imprints on my shoes as I ventured deeper into the yard. Parting a curtain of drooping willow branches, my breath caught in my chest. There, nestled in a hidden clearing, stood an abandoned playground. The metal skeleton of a swing set emerged from the ground like ancient ribs, its chain seats swaying gently in the still air. A rusty slide curved gracefully downward, etched with patterns of oxidized beauty resembling delicate frost. A small, faded merry-go-round stood frozen in time, its pastel hues ghostly under the fading light. That first evening, I stood mesmerized as twilight enveloped the playground, transforming it into a garden of shadows. The soft clinking of swing chains, barely audible, added a mysterious melody to the air. As darkness descended like a velvet cloak over the yard, I could almost swear I heard the faint echo of children's laughter, carried on the night breeze like elusive whispers in the wind. Each subsequent evening, an irresistible pull drew me back to the forgotten playground. Armed with a book, I would settle on the weathered wooden bench nearby, its surface smoothed by countless seasons of rain and sun. Occasionally, out of the corner of my eye, I would glimpse fleeting movements. A swing, swaying as if recently vacated, the merry-go-round shifting ever so slightly, or fresh footprints appearing in the morning dew where none had been the night before. On one particularly serene night, as the full moon cast its luminous glow over the trees, I heard it, the unmistakable creak of the swing set's frame. Glancing up from my book, I observed one swing moving in a perfect arc, propelled by unseen hands. The glimmering chain links sparkled in the moonlight, and an unexplainable warmth enveloped the air, defying the autumn chill. Soon, other peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Toys materialized on the playground, a worn red rubber ball, a neatly coiled jump rope at the slide's base, chalk drawings appearing and vanishing on the concrete foundation of the swing set, washed away by the morning dew. Each item seemed to belong to a different era, blurring the lines of time within the playground's boundaries. Neighbors offered conflicting tales about the playground's origins. Some claimed it was constructed in the 1950s for a neighborhood that never materialized, while others argued it was a newer addition from the 1970s, despite its aged appearance. An elderly woman reminisced about playing there as a child, but the dates she mentioned failed to align. As winter melted into spring, the playground's enigma deepened. Fresh footprints, resembling those of children, would appear on snowy mornings, leading solely to the playground and vanishing without a trace. The swing would retain a warmth even after the coldest nights, and on still evenings, melodies of children's songs floated through the air, just at the edge of perception. I meticulously documented the playground's anomalies in a journal, capturing each unexplainable event. The metal structure would hum in the wind, producing melodies tinged with familiarity. Puzzling rust patterns formed and dissolved, resembling cryptic messages in an unreadable language. A persistent feeling lingered that the playground thrived at night, existing in a realm between wakefulness and dreams. At times I would awaken to the gentle squeak of the merry-go-round spinning, its rhythmic sound seeping through my bedroom window. Peering out, I would witness its gradual rotation in the moonlight, empty yet not devoid of company. The playground exuded a presence, not menacing but observant, as if safeguarding cherished memories from fading into oblivion. The playground beckoned me more frequently as spring blossomed, inviting me to sway on the swings and listen for whispered conversations carried on the breeze, children's voices sharing secrets, dreams, and eternal games. It seemed suspended in perpetual twilight, blurring the boundaries of past and present, reality and fantasy. Passing by the slide, I sometimes caught glimpses of reflected images not entirely my own. Faint outlines of children's faces, their features blurred but their joy unmistakable. In the playground's embrace, even on the darkest nights, fear never found a foothold. Instead, a sense of belonging to something timeless and continuous pervaded, a game unfolding for generations, its rules known solely to those who had outgrown childhood and moved on. As I pen these words by lamplight, shadows dancing across the pages of my journal, the familiar creak of the swing set reaches my ears. Tonight the sound is clearer, accompanied by the gentle shuffle of footsteps on well-trodden soil. I understand that if I were to gaze out my window, I might witness the inexplicable. Children frolicking in the moon's glow, their forms translucent as morning mist, or perhaps merely the silent playground, a sentinel in the night, awaiting the next dreamers to unlock its enchantment. Yet, I choose not to look. Instead, I immerse myself in the melodic interplay of metal and memory, pondering the countless narratives held within the playground's grasp, the moments of joy and wonder it has silently observed. Tomorrow will reveal new chalk drawings, meticulously arranged toys, and fresh enigmas to unravel. The playground guards its secrets closely, unveiling them solely to those who comprehend that certain places transcend the linear passage of time, existing in a realm where childhood lingers eternally. And on the hushed nights, when the moon casts its brilliance and the air thrums with possibility, I still catch echoes of laughter, drifting like dandelion seeds through the eternal twilight of the forgotten playground. There, every game persists, every tale unfolds, and every swing sways, nudged by hands imprinted decades ago, yet somehow never truly departed. Story 38. In the quiet embrace of the night, rain tapped gently against the ancient wooden shingles, weaving a soft melody that soothed the soul. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered rocking chair, I gazed out through rain-kissed windows, where the lighthouse beam danced across the misty veil of darkness, painting ephemeral patterns upon the hanging clouds. The rhythmic creak of the chair harmonized with the distant symphony of waves crashing against unseen rocks, creating a hypnotic tempo that seemed to slow the very heartbeat of time. For 40 years, my grandfather had been the keeper of this lighthouse, passing down to me not just its physical keys, but also its hidden secrets and whispered tales. Within the walls of this aged structure, shelves upon shelves held the old logbooks, their yellowed pages telling tales of weather shifts, tidal ebbs, and peculiar occurrences that had piqued my grandfather's curiosity over the decades. Tonight held a different air, a weighty anticipation akin to the pregnant pause before a storm's release, though the barometer betrayed no signs of imminent change. The lighthouse's beam, usually a beacon of steady assurance, now seemed to pierce the veil of rain and mist with an intensity that hinted at a hidden search for something unseen. Ascending the spiral staircase, each step a familiar companion of groans and creaks, I made my way to the lantern room atop the tower. Here, surrounded by weathered brass and ancient glass that bore witness to countless tempests and starlit nights, I found solace. The colossal Fresnel lens, a century-old marvel, spun its eternal dance, casting its light over the restless sea. During my nightly rituals, a subtle shift in the beam's reflection caught my gaze. Where it typically scattered across the waters in a predictable dance, tonight it coalesced into a singular point of luminescence, a gentle glow that defied the norm. Adjusting my glasses, I peered closer through rain-splattered panes, trying to decipher the mystery before me. The glow persisted, a soft, pulsating radiance reminiscent of moonlight caressing fresh snow, hovering half a mile offshore in the deep waters. Each pulse sent ripples across the rain-dappled surface, a heartbeat echoing in the night. Recollections from my grandfather's logbooks surfaced, tales of answering lights that shimmered on dark nights, as if the lighthouse beckoned and the depths replied. Retrieving his most detailed entry, the leather-bound book cool and smooth to the touch, I found a sketch mirroring the pulsing light I now beheld, dated precisely 50 years prior to this night. His handwriting, usually steady, quivered as he recounted the light rising from the depths, a transient visitor before vanishing beneath the waves once more. As the brass clock chimed softly, reminding me of my duties, I adhered to the routine of checking fuel levels, grounding myself in the tangible amidst the enigma unfolding before me. The rain's gentle lullaby persisted, mingling with the scents of mineral oil and polished brass, anchoring me in the present moment. Hours slipped by, a dance of time and mystery, as I oscillated between observing the enigmatic light and delving into my grandfather's chronicles. The phenomena held steadfast, its pulse unwavering, as the night thickened with moisture, painting intricate frost-like patterns on the windows. With the first blush of dawn painting the eastern horizon, a subtle transformation began. The pulsing light dimmed gradually, a celestial sunset beneath the waves, leaving only a faint phosphorescence in its wake, before the waters embraced their natural cloak once more, erasing all traces of the nocturnal spectacle. Opening a fresh logbook, its pages pristine and awaiting my pen's tale, I hesitated, pondering how to convey the night's mysteries. In the end, I penned the observations with a nod to my grandfather's earlier accounts, acknowledging the threshold between comprehension and wonder. The lighthouse, a steadfast guardian through centuries, continued its timeless vigil, illuminating not just the paths of ships, but perhaps also the invisible currents that flowed between realms known and unknown. The rain waned, leaving a world reborn and ripe with untold possibilities. And so each night, I maintained my watch, noting the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms, attuned to the whispers of the deep. In the hush of rain and mist, when the veils between worlds grow thin, I await another chapter of revelation. The lighthouse stands sentinel, and I stand alongside, knowing that some mysteries are destined to linger in the shadows, like distant lights glimpsed through the rain. Story 39. The soft patter of rain against my window had evolved into a soothing melody, a nightly serenade that whispered ancient tales to my soul. Inheriting my grandmother's house had unveiled a hidden mystique within its walls, a subtle transformation that danced in the shadows and whispered secrets in the breeze. Tonight, the rain fell with a tender touch, veiling reality in a misty embrace. Each creak of the aged floorboards beneath my feet echoed with the voices of bygone years, painting a picture of memories long past. The air carried the comforting scent of old books and lavender, a nostalgic blend that transported me back to lazy Sundays spent lost in tales within the library's embrace. My nightly ritual had become a meditative dance, a careful check of every room, ensuring windows were shut tight, doors secure. The house exuded a sense of spaciousness, yet held an intimate charm that wrapped around me like a familiar embrace. The warm glow of vintage sconces cast soft pools of light, painting the wallpaper with shifting shadows that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. As I neared the end of the upstairs corridor, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The atmosphere grew heavy, tinged with a metallic taste that hinted at an impending storm. Standing before my grandmother's study door, its mahogany surface loomed taller, more imposing than before. The brass doorknob gleamed with an inner light, beckoning me with a silent invitation. Placing my hand on the familiar wood, I felt a change in the texture, as if the grain itself had awakened from a slumber. The door felt cool to the touch, a stark contrast to the warm summer night. Turning the knob, it yielded effortlessly, swinging open to reveal the study within. At first glance, everything appeared normal. The antique desk, the bookshelves, the leather armchair where my grandmother once sat. Yet a subtle wrongness hung in the air, like a discordant note in a melody. Shadows deepened in the corners, the scent of old books now laced with a sweet fragrance akin to night-blooming flowers. Stepping into the room, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight, their echoes lingering in the air. Antique volumes lined the shelves, their titles shifting in the dim light, dancing on the periphery of my vision. One book stood out, its dark binding absorbing the room's glow. As I reached for it, a ripple of movement caught my eye, shadows behind the desk stirring like water disturbed. The air grew colder, carrying scents of earth and leaves, drowning out the sound of the rain outside. A silence descended, pressing against my ears as the door clicked shut behind me, though I had not touched it. Turning back, the door appeared different, marked with symbols that seemed to shift and flow. Yet with a blink, it returned to its familiar form. Returning my gaze to the shelves, the dark volume I had reached for vanished, leaving empty space in its wake. The surrounding books seemed to lean inward, a silent attempt to close the gap. A whisper of movement brushed past, carrying a hint of lavender, my grandmother's essence. The room cocooned me in an intimate embrace, the windows reflecting only darkness, as if the outside world had faded away, leaving a comforting void. Settling into the leather armchair, shadows continued their graceful waltz, weaving intricate patterns on the walls. Time slipped away as I watched, minutes melting into hours, lost in the dance of shadows. The darkness beyond the windows took on a velvety texture, moving with unseen currents, thick with unspoken memories and untold tales. Shapes flickered in the glass, ethereal and elusive, dancing to a melody only they could hear. The door stood as a threshold, no longer just an entrance to a study, but a gateway to something vast and ancient. The brass doorknob pulsed with a heartbeat-like rhythm, inviting me to step through. Reality blurred with dreams, shadows forming intricate designs that whispered of cosmic truths. Lavender mingled with distant fragrances, evoking memories and emotions long forgotten. As I stood at the doorway, darkness beckoned with tendrils of shadow, a warm embrace of infinite possibilities. Whispers floated from within, fragments of familiar voices and half-remembered songs. The scent of starlight and dreams enveloped me, drawing me closer to the unknown. Behind me, the study faded into obscurity, the doorway now the focal point of my existence. Whether I crossed into that realm or remained in the study, the line between reality and fantasy dissolved. The door stood as a paradox, a symbol of endless potential beyond comprehension. On rainy nights, I feel the pull of that door, its essence shifting between reality and mystery. It remains an enigma, a portal to twilight realms and eternal wisdom, where my grandmother's spirit may linger, lost in timeless stories. The rain's melody continues, a reminder of mysteries beyond our grasp. The door stands as a question mark, a gateway to the unknown, where darkness holds a different kind of light. In those quiet moments, I am drawn to the threshold, where shadows whisper secrets of the past and future, inviting me to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond. Story 40. The soft patter of rain against my window had been a constant companion for hours, blending seamlessly with the distant allure that drew me to this secluded cabin. The enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a plush wool blanket, I immersed myself in the melodious harmony that wafted through the misty evening air. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's captivating song, their tales tinged with wonder rather than dread. They shared how the sound shifted with the moon's phases, how it seemed to murmur ancient secrets to those who truly listened. Initially, I had regarded their stories with a polite smile, dismissing them as mere folklore to entice curious travelers like myself. Yet, after 3 nights in the cabin, a newfound reverence began to stir within me. The rain continued its gentle rhythm against the wooden walls, creating a tranquil backdrop for my contemplation. A crackling fire in the stone hearth cast flickering shadows that danced upon the rough-hewn floors. The fragrance of pine and damp earth drifted in through the slightly ajar window, carrying the crisp essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight, a subtle shift imbued the waterfall's melody with an almost lyrical quality, as if it sought to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery whispers that floated on the evening breeze. The nearly full moon sporadically peeked through breaks in the rain clouds, casting silver beams that wove through the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, the shadows seemed to undulate and sway in a mesmerizing cadence, not quite in sync with the fire's dance. They pulsed in harmony with the waterfall's song, forming intricate patterns that eluded my comprehension. Beside me on a small table lay my old leather journal, its pages a testament to my attempts to transcribe the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes I penned seemed to shift subtly, as if the song itself evolved or revealed diverse facets. This evening's page remained blank, for I was too enraptured by the current variation to capture it in ink. Gradually, the room's temperature descended, a refreshing chill permeating the air despite the crackling flames. The cold bore no menace. Rather, it carried the invigorating freshness of a spring dawn, cleansing and revitalizing. Outside, the mist thickened, pressing against the window as if seeking entry, its swirling tendrils almost forming discernible shapes, faces, symbols, or echoes of ancient lore. Midnight neared, heralded by the gentle chime of my grandfather's pocket watch, and the waterfall's song attained a newfound clarity. The melody wove itself into elusive words just beyond my grasp, a language reminiscent of half-remembered dreams. The mist outside took on a delicate luminescence, casting a pearlescent glow through the windows. In a trance-like state, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping noiselessly to the floor as I gravitated toward the window, irresistibly drawn to the waterfall's enchanting serenade. The wooden floor hummed faintly beneath my feet, echoing the cascading water's rhythm. Through the misted glass, I discerned the path leading to the waterfall, typically shrouded in darkness at this hour, but now aglow with a subtle, ethereal light. Silver-hued lights, akin to fireflies, but more otherworldly, danced along the path in perfect unison with the melody. The rain had eased to a gentle drizzle, each droplet capturing and refracting the mysterious light like miniature prisms. The very atmosphere seemed to sing now, the waterfall's song resonating through every suspended particle of moisture in the night air. The effect was spellbinding, yet not menacing. It evoked a profound sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and wise. Without conscious volition, I donned my coat and boots, the wooden floor's gentle vibration guiding my steps as I prepared for a midnight sojourn. Though my rational mind cautioned against venturing to a waterfall in the dead of night, the compulsion felt more like a courteous invitation than an irresistible compulsion. Stepping onto the small porch, I found myself enveloped in the song's embrace. The mist caressed my skin like silk, its touch weightless and delicate. The illuminated path stretched before me, winding into the forest like a ribbon of starlight, each step feeling as natural as if I traversed a long-forgotten route. The nocturnal forest, usually cloaked in darkness and mystery, now exuded an aura of enchantment. The trees leaned slightly away from the path, their branches swaying in synchrony with the waterfall's melody. Droplets cascaded from the leaves like musical notes, adding a gentle percussion to the symphony enveloping me. Approaching the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating within my very core in a comforting, not unsettling manner. The mist thickened, revealing within its undulating folds scenes that appeared as fleeting memories, glimpses of distant places unknown to me. Gradually, the waterfall materialized through the luminous haze, its water descending in a hypnotic, deliberate cadence, each droplet capturing and holding the enigmatic light like suspended jewels. The pool at its base reflected not the night sky, but a celestial expanse adorned with unfamiliar constellations. Standing at the water's edge, I beheld the mesmerizing descent of liquid light, the song reaching an apex of clarity that, while still elusive in meaning, resonated deep within my being. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for a fleeting moment I beheld forms dancing within the falling water, not specters or phantasms, but entities embodying the essence of music itself, shifting seamlessly between water, light, and shadow. Time lost its grip as I stood transfixed, witnessing the ethereal ballet of water and light. Unnoticed, the moon completed its nocturnal voyage, while the rain ceased entirely, leaving the air pregnant with mist and mystery. As the first light of dawn tinged the eastern horizon, the waterfall's melody transitioned to a softer, more soothing cadence, akin to a lullaby bidding farewell. The luminescent mist began to dissipate, the mysterious lights along the path dimming one by one. Guided by the waning glow and the lingering echoes of the waterfall's song, I retraced my steps to the cabin. My movements felt weightless, as if traversing a dream, yet I knew with certainty that every experience had been real, or as real as the enigma of that place allowed. Returning to the cabin, I found my journal open to the blank page, and as dawn's first rays pierced the window, I inscribed not musical notes but a detailed account of my nocturnal odyssey. The fire had dwindled to embers, the room regaining its normal warmth. Everything appeared unchanged outwardly, yet an ineffable transformation had occurred within me. Each night I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never again attains the crystalline clarity of that fateful evening. Occasionally, beneath a full moon and gentle rain, I catch glimpses of that elusive luminescence, echoes of impossible figures dancing within the falling water. The mist still weaves patterns that almost make sense, and the path sometimes shimmers faintly in the dark. The true nature of that night's revelation remains as enigmatic as the waterfall's song itself. Perhaps some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but cherished for their inscrutability. And so I remain listening to the water's song each night, chronicling in my journal, pondering the hidden secrets within the melody of cascading water and the ethereal dance of light through mist. Story 41. The wind murmured through the autumn leaves, carrying the essence of rain-soaked earth and aged flowers. Nestled in my grandmother's worn rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy wool blanket, I gazed out as the twilight mist weaved a cloak of mystery over my backyard, turning familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. The gentle sway of the chair on the wooden porch matched the rhythm of my breath, lulling me into a tranquil state. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that stood guard at the edge of my land, a barrier of thorny branches reaching skyward, veiling its secrets from prying eyes. Grandmother used to spin tales of the hedge, claiming it was as ancient as time itself, safeguarding something precious beyond its confines. In my youth, I embraced these stories as fanciful whispers akin to tales of moonlit fairies and secretive shadows. A delicate scent of roses wafted through the misty air, a curious fragrance considering my garden bore no such blooms. The aroma intensified as darkness settled, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried rose petals grandmother cherished in her jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the gentle drip of water from the leaves, each droplet creating ripples in the burgeoning puddles below. A soft glow caught my eye, emanating from the other side of the hedge. Not the harsh glare of a neighbor's security light or the icy blue of modern LEDs. This light was a warm, honeyed hue, pulsating softly as if alive, dancing amid the thorny branches. Captivated, I rose from the chair, the blanket slipping to the porch floor. Barefoot, I tread across the damp grass, each step sinking into the yielding earth. Closer to the hedge, intricate details emerged from the shadows. Water droplets adorned the thorns like glistening jewels, capturing and reflecting the enigmatic golden light. The mysterious midnight blue roses, unseen but smelled earlier, now revealed their impossible beauty nestled among the thorns. Standing before the hedge, a revelation struck me, a slender gap between the branches, wide enough for a person to pass through. The thorns seemed to part, forming a natural archway that beckoned. Through this opening, the golden light spilled forth, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Within glimpses of what appeared to be another garden, unlike my orderly vegetable and herb patches. Here, blossoms defied the season, vibrant and alive, entwined vines snaking around ancient stone pillars, incongruous in the suburban setting. A new medley of scents wafted through the gap. Jasmine blossoms under the moon, rain-kissing stone, and an ancient mysterious aroma akin to forgotten tales or the dust of distant memories. My heart beat steadily, not with fear but with a profound sense of awe, reminiscent of my childhood wonder at grandmother's stories. Reaching out to caress a midnight blue rose, expecting cool dew on my fingertips, I instead encountered warmth, as if the flower basked in summer's embrace. At the touch, a soft, ethereal melody drifted through the hedge, not quite music, but a fleeting remembrance of a dreamed tune. The golden light pulsed once more, casting shadows that moved in the distant garden. Not menacing shapes, but graceful movements akin to dancers swaying to unseen music, leaving trails of soft light in their wake, like fireflies in the night. I swayed gently, compelled by the half-heard melody, as the thorny archway seemed to widen, inviting me to step through. Rationality whispered that such a sight was impossible. Hedges don't part like theater curtains, and gardens don't glow with mysterious light. Yet grandmother's wisdom echoed in my mind, urging me to look beyond the veil of impossibility to find beauty in truth. Water dripped in a melodic cadence from the leaves, harmonizing with the phantom melody from beyond. Time slowed, thickening like honey as the mist enveloped my feet, guiding me forward with tender insistence. A warm breeze carried the fragrant bouquet of roses through the gap, now mingled with hints of vanilla and cedar. The shadows in the distant garden continued their graceful dance, and I fancied I glimpsed familiar forms among them. The sway of grandmother's skirt, the tilt of her head in storytelling, the gentle gesture of her hand revealing magic hidden in the mundane. The golden light pulsed again, the entire hedge shimmering momentarily like dew-kissed spiderwebs in the morning sun. The gap remained patient, neither urging nor deterring my next move. Standing amidst the damp grass as night deepened, the world of streetlights and urban sounds faded, leaving only the music of falling water, the warm glow beyond the hedge, and the waltz of shadows in that ethereal garden. My hand lingered, fingertips grazing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose, the unanswered question of whether to cross lingering in the air, mingling with the mist that continued to swirl around my feet. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in crossing the threshold, but in acknowledging its existence, where the ordinary world meets the ancient and the strange, where childhood tales blend with reality like watercolors on wet paper. A smile played on my lips, understanding dawning like the first light of day. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers in the pages of memory. The hedge would retain its secrets, as it had for generations, but now I knew they waited, concealed behind the thorns, dancing in golden light to the music of raindrops. Story 42. The gentle moonlight filtered through wisps of fog, casting soft shadows across the ancient garden that had become my own. Night-blooming jasmine intertwined with the earthy scent of moss-covered stone, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. From my bedroom window, I observed the weathered statues scattered throughout the overgrown landscape, each one a silent sentinel frozen in time. These stone figures were my grandmother's legacy, meticulously crafted and collected over decades of artistic passion. Following her recent passing, I now resided alone in her Victorian mansion, surrounded by these enigmatic observers of the night. Each statue held a unique story, concealed secrets waiting to be unraveled in the serene moments between twilight and dawn. On this particular evening, the garden seemed to exude a different aura, a subtle shift in the air that hinted at unseen forces at play. The fog enveloped the statues like ghostly tendrils, while the stillness carried a faint pulse beneath the surface. The statue closest to my window, a graceful depiction of a woman draped in flowing robes, appeared to have turned slightly from its previous position, sparking a curiosity within me. Drawn to the solitude of the night, I wrapped myself in a warm shawl and descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step echoing a conversation between aging wood and the passage of time. The grandfather clock chimed midnight with a soft melody, its 12 notes resonating through the silence like ripples on a tranquil pond. Opening the French doors leading to the garden, a sigh escaped as the fragrance of rain-dampened earth and weathered stone drifted into the room. My bare feet embraced the cool, smooth flagstones of the garden path, carrying remnants of the day's warmth. As I ventured deeper into the garden, the moonlight wove illusions with shadows, causing the statues to appear to subtly shift in the corner of my eye. Among the collection, certain figures captivated my attention more than others. A young boy with a flute frozen in mid-song, an elderly man engrossed in an unreadable book, a dancer caught in perpetual motion. Each sculpture held a purposeful place, forming what my grandmother termed conversations in stone. That night, a newfound discovery unfolded before me as the statues revealed a pattern, an intricate arrangement akin to ancient celestial markings. The thickening fog encircled their bases in deliberate swirls, creating an eerie dance of mist. A hushed stillness enveloped the garden, as if the very earth held its breath in anticipation. Delving further into the garden, hidden symbols etched into the bases of some statues caught my eye. Spirals, crescents, geometric shapes shimmering like liquid silver under the moon's gaze. At the heart of the garden lay a dry fountain adorned with 3 life-sized figures engaged in an eternal dance around a central column. The mist that now filled the basin coiled around the statues' feet, resembling living tendrils that moved with an otherworldly grace. A faint echo of music whispered through the air, distant yet unmistakably present. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool stone of a dancer's hand, a sensation akin to a gentle electric current passing through me, leaving a tingling warmth in its wake. In that moment, a recollection of my grandmother's words surfaced in my mind. Art is never truly static, my dear. It lives and breathes through the eyes and hearts of those who take the time to truly see it. The night air grew cooler, prompting me to tighten my shawl around my shoulders. As I did, the realization struck me that the statue of the woman in flowing robes had indeed shifted its gaze, a subtle yet undeniable movement that stirred a sense of awe within me. Hours slipped away as I wandered among the statues, each revealing new intricacies under the moon's watchful eye. Hidden symbols, shifting shadows, and enigmatic expressions transformed the garden into a living tapestry of mystery and artistry. With the first light of dawn painting the sky, I retraced my steps back to the house, a lingering sense of wonder accompanying me. Looking back at the garden from the window, a fleeting glimpse of movement teased my senses. A lowering hand, a turned head, ephemeral and fleeting. Yet as the sun rose, the statues stood unchanged, their stony visages unmoved by the night's revelations. While sipping tea in the morning light, the statues seemed ordinary, but my perception had shifted. In my hands, my grandmother's notebook held sketches and cryptic notes about the garden's secrets, emphasizing the importance of patience and observation. Now, as twilight descends each evening, I find myself drawn to the window, watching the garden below. Whether venturing out among the statues or observing from afar, I study their positions, noting any subtle alterations in their timeless dance. The garden has transcended its role as a mere collection of statues, evolving into a living enigma that unravels a bit more with each passing night. In the quiet embrace of moonlight and mist, I sense a profound connection to the sculptures, as if they hold a language only a patient observer can decipher. Perhaps these are the reveries of an artist's descendant, or perhaps something more mystical intertwines with reality. Embracing the unknown, I find solace in the mysteries that linger within the garden, where questions remain veiled in the delicate uncertainty of moonlit shadows. And on those nights when the moon shines bright and the fog weaves its ethereal tapestry, I swear I hear the faint echoes of stone figures moving in a timeless ballet, whispering the secrets of the ancient garden into the night's gentle embrace. Story 43. The fading light of evening draped over the ancient stone walls like a soft purple veil. At the entrance of the deserted monastery, I stood, captivated by the mist weaving through the weathered arches, carrying the fragrance of wild roses that embraced the crumbling stones. A hushed stillness blanketed the air, a prelude to nightfall, where even the birds seemed to pause in anticipation of darkness. Intrigued by tales of its haunting beauty, I had come to photograph the ruins, my camera a familiar weight around my neck, a grounding presence in this realm of the unknown. Sunlight waned, casting elongated shadows that danced across the worn floors as I ventured deeper into the labyrinth of corridors. The monastery, a silent witness to centuries of prayers and secrets, now surrendered to nature's embrace, ivy enveloping the walls and moss carpeting the ground in verdant patches. With each step, the temperature subtly dropped, the air carrying a dampness that made the stone glisten under my camera's gaze. The quality of light within these walls intrigued me, lingering in corners beyond reason, bending around pillars in defiance of natural laws. My attention was drawn to a corridor adorned with fading frescoes, where ancient figures seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, teasing elusive movements that stilled upon direct observation. As twilight deepened, I discerned a peculiar cadence in the wind, whispering through the ruins, a purposeful flow, like unseen fingers tracing the ancient stones. Its murmurs at times resembled unintelligible words, just beyond the grasp of understanding. Setting up my camera in what once must have been the main chapel, I prepared for long exposure shots in the dimming light. Despite the decay, the space retained an aura of reverence, fragments of stained glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor. Adjusting my settings, I became attuned to a subtle harmony in the ambient sounds, the wind's whispers now distinct, weaving through the ruins in a melodic rhythm. The scent of roses mingled with the earthy essence of moss and stone, enveloping me in a hypnotic embrace. Through the lens, I observed shadows behaving in peculiar ways, pooling and undulating in response to the wind's ethereal dance. Each frame captured seemed alive with unseen movements, a testament to the monastery's whispered secrets. Night descended, the temperature plummeting as my breath materialized in wisps, the wind's whispers growing urgent, almost beseeching, carrying echoes that resonated deep within. Drawn further into the heart of the monastery, compelled by an unnamed force, I continued to document the enigmatic unfolding of shadows and moonlight. In the library, empty shelves stood as silent sentinels, the wind's voice resonating like pages being turned in a spectral tome, revealing whispers on the cusp of comprehension. Shadows pulsed with a velvety intensity, responding to the wind's serenade, captivating me in their rhythmic undulations. With one final frame captured, bathed in moonlight, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the symphony of stone and wind that enveloped me. Emerging from my reverie, I sensed a shift in the darkness, shadows now imbued with depth and movement, hinting at unseen realms just beyond reach. Figures flitted at the edge of vision, evading direct scrutiny, as if beckoning me into their ethereal realm. Reluctantly departing as the wind bid its farewell, roses' perfume saturating the air, I glanced back at the shimmering ruins in the moonlight. Subsequent review of my photographs revealed only stone and shadow, yet in the quiet of night, the wind outside would echo with a haunting melody, evoking memories of that otherworldly night. Dreams carried me back to the moonlit monastery, where ancient whispers still lingered, veiled in mystery and wonder. Pondering the living shadows and elusive whispers, I accepted the unknowable nature of that surreal encounter. Some mysteries are destined to elude explanation, existing in the liminal space between reality and imagination, beckoning us to ponder the realms beyond our comprehension. The monastery, a silent witness to time's passage, continued its spectral song to the wind, inviting contemplation of its enigmatic allure. The memory of that night persisted, a threshold between worlds, where shadows danced and whispers lingered, forever etched in the tapestry of dreams and storytelling. Story 44. In the hushed embrace of night, raindrops softly tapped against the weathered stones, encircling the ancient well nestled in my grandmother's garden. A tranquil melody emerged from the rhythmic patter, blending seamlessly with the warm glow of my lantern, casting a gentle light over the scene. The scent of damp earth mingled with the sweet fragrance of climbing roses, their petals adorned with the essence of a summer shower. Just a week prior, I had inherited this cherished house following my grandmother's peaceful slumber into eternity. The property seemed to pulse with a new energy, a presence that whispered of secrets waiting to be unveiled. The rain cascaded down, forming delicate rivulets that meandered down the well's aged facade, tracing intricate patterns along the worn stones. Though the well had always been sealed by a sturdy wooden lid, an inexplicable force beckoned me towards it on this particular night. Perhaps it was the enigmatic way the raindrops reverberated upon contact with the well's surface, or the ethereal silver light that shimmered from within the wooden slats. Intrigued, I drew nearer, the fragrance of roses giving way to an ancient aroma of underground waters and aged rock. My fingertips grazed the rough texture of the wooden cover, each groove and imperfection telling a story of bygone eras. The wood felt cool and slightly damp beneath my touch, a faint whisper of wind causing the thorny vines of the climbing roses to dance in the lantern's glow. With a gentle push, I lifted the ancient cover, surprised by how easily it yielded to my touch, as though inviting me to uncover its mysteries. The well's maw yawned open to the starlit sky, and I lowered my lantern to peer into its depths. The light revealed glistening droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into twinkling stars, pulsating with an inner radiance. And then, a sound so subtle it could have been a mere figment of my imagination reached my ears. A whispered melody, a lullaby from a distant realm, drifted up from the depths below. Neither distinctly male nor female, young nor old, the voice bore a timeless quality that spoke of ancient truths hidden within stone and water, of memories enshrined in the cool darkness beneath. Seated beside the well, I surrendered to the enchanting song that intertwined with the gentle percussion of rain on the garden stones, weaving a tapestry of tranquility. Time ebbed and flowed like a slow, sweet melody, washing over me with a sense of serenity. Though my grandmother had regaled me with tales of this well, stories passed down through generations, she had never mentioned the haunting melody that now enveloped me. As I listened intently, the melodic whispers began to coalesce into discernible words, their meanings elusive yet tantalizing. They resonated with the echoes of my grandmother's lullabies, yet bore an otherworldly quality that caressed my skin with a tingling warmth. The voice enveloped me like a comforting cloak, its embrace unfamiliar yet welcoming. The rain dwindled, morphing from a steady downpour to a soft mist, and in the ensuing quiet, the well's song grew clearer. It narrated tales of verdant life thriving in darkness, of subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals blooming like flowers in hidden caverns. Though uttered in a language unknown to me, the words transcended linguistic barriers, their essence understood without translation, akin to the universal language of music. The flame of my lantern flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to birth ephemeral figures within the well's inner sanctum, ethereal dancers moving with fluid grace in the watery depths. Moments melded into hours, or perhaps mere minutes, time an inconsequential concept beside this ancient well brimming with enigmas and melodies. The voice shifted and undulated, at times emanating from the depths below, at others seeming to resonate from the very stones themselves. A cool breeze rustled the garden, carrying the redolence of moist leaves and night-blooming blossoms. The climbing roses swayed in harmony, their movements choreographing a spectral ballet in the lantern's glow. The voice from the well mirrored nature's symphony, adapting its melody to the whispers of the wind and the patter of rain, an intricate dance of elements and ethereal echoes. Lost in the hypnotic amalgamation of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother surfaced, her gentle presence lingering amidst the garden's embrace. She had tended these very grounds with a tranquility that now enveloped me, her connection to this sacred place palpable in the air. As the night deepened, the voice gradually receded, its whispers fading like a departing sigh, the essence of a parent slipping away after lulling a child to sleep. The last vestiges of the melody lingered, intermingling with the fragrance of rain-washed roses, a haunting perfume that clung to the night air. Beside the well, I remained, the mist enveloping the lantern's light in a soft halo, the stones glistening with moisture, and the rose petals shedding tiny droplets like celestial tears. The well's song had dissipated, yet its spectral resonance echoed within me, a melody on the cusp of remembrance. Standing to leave, a newfound tranquility suffused my being, a profound connection to this abode now my own. Intuitively, I refrained from replacing the well's cover, sensing its need to exhale, to share its ancient tales with the nocturnal realm. Thus, it remained exposed to the heavens, a silent sentinel awaiting my return on future rainy eves. Within the cozy confines of the house, the gentle patter of rain continued, now carrying whispers of that ethereal melody. As I readied myself for slumber, a realization dawned upon me, a revelation my grandmother had long understood. The deepest mysteries of life often lie in the unexplained, in the mere act of allowing magic to exist, like a nocturnal serenade, like murmurs from the depths, like memories surfacing in the quietude of night. Throughout that night, my dreams wove tapestries of underground rivers and crystalline gardens, of roses that blossomed in obsidian shadows, and of melodies transcending the boundaries of time. As dawn's golden rays bathed my room in light, the well stood silent in the garden, a stoic witness to the mysteries that unfolded beneath the shroud of night. And now, enlightened by its secret, I knew that on certain nights, when rain caressed the earth just so, and roses perfumed the air, ancient voices whispered their eternal harmonies to those patient enough to listen. Story 45. The soft glow of twilight bathed the sky in hues of lavender and amber as I strolled along the meandering path leading to the ancient watchtower. The evening breeze carried whispers of wild honeysuckle and the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil. Each step I took echoed softly on the gravel path, harmonizing with my steady breaths. This peculiar property was bequeathed to me by my enigmatic great-aunt Margaret, a woman shrouded in mystery whom I had encountered just once in my youth. The watchtower stood tall, a sentinel against the darkening sky, its weathered stone walls holding secrets of bygone eras. Ivy had woven its way around the structure, creating a lush tapestry of deep green that swayed gently in the evening breeze. With a soft creak, the ancient wooden door yielded to my touch, revealing a circular chamber bathed in a warm, golden light filtering through tall, narrow windows. Dust motes danced lazily in the luminous beams, casting an ethereal glow over the room. Furnishings of various eras adorned the space, a worn leather armchair, towering bookshelves, and an antique writing desk brimming with untold stories. As my fingers grazed the desk's smooth surface, I unearthed a hidden compartment holding a small brass key. Its intricate design, adorned with delicate swirls and tiny stars, exuded a sense of silent anticipation, as if longing to be discovered. The tower ascended through 3 levels, connected by a spiral staircase that spiraled upward like a serpentine dance. Each step I ascended whispered of age-old wood settling, harmonizing with the tower's quiet rhythm. The second floor unveiled a cozy bedroom, adorned with a canopy bed draped in faded velvet curtains that swayed in the evening zephyrs. Yet, it was the third floor that beckoned my curiosity. Stepping into the circular room atop the tower, I found myself enveloped by windows framing a panoramic vista of the surrounding landscape. Curiosities abounded within: celestial instruments, ancient maps, and a collection of leather-bound journals inscribed in my great-aunt's elegant script. As night descended, I settled into a window seat with one of the journals, its pages redolent of lavender and age-old paper, recounting my great-aunt's experiences in poetic prose. Her writing spoke of enigmatic lights glimpsed from the tower, of shadowy visitors under moonless skies, and of melodies resonating from the tower's very stones. Rain began to patter outside, a soothing serenade accompanying my reading. The journal hinted at a hidden door within the tower, one that could only be unlocked under specific celestial alignments, when the full moon hung directly overhead. The brass key in my possession assumed newfound significance as I delved deeper into the journal's revelations. As midnight loomed, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Moonlight streaming through the windows cast intricate patterns on the floor, evolving with each passing moment. The room hummed with a gentle energy, akin to the hush before a summer shower. Tracing the moon-kissed patterns with my steps, I followed their tacit guidance across the room, attuned to the tower's murmurs and the rain's melodic cadence. The journal alluded to a night akin to this, when the moon's radiance held sway and possibilities hung thick in the air. My great-aunt chronicled a doorway that materialized solely under these celestial conditions, not a conventional portal, but a threshold of profound essence. The key, she inscribed, was intended for a purpose far beyond the ordinary. Continuing to read as the night deepened, I marveled at the ever-shifting moonlight motifs on the floor, the tower's whispers taking on a semblance of comprehension. Whether reality melded with dream that night remains a mystery, pondered on quiet moonlit eves when the tower divulged its enigmas. The key never met a conventional lock, but a subtle transformation transpired, leaving an indelible imprint on my consciousness. The tower's mysteries endure, a tapestry of unanswered questions woven with threads of wonder. On full moon nights with rain's gentle accompaniment, I reside in the tower's uppermost chamber, enveloped by my great-aunt's journals. Sometimes distant melodies caress my ears, or ethereal lights flicker at the edge of sight. The brass key remains a comforting weight in my pocket, a reminder that some truths are felt rather than unraveled. The tower has evolved into my haven, where reality and reverie intertwine like the ivy embracing its ancient stones. Each night unveils new enigmas, fresh moonlit patterns, and whispered secrets in the darkness. And perhaps, in the solitary tower's embrace, the essence lies not in deciphering answers, but in embracing the profound mysteries that enshroud us. Story 46. The gentle patter of autumn rain on weathered stone set a soothing rhythm, nature's tender lullaby as twilight approached. Standing before the ancient church, its spire stretching towards the mist-shrouded clouds, I watched fallen leaves twirl around me in a slow, graceful dance. The air carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and aged wood, interwoven with something older, something hinting at forgotten prayers and silent tolling bells. I hadn't intended to stumble upon this place. My evening stroll took an unexpected turn with the onset of rain, guiding me along a winding path to this sacred sanctuary that seemed to exist outside of time itself. The church's weathered exterior bore the gentle marks of countless seasons, its stone walls draped in a soft veil of moss that seemed to radiate a faint, otherworldly glow in the deepening dusk. With a touch, the heavy wooden door swung open effortlessly, its ancient hinges releasing a soft, melodic sigh that reverberated through the empty sanctuary. The rain song, now muted, transformed into a distant lullaby that only deepened the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, their hues muted by the fading light, cast muted pools of amber and violet upon the worn stone floor. As I ventured further into the church, my footsteps whispered against time-worn flagstones. The air held a peculiar clarity, not the stale weightiness one might expect, but a crystalline serenity, as if the very essence of the place had been encapsulated in amber. Rows of wooden pews extended before me, their surfaces polished by generations of hands and prayers, each bearing silent witness to devotion across the ages. The scent of ancient wood and stone mingled with traces of long-extinguished candles. In the dimming light, intricate carvings on the walls and columns came into view. Faces and figures that seemed to shift and morph when gazed upon from different angles, their expressions oscillating between tranquility and enigma. Near the altar, a solitary candle flickered in a brass holder, though no other soul appeared to be present in the church. Its flame cast dancing shadows that seemed to move with purpose across the aged stones, crafting patterns that drew my gaze to a small wooden door nestled into the wall. Modest in size, easily overlooked, yet it beckoned me with a gentle insistence. Beyond the door lay a spiral staircase ascending into darkness. Each step bore the impression of countless footsteps, worn into the stone by time and pilgrimage. As I climbed, the sound of rain grew stronger once more, now rhythmic, almost musical. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the fresh scent of night and something elusive, sweet and ancient, defying identification. Emerging at the top of the staircase, I found myself in a small chamber within the bell tower. Moonlight filtered through slender windows, casting silver pathways across the floor despite the lingering rain clouds outside. In one corner stood an old wooden desk, its surface adorned with leather-bound tomes and yellowing papers. The books lay open to pages filled with handwritten text in fading ink, the words remaining just beyond the threshold of legibility, regardless of my efforts to decipher them. Drawing closer to inspect the desk, the delicate chime of bells filled the air. Not the thunderous tolling of church bells, but a graceful tinkling akin to silver wind chimes stirred by a gentle breeze. Yet the great bell above me remained motionless, its bronze visage reflecting the enigmatic moonlight. The sound appeared to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, imbuing the space with a profound sense of tranquility. In that small chamber, time lost its grip. Seated in an aged wooden chair, I observed as shadows and moonbeams engaged in a leisurely waltz across the floor. The ethereal tolling of phantom bells intertwined with the rain's cadence, weaving a melody that spoke of ancient enigmas and forgotten reveries. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the periphery of my vision, the whisper of robes, perhaps, or the passage of shadows possessing more substance than they should. The papers on the desk rustled sporadically, though no breeze disturbed the air. Fragmented sentences would catch my eye, hinting at time flowing like water, at moments existing beyond the constraints of ordinary hours, at prayers reverberating endlessly through the corridors of reality. Yet each attempt to scrutinize the text more closely resulted in its transformation, leaving behind mere impressions of meaning. At some indeterminate point, I realized my timepiece had ceased its ticking, its hands frozen at midnight despite the impossibility of such lateness. Nonetheless, the darkness beyond the windows remained constant, neither deepening nor abating. The rain persisted in its gentle symphony, yet I began to notice the drops falling in intricate patterns, forming ephemeral shapes in the air that lingered just a fraction too long before dissipating. The chamber exuded absolute peace, imbued with a silent vitality. Every shadow held potential, every hush brimmed with unspoken narratives. The boundary between wakefulness and reverie blurred not in a disorienting manner, but in a gentle dissolution that fostered profound comprehension. The very atmosphere seemed to respire with age-old wisdom, willing to impart its secrets to those patient enough to listen. Upon certain angles of moonlight striking the walls, elegant script would materialize on the stone, fluid, like water flowing across the surface before vanishing once more. Though never entirely legible, the words imprinted impressions of tales in my consciousness. Stories of previous wanderers who had chanced upon this haven over the centuries, each weaving their strand into the tapestry of its mystique. I cannot determine the duration I spent ensconced within that chamber, enveloped by the serene duet of rain and phantom bells, witnessing the interplay of light and shadow upon ancient stones. Time meandered differently in that ethereal realm, flowing like honey, sweet and unhurried. The tranquility of the chamber had seeped into my very being, supplanting urgency with placid acquiescence. As I descended the spiral staircase, the lone candle continued to burn faithfully by the altar, its flame unwavering and constant. The nave was suffused with a soft, pre-dawn glow, seemingly emanating from all directions. My footfalls resonated with a newfound familiarity, as if the very stones had come to recognize me during my vigil above. Pushing open the massive door, I stepped into a morning shrouded in gentle mist, the rain having abated during my sojourn within. Glancing back at the church one final time, I fancied I discerned faces in the windows, benevolent, ancient countenances that smiled with knowing grace before evaporating like dew beneath the morning sun. Since that moment, I have endeavored to rediscover the path to that mysterious church on numerous occasions, yet it forever eludes me. Occasionally, however, on tranquil rainy evenings, the distant tinkle of silver bells drifts upon the breeze, and I understand that somewhere, ensconced in its temporal enclave, the forgotten church endures. Its enigmas linger, patiently awaiting the next wanderer who might chance upon its threshold, guided by the gentle cadence of falling rain and the enigmatic whispers of ancient stones. Story 47. The soft patter of rain on the worn wooden shingles serenaded the evening, enveloping me in the embrace of my newfound abode. A Victorian manor, steeped in enigmatic tales of its past occupants, stood stoically, almost aloof from the world outside. The real estate agent had been cryptic about its history, offering a bargain price and vague responses to my inquiries. Through the tall windows, I observed autumn leaves pirouetting in the overgrown garden, their rustling harmonizing with the rhythmic drumming of raindrops. The cozy radiance of my reading lamp painted elongated shadows on the vintage wallpaper, crafting ever-shifting patterns that danced at the corner of my vision. The house was partially furnished, devoid of any personal artifacts left by the previous dwellers. No photos, no letters, no remnants of their existence. The furniture, a blend of ornate pieces from various eras, exuded a charm that hinted at a collection spanning not just decades, but centuries. Nestling into the plush armchair by the crackling fireplace, a peculiar sensation crept over me. The manor felt both familiar and alien, akin to a recurring dream where reality eludes grasp. The flickering flames cast a warm glow, illuminating the crystal chandelier dangling from the ceiling, painting kaleidoscopic patterns on the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled 9 times, its resonant chimes echoing through the vacant corridors, albeit with a peculiar quality, as if muffled by a dense fog. Involuntarily, I counted the chimes, puzzled by the clock's winding that I had no recollection of since my arrival. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, though all windows remained securely shut against the autumn chill. The fire's dance conjured fleeting shadows that morphed into indiscernible shapes just beyond recognition. The fragrance of aged books and time-worn wood wafted through the air, mingled with a sweeter aroma akin to dried flowers nestled between ancient pages. Rising from the chair, I felt compelled to explore the labyrinthine chambers of the house. Each doorway beckoned toward spaces that defied the manor's external dimensions. The library, with its towering shelves and mobile ladder, housed volumes inscribed in cryptic languages, their spines decorated with enigmatic symbols rather than conventional letters. Tracing my fingertips along their supple leather bindings, a subtle warmth pulsed through me, as if the books themselves harbored forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, frozen in time with its copper pots suspended from iron fixtures and colossal hearth, juxtaposed modern appliances against 19th century culinary tools, creating a discordant harmony like intruders in a historical drama. The The marble countertops bore faint stains that metamorphosed in hue with the shifting light, forming constellations reminiscent of celestial maps. Ascending the spiraling staircase to the upper floor, each step emitted a melodic note, weaving an eerie tune that trailed behind me. The polished banister, weathered by generations of touch, guided my ascent, yet upon reaching the landing, I found myself unable to recollect the number of steps climbed. The upstairs corridor stretched beyond plausible limits, flanked by doors that seemed to shift in position with each glance. Adorning the walls between the doors hung paintings depicting surreal landscapes, mountains bending towards violet skies, forests with sideways growing trees, oceans defying gravity as they ebbed skyward. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through delicate lace curtains, crafting intricate patterns on the polished hardwood floor. The colossal four-poster bed commanded the space, its rich burgundy drapes stirring faintly in the absence of a breeze. The vanity mirror reflected the room flawlessly, except for fleeting instances when the reflection lagged behind my movements by a fraction. Swinging open the closet door revealed a depth that surpassed the house's exterior constraints. Empty hangers swayed gently, their metallic hooks emitting a delicate musical chime. Nestled in the closet's shadows, a secondary door beckoned. Smaller, crafted from dark wood, its brass handle gleaming alluringly. I found myself drawn to that handle time and again during my initial weeks in the house, yet never quite mustering the courage to grasp it. With each approach, the air thickened with the redolence of rain-dampened soil and something older, deeper than mere petrichor. The basement door remained stubbornly locked, concealing its mysteries, as no key was discovered among the inherited ring. In the quiet of night, distant sounds would occasionally rise through the floorboards, not menacing, but akin to ethereal music played on unknown instruments. The melody bore a haunting familiarity, though its origins eluded my memory. Time within the house began to warp. Some evenings lingered into what felt like eternities, while entire weeks slipped by in mere hours. The grandfather clock persisted in its irregular chimes, yet curiously never tolling the stroke of midnight. The hours between 11 and 1 elongated like taffy, filled with the muted symphony of settling furniture and creaking floorboards that almost formed coherent whispers. The house seemed attuned to my emotions. During somber days, the spaces expanded, the ceilings soared, as if granting my melancholy air to dissipate. In moments of joy, the walls drew closer, fashioning snug alcoves perfect for reading or introspection. The ambient temperature subtly shifted, maintaining an ideal comfort without intervention from the thermostat. Visitors were scarce, and those who ventured within seldom lingered. Their voices would hush after a brief period, their gazes flitting towards darkened corners where shadows deepened inexplicably. Dialogue would taper off mid-sentence, giving way to contemplative silence. Upon departure, guests often struggled to recollect specifics of their visit, as if the house itself tenderly erased memories. My dreams burgeoned with vivid imagery, painting visions of the house across diverse epochs. I witnessed it pristine, its timber gleaming with newness. I beheld it ancient, ensnared by vines blossoming with long-extinct flowers. I glimpsed it in seasons never known, beneath skies cradling multiple suns. Each dawn greeted me with uncertainty. Had I dreamt, or had the house imparted its reminiscences upon me? One tranquil evening, as I delved into deciphering a curious tome in the library, my gaze caught my reflection in the window. To my bewilderment, the room behind me morphed, furniture rearranged, walls tinted differently, bookshelves laden with alternate volumes. Swiveling to inspect, all reverted to normal. Only the reflection clung to its alternate reality. Slowly, I comprehended the house's existence in concurrent temporal realms, akin to stacked pages in a tome. At intervals, the pages fluttered, granting fleeting peaks between them. The house hadn't shed its yesteryears. It had merely amassed too many to inhabit a singular present. Now, scribbling by candlelight, despite functioning electricity, the house favored softer radiance. I sense the weight of myriad untold narratives brushing gently against my consciousness. The rain continues its tender cadence on the roof, interwoven with the erratic tolling of the grandfather clock and the murmured dialogues of vacant chambers. I've relinquished the quest to fathom why the house selected me, or why the previous occupants vanished without a trace. Some queries I've discovered hold a poignant allure when left unanswered. The house hoards its enigmas, divulging morsels solely in fragments, in dreams, in instances when sunlight caresses the venerable wooden floors, just so. Perhaps one day, I'll meld into the tapestry of the house's memories, becoming another stratum in its infinite chronicles. For now, I linger here, attuned to the tranquil melody of a domicile existing beyond temporal confines, engrossed in tomes inscribed in languages that may never have existed, and mastering the silent dialect of chambers that harbor all yet unveil naught. The grandfather clock chimes anew, an hour unbeknownst, and somewhere within the house, a door unfolds to a chamber that evaded existence yesterday. I grin, knowing it will vanish upon seeking, only to resurface when forgotten entirely. This is home now, in all its implausible instants, in all its muted sagas, in all its pasts unrealized and futures yet conceivable. Story 48. The soft, rhythmic tap of autumn rain against my window had become a familiar melody, soothing me into a tranquil state. Nestled in my grandmother's cherished reading chair, enveloped in the warmth of her knitted blanket, I gazed out as raindrops painted elegant trails down the glass. Her spirit lingered in every nook of this ancient home, a legacy she had left me when she departed this world months ago. The gentle glow of my reading lamp cast a cozy aura, casting shadows that danced gracefully on the weathered wooden floors, polished by the passage of time. Beside me, a cup of chamomile tea exuded a delicate floral scent, mingling with the nostalgic aroma of weathered books adorning the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway kept a steady rhythm, its ticks whispering echoes of bygone days through the peaceful rooms. As night descended, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a peculiar movement in the rain cascading down the window opposite me. It seemed to defy gravity, flowing upwards instead of down. Initially dismissing it as a trick of light, I couldn't ignore the undeniable shift in the glass's movement. The window rippled like a pond stirred by a gentle breeze, transforming the view beyond. The modern houses faded, replaced by fields bathed in an otherworldly light, as if from a distant era. The rain's cadence continued, though the scene had shifted into a warm summer evening of a time long past. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I rose from my seat, the familiar creak of the floorboards grounding me in the present. A subtle warmth emanated from the window, contrary to the autumn chill, accompanied by a faint hum vibrating in the air. Through the altered glass, I witnessed figures in the distance, ghostly apparitions dressed in attire of yesteryears, moving in a joyous dance to unheard music. Among them, a young woman resembling my grandmother in her youth caught my eye. The scene morphed like a dream, with details bridging past and present. The enduring tree in the yard, the hill's silhouette, the ancient stone wall bordering the property. A scent of lilacs, my grandmother's beloved flower, wafted through the air, inexplicably present in the winter night. When the young woman turned towards me, a connection sparked, transcending time. Our hands, separated by the veil of years, reached out through the fluid-like window, forging an ethereal bond. As the grandfather clock tolled midnight, each chime resonated through the house, signaling the fading of the spectral scene. The figures dissolved into darkness, the young woman's smile lingering, reminiscent of my grandmother's final days. With the last echo of the clock's chime, the window reverted to its rain-kissed view, a subtle shimmer clinging to the glass. The scent of lilacs mingled with the cooling tea steam as I settled back into the chair, wrapped in my grandmother's blanket. The rain's symphony now carried whispers of that distant summer night, lulling me closer to sleep. Wondering how many untold moments lay hidden in the house's old windows, I occasionally find myself captivated by the glass, anticipating a ripple in time. Though the phenomenon hasn't repeated in the same manner, occasional glimpses of bygone eras flicker across the glass, like fleeting memories captured in an ancient mirror. I've come to embrace the mystery, finding solace in the enchanting magic that weaves through the house's silent corridors. Each creak of the floor, each shadow cast, hints at stories waiting to be unveiled through the mystical windows that safeguard the passage of time. No longer seeking to explain that enigmatic night, I've learned to cherish the delicate moments of magic that emerge in the stillness between raindrops and reflections. The house, once simply old, now exudes a timeless aura, where each whisper of wind may carry echoes of centuries past, and every shadow may conceal a tale. Embracing the unknown, I let the mystery envelop me like a comforting blanket, allowing myself to drift between realities, guided by the gentle presence of the rain. In this abode where time seems suspended, where raindrops hold secrets of days long gone, I've found peace in the unexplained, letting the subtle enchantment of the past dance around me as I surrender to the soothing harmony of the night. Story 49. The soft patter of rain against the ancient stone walls set a tranquil tempo that reverberated through the empty corridors of the majestic castle. From my temporary abode, I observed as raindrops meandered down the leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by occasional flashes of distant lightning. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed along the walls, casting cozy shadows that seemed to sway with the candle flame's gentle breath. As the newly appointed custodian of this grand edifice, I had stepped into my role just before the autumn storms arrived. The former custodian had departed abruptly, leaving behind only a weathered journal filled with enigmatic scribbles and curious musings. The pages carried the scent of antiquity, mingled with a sweeter fragrance, perhaps lavender or dried roses, that lingered in the air whenever I opened it. The castle itself stood as a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship, its weathered stones cradling centuries of tales within their rough surfaces. Tapestries adorned the walls, their hues softened by time, yet still narrating stories of long-gone feasts and revelries. In the quiet lulls, when the wind hushed, I could almost catch whispers of ancient merriment carried on the draught that meandered through the passageways perpetually. Tonight, as the storm grew in intensity, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon in the way shadows danced across the grand hall. The candlelight seemed to catch on something intangible, akin to watching smoke waft through water. It brought to mind an entry from the old custodian's journal, describing what he termed the castle's breath. Initially, I had dismissed it as the fanciful musings of a solitary soul, but now doubts crept in. Descending the spiral staircase, my footfalls silenced by the thick carpet runner, I sensed the air cooling as I ventured downward, carrying the earthy essence of the castle's foundation. The vast hall sprawled before me, its lofty ceiling disappearing into darkness above. Rain drummed steadily against the tall windows, providing a serene backdrop to my exploration. Moving through the space, I detected certain areas with a unique feel, pockets of air slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings. The sensation evoked walking through sun-warmed patches on a cloudy day, yet here no sun cast such variations. Referencing the journal, I discovered a passage where the former custodian had documented these very spots, labeling them as the castle's breath. The tapestries stirred gently, sans any discernible breeze. Approaching a particularly striking piece portraying a medieval hunt, I sensed eyes upon me. Not malevolent, but curious, as if the castle itself observed its new guardian. In the journal, I uncovered accounts of similar encounters, narrated in intricate detail. The former custodian had begun to discern patterns in the castle's behavior, how specific rooms would warm preceding a storm, how tapestries would shift in particular sequences, how the very air seemed to pulsate with a slow, steady rhythm akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Hours slipped by as I delved deeper, jotting down my observations alongside the old ones. The storm outside raged, yet within the castle's embrace, an unexplainable serenity enveloped me. The thunder, instead of menacing, felt akin to the contented exhalations of an ancient entity. Lightning briefly illuminated the stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic hues that pirouetted across the stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaited. The former custodian had noted that on stormy nights, the books would rearrange themselves in peculiar patterns. Tonight, I witnessed leather-bound tomes shifting ever so slightly on their shelves, aligning their spines in ways that caught the candlelight uniquely. It was not eerie. Rather, it felt akin to witnessing a clandestine performance, as if the castle was divulging one of its enigmas to me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its resonant tones pervading the vacant chambers. As the final echo faded, I noted another shift in the room's temperature. The air crackled, reminiscent of the instant before a summer downpour, yet instead of escalating, it settled into a gentle warmth enveloping me like a snug wrap. I felt drawn to a specific section of the library where the former custodian had invested much of his time, evident in the well-used chair and the density of notes in his journal. Here shadows pirouetted differently, crafting patterns resembling ethereal writing on the walls. The old custodian had endeavored to decipher these spectral messages, filling pages with potential interpretations. As the night deepened, I comprehended why he had been so captivated. The castle was not merely a structure, it was something more, something animate in its own peculiar way. The stones did not just retain memories, they seemed to exhale them into the air, sharing them with those willing to listen. In the journal's final entry, the former custodian had inscribed a sentiment that now resonated deeply. The castle does not unveil its mysteries, it imparts them, akin to a grandmother sharing tales with a cherished grandchild. The enigmas are not meant for unraveling, but for experiencing, for residing within. Each night unveils fresh whispers, new patterns, and ancient breaths carrying fragments of bygone eras. Penning my inaugural entry in a new journal, the storm persisted in its gentle embrace of the castle walls. The shadows continued their waltz, the tapestries their subtle sway, and the air its enigmatic warmth. I comprehended that I was not here to unearth the castle's secrets or decipher its riddles. I was here to become a part of its enduring narrative, to contribute my breath to its age-old cadence, to join the myriad souls who had traversed these halls and sensed the edifice's tender, living essence. The candlelight flickered, and I observed as my silhouette merged with others cavorting across the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door creaked softly, and I smiled, understanding that the castle was merely turning another page in its eternal tale. Tonight, as the storm enveloped us both, I felt I had discovered more than a position or a place to dwell. I had found a home within these thriving walls, where each night unfurled fresh whispers of ancient chronicles, and every shadow held the promise of another gentle mystery awaiting communion. Story 50. The rain cascaded in a gentle, rhythmic dance upon the weathered stone walls of the ancient manor house. Its soothing melody whispered secrets of ages long past, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and intrigue. Nestled in my study, bathed in the warm glow of vintage brass lamps and surrounded by the familiar scent of aged leather-bound books, I found solace in the quiet symphony of the rain outside. The wooden floorboards beneath me murmured softly with every step, adding their own subtle notes to the evening's serenade. One peaceful night, amidst the comforting ambience of my sanctuary, a peculiar discovery captured my attention. Behind my grandfather's antique writing desk, The shadows cast by the lamplight unveiled intricate patterns on the ancient stone wall. These patterns, imperceptible to the conscious mind, seemed to beckon to a deeper, more primal part of my being. Intrigued, I approached the wall, my fingertips caressing the cool, worn surface of the stones, each groove and imperfection telling a silent story. To my surprise, certain stones exuded a warmth that belied their aged appearance, as if pulsing with a hidden vitality. A subtle movement caught the corner of my eye, a fleeting glimpse of something stirring in the room's reflection on the window. Though stillness reigned when I turned to look, a lingering sensation of motion lingered, like echoes of a forgotten presence. As the rain outside intensified, its rhythm deepening into a resonant cadence that seemed to resonate from within the walls, the brass lamps flickered in a hypnotic pulse. In those ephemeral moments of shifting light, the pattern on the stones hinted at the outline of an archway, elusive and ethereal. Yet each time I tried to focus directly on it, the pattern would fade, existing only on the fringes of my perception. Night descended, enveloping the room in the earthy scent of petrichor, mingled with the sweet mustiness of old books. A sense of familiarity intertwined with an otherworldly aura, as the grandfather clock's steady tick marked the passage of time with a comforting regularity. Lost in contemplation, I delved into my grandfather's journals, uncovering tales of family legends, of hidden spaces and elusive doorways that materialized under specific conditions. The more I delved into the history of the house, the more subtle anomalies I noticed in the study, the lingering shadows that defied logic, the echoes that lingered longer than they should. One quiet evening, as I immersed myself in the pages of his journals, the rain assumed a melodic quality. Each droplet harmonized with the stones, creating a symphony of nature that resonated through the room. A subtle chill permeated the air, infusing every movement with purpose and weight. The patterns on the stones began to shift, evolving from mere suggestions of an archway into defined lines and curves, though retaining a dreamlike softness. The stones seemed to breathe, pulsating with an imperceptible rhythm that mirrored my own breath. Mesmerized, I watched as the outline grew clearer, a hairline gap appearing between the stones, emitting a soft silvery light that hinted at unseen depths. The passage, forever in a state of becoming, offered a glimpse into a realm beyond, a threshold between the tangible and the intangible. Some nights, I would lose myself in contemplation, listening to faint whispers and distant melodies that seemed to drift through the gap, evoking memories of summers long past. In those rare moments when rain and light aligned perfectly, the voices beyond the passage would murmur with warmth and familiarity, shrouded in mystery, yet comforting in their presence. My grandfather's journals spoke of similar experiences, framing them not as supernatural phenomena, but as portals to moments of profound peace and introspection. With time, I came to understand that the passage existed in a realm between reality and perception, materializing in the quiet interludes when the mind is still and the boundaries of the possible blur. The stone wall became a focal point for meditation, a conduit to the enigmatic mysteries that lurk within the everyday. On tranquil nights, I would press my palm against the stones, feeling a gentle vibration that resonated through me, connecting me to something ancient and infinite. The passage remained a constant reminder of the fragile veil separating our world from boundless possibilities, urging me to embrace the unknown with wonder rather than fear. As rain continued its gentle lullaby against the ancient stones, the passage shimmered faintly in the lamplight, an enigmatic doorway to realms unseen. Its allure lay not in the promise of what lay beyond, but in the serenity found in embracing the mysteries that elude our grasp, like whispers carried on the evening breeze. Story 51. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the ancient maple trees, carrying the delicate rustle of fallen leaves along the neglected garden path. Before me stood the forsaken Victorian mansion, its weathered exterior marked by years of solitude. As the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows on the ornate windows, they seemed to gaze at me with a tranquil warmth. Each step on the porch echoed a gentle creak, harmonizing with the peaceful symphony of aged wood. The door, cool to the touch, yielded effortlessly to my hand, as if anticipating my arrival. A subtle draft brushed past me as the heavy oak swung open, unveiling a tapestry of scents, old books, dried flowers, and a deeper, enigmatic essence of forgotten memories. Inside, dust particles danced lazily in the waning sunlight, filtering through lace curtains, weaving patterns rich with hidden meanings. The foyer led to a grand parlor adorned with shrouded antique furniture, their forms hinting at ethereal remnants of long-past conversations. Though faded, the wallpaper retained its intricate motifs of climbing roses and delicate vines, whispering tales of days gone by. Moving further within, my footsteps a gentle echo on the hardwood, I sensed a curious presence. The air flowed in a rhythmic cadence, akin to a tranquil breath, a subtle pulse that caused the curtains to sway in a dance of whispers. Initially attributing it to mere drafts, I soon recognized a deliberate intention behind the motion. The fading light of late afternoon bathed the ground floor in muted hues, casting a serene aura over the space. In the dining room, a majestic chandelier hung in silence, its dusty crystals refracting the dwindling light. The set table awaited guests who never came, each place meticulously arranged beneath a veil of gray dust. Ascending the grand staircase, my hand trailing along the mahogany banister, the house's breath grew more palpable. The second story unveiled a corridor of closed doors, each veiling a mystery waiting to unfold. Family portraits gazed serenely from the walls, their eyes tracking my passage with benign curiosity. In a bedroom, a child's rocking horse began to sway, its movements synchronized with the house's gentle rhythm. Nearby, a music box played a soft lullaby, harmonizing with the dwelling's pulse. The master bedroom hosted a four-poster bed draped in elegant fabric, its folds stirring in tranquil unison. A fleeting impression in the vanity mirror hinted at a presence recently departed, a warmth lingering like an echo. In the attic, reached by a winding staircase, the house's breath was most pronounced. The air flowed in slow undulations, enveloping fragments of bygone lives, letters tied with ribbons, silver-framed photographs, and clothing that retained the essence of its wearers. A rocking chair swayed by the window, its creak a gentle lullaby in harmony with the dwelling's pulse. As evening descended, the house's breath grew more pronounced, a soothing melody of settling wood and soft creaks. A desire to linger, to become part of this tranquil rhythm, enveloped me as the dwelling ceased to feel abandoned. It exuded a sense of life, not menacing but protective, akin to a slumbering guardian overseeing its trove of memories. As I readied to depart, I noticed my breath had synchronized with the house's rhythm, a calming sensation akin to being cradled to sleep. Glancing back from the threshold, I glimpsed flickering lights in the upper windows, gentle and warm as candle flames through gauzy veils. Standing on the porch, the house's breath merged with the evening air, the windows now vigilant sentinels, tenderly watching over the estate. As I walked away, my footsteps on the gravel path blended with the whispering wind and distant nocturnal calls. Since then, I've explored many abandoned abodes, yet none have breathed as distinctly as that one. On quiet nights, I find myself syncing my breath with the remembered rhythm, filled with a profound serenity. I ponder if the house endures, still breathing, still safeguarding its trove of memories and forgotten moments. Perhaps one day I'll return, though part of me understands such dwellings exist in a realm between reality and dreams, manifesting only when they wish to be found. The enigma of the breathing house lingers, not as a specter, but as a gentle nudge that some places transcend mere structures. They are custodians of time, sentinels of memories, and perhaps, in their own way, they are alive. In my quietest moments, I sense that tranquil rhythm, a lullaby carried on the evening breeze, beckoning me back to that place where the line between ordinary and extraordinary blurs like mist in the morning light. Story 52. The soft patter of autumn rain tapping against the windows enveloped my cozy study in a tranquil melody as I delved into the trove of old family documents. Bathed in the warm glow of my vintage desk lamp, a comforting circle of light encircled me, while the rest of the room remained shrouded in gentle shadows. This house, once belonging to my grandmother, now whispered with generations of memories following her peaceful departure. Among the yellowed papers, my fingers stumbled upon something peculiar. A weathered, leather-bound journal, its surface smoothed by the passage of time. Devoid of any markings, the moment I opened it, my grandmother's familiar script greeted me. The pages chronicled her meticulous observations of the house's upkeep until I came upon an entry that gave me pause. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. The rain continued its soothing symphony as I reclined in my chair, pondering those words. Despite numerous childhood visits to the root cellar, I couldn't recollect an extra door. The leather of my reading chair sighed faintly as I shifted, while somewhere within the house, aged wooden beams settled with a hushed groan. With bare feet soundlessly padding on the plush carpet, I rose and made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a short hallway, the cellar door awaited, its brass handle gleaming in the soft light overhead. The old key turned smoothly with a well-oiled click, welcoming a cool breath of air as I descended the wooden steps. The root cellar, a repository of intriguing scents, earth, stone, minerals from the foundation, and lingering hints of apples and potatoes stored long ago, greeted me. My flashlight's beam danced over rough stone walls and ancient shelving units, everything appearing just as I remembered, until a subtle anomaly caught my eye in the far corner. A section of the wall seemed subtly different, the texture of the stones beckoning my attention. Drawing closer, my flashlight revealed nuanced variations in the mortar lines. Tracing the pattern with my fingers, I detected a slight indentation. With a gentle push, the wall swung inward noiselessly, revealing a staircase leading into darkness. The steps, crafted from the same stone as the foundation, bore no signs of age or wear. A strange warmth emanated from below, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of summer gardens. While my grandmother's journal had mentioned the door, it divulged nothing about what lay beyond. The staircase enticed exploration, yet there was an undeniable comfort in its flawless construction. The flashlight's beam failed to illuminate the staircase's end. It curved gently out of sight as it descended, engulfed in darkness. Seated on the top step, I allowed the warm air from below to envelop me. The rain's melody muted, replaced by a subtle resonance akin to the distant whisper of wind through a seashell. In this realm, time flowed differently, each moment stretching luxuriously, akin to honey trickling from a spoon. As I descended, the quality of light transformed. The flashlight's beam softened, diffused by an ethereal presence in the air, not dust or mist, but a golden haze akin to late afternoon sunlight. The walls shimmered with iridescence, displaying subtle patterns that shifted with every glance. The staircase's curve persisted, and I realized I had been descending for what felt like an eternity. Yet the journey felt natural, almost lulling. The sweet fragrance intensified, mingling with an ancient mineral essence. Occasionally, distant sounds reached my ears, perhaps music, murmured voices, or rustling leaves in a breeze. Yet, every attempt to focus on these sounds caused them to recede into the background resonance pervading the space. The staircase finally opened into a small landing adorned with inscriptions in an unfamiliar script, the characters undulating like ripples on a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Another staircase descended from the landing, but an inner voice urged me that this was far enough for today. Seated on the landing, I allowed the warm air and gentle vibrations to envelop me. This space exuded neither threat nor welcome, merely existing like a natural law or a mathematical constant. Upon my return, the cellar remained as I had left it. The hidden door shut softly, and soon I found myself back in my study, rain still serenading against the windows. My grandmother's journal lay open on the desk, and as I reached to close it, a previously unnoticed writing caught my eye. Beneath the entry about the door, almost imperceptibly faint, she had penned, "Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding." I never revisited the staircase, yet on tranquil nights when the house settled into its foundation with gentle creaks and sighs, I sometimes sensed that warm, sweet air wafting from below, carrying echoes of almost heard sounds. In those moments, I grasped my grandmother's meaning. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, a silent witness to the mystery of the staircase. It serves not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a reminder of the liminal space between knowledge and dreams, between comprehension and the deepest stirrings of the heart. Perhaps such enigmas find their place in that twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, where questions require no answers, and the unknown enfolds us like a cozy blanket on a rainy autumn eve. Story 53. The soft patter of rain against the window panes created a gentle lullaby as I found myself in my grandmother's aged study, enveloped in the comforting aroma of old leather-bound books and cedar wood. The autumn night had descended early, cloaking the house in a velvety darkness only pierced by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was my grandmother's weathered journal, its pages bearing the weight of time, holding within them a tale of mystery that would forever alter my perception of the night and the twinkling stars above. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving behind this lakeside abode along with its enigmatic secrets. Among her belongings, this journal stood out, its elegant script detailing something extraordinary about the expansive lake that stretched beyond the confines of the property. I had always been intrigued by how the water seemed to swallow light instead of reflecting it, even on the brightest of evenings. The rain continued its melodic performance as I delved into her words penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories within its depths, but not in the way one might assume. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed their descent, one by one, their luminance fading as they submerge into the inky depths. A faint creak from the wooden floorboards momentarily diverted my attention from the pages. In the hushed stillness of the house, every tiny sound carried a significance that whispered of hidden truths. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway told the hour with its solemn chimes. 9 echoes, each resonating through the vacant chambers, each beckoning me further into the realm of my grandmother's writings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time a star descended into the lake, I questioned the veracity of my sight. It appeared as a tear in the fabric of the night sky, a gentle decline rather than the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It kissed the water's surface with hardly a ripple, then descended leisurely, its brilliance waning until it vanished entirely. Outside, the rain began to dwindle, transitioning from a steady drumming to a whispered murmur. Through the study's bay window, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a vast sheet of obsidian glass stretching into the horizon. The veiling clouds parted, unveiling patches of the night sky, yet no stars mirrored on the lake's surface. It remained an abyssal void, absorbing whatever scant light reached it. My grandmother's entries grew more intricate. I've begun documenting them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, though it took me years to discern it. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the boundary between our realm and the beyond appears thinnest. The lake doesn't solely gather them, it retains them in some manner, within its lightless profundities. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I drew my sweater closer around my shoulders, sensing that the drop in temperature was not entirely natural. The journal continued. As they sink, they emit a sound, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wine glass being caressed by a moistened finger. Each star possesses its own pitch, its own melody. At times, on exceptionally tranquil nights, I can discern their harmonious chorus from beneath the surface. The clouds had dispersed entirely, revealing a sky sprinkled with stars. Yet as I gazed out over the lake, its surface remained impenetrably dark. Moving nearer to the window, I detected something peculiar. The stars above the lake appeared to flicker in a distinct manner from those above the encompassing forest. They pulsed with an uncanny, almost hypnotic rhythm. My grandmother's subsequent entry seized my breath. I've begun comprehending why the stars gravitate toward this lake. It's not a chance occurrence. They are drawn here, summoned by something lurking in the depths. The lake isn't merely a collector, it's a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of extinguished light. The real query is, what becomes of their radiance once it is absorbed? Rising from my reading chair, I strode toward the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden planks murmured softly beneath my steps as I ventured outside, propelled by an inexplicable compulsion to draw closer to the lake. The air was crisp and damp from the recent rainfall, carrying the earthy fragrance of wet soil and pine needles. In the distance, an owl hooted softly, its call reverberating across the water's expanse. The journal's pages rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze stirred. My grandmother's narrative had assumed a sense of urgency in the later entries. I've begun perceiving shapes below the surface, not reflections, but entities distinct. They move akin to schools of fish, yet they emit a faint, starlit glow. Whatever the lake orchestrates with the light it captures, it engenders something novel, something exquisite and peculiar. In response to these words, I noticed a subtle alteration in the lake's facade. The darkness seemed to shift, unveiling hues of deep blue and purple, reminiscent of oil swirling on water. And then I beheld it. A star, descending so leisurely it appeared to float, descending from the heavens toward the lake's embrace. It moved with deliberate grace, as if guided rather than plummeting. The star kissed the water's surface with the most delicate of ripples, and I heard it. The crystalline note my grandmother had delineated, pure and haunting. The sound resonated with something deep within my chest, arousing memories I had long forgotten. As the star's luminance began to wane beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights beholding this lake. More stars commenced their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony, audible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface teemed with subtle movements, interplays of light and shadow that appeared to pirouette beneath the surface. It was a sight both beautiful and melancholic, akin to witnessing the fading embers of a fire. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that encapsulated this moment flawlessly. The lake does not extinguish the starlight, it transmutes it. Each fallen star becomes a fragment of something grander, a compendium of celestial recollections that the lake safeguards. At times, I fancy I can discern them murmuring their tales, narratives of cosmic odysseys and age-old radiance, now preserved in these somber waters. Stationed on the porch, observing the languid descent of falling stars, I finally grasped why my grandmother had elected to dwell beside this lake. It was not merely a body of water. It was a reservoir of light, a custodian of stellar mysteries, a site where the line between earth and sky blurred into ambiguity. The night deepened, and more stars continued their gentle descent into the lake's waiting embrace. Each left behind a trace of its journey in the form of that crystalline resonance, engendering a nocturnal symphony that appeared to bridge the gap between the mundane and the miraculous. Standing there, a witness to this extraordinary spectacle, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped me. My grandmother's closing words in the journal now resonated profoundly. The lake of faded stars is not a conclusion, it is a genesis. Every light it gathers becomes a component of an eternal ballet, a celebration of the unending cycle of metamorphosis. To behold it is to comprehend that naught truly ceases. It merely transforms, discovering new avenues to radiate amidst the shadows. The rain resumed, a gentle cascade that appeared to link sky and lake in a glistening veil. I lingered on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal tightly, observing as more stars embarked on their slow descent into the awaiting waters. Each bore its own tale, its own radiance, joining myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the celestial dance persisted, I realized that I had inherited more than a lakeside abode. I had become the subsequent guardian of this celestial enigma, the next observer of this perpetual cycle of falling stars and transmuted light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this tacit comprehension, while above, the night sky perpetuated its eternal spectacle, stars shimmering, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters below. Story 54. Amidst the gentle patter of raindrops on leaves, a soothing melody enveloped me as I strolled along the aged forest path. My boots left soft imprints in the damp earth, the evening air carrying the earthy fragrance of wet soil and pine needles. Wisps of mist twisted between the towering tree trunks like ethereal tendrils, creating a mystical atmosphere. My flashlight cast a warm, gentle glow that hovered in the deepening darkness, barely piercing the dense canopy above. These twilight walks had always brought me peace, even as the shadows deepened and the forest took on an air of mystery. But tonight felt different, a subtle shift in the air. The mist moved against the natural breeze, and the usual forest sounds seemed hushed, as if nature held its breath. A faint whisper, akin to the rustle of leaves, caught my attention. It held no words, only a melodic quality reminiscent of distant wind chimes in a secret garden. Straining to locate its source, I found it elusive, seeming to emanate from all directions at once. Continuing on, my pace slowed. I observed subtle changes around me. The moss on tree trunks shimmered with a silvery glow. Droplets of water refracted my flashlight beam in mesmerizing patterns, casting lingering rainbows. The second whisper, clearer this time, almost murmured my name in a voice woven of rustling leaves and creaking branches. It carried a wave of tranquil nostalgia, akin to a childhood lullaby. Curiosity stirred within me, craving to unravel its mysteries. The path curved around an ancient oak, its branches stretching protectively over the trail. Approaching, I noticed intricate symbols carved into the bark, fluid and intricate, unlike any alphabet known to me. They seemed to shift and dance when viewed from different angles, like ripples on a tranquil pond. As the rain continued its gentle cadence, a deliberate melody seemed to emerge, each droplet contributing to a harmonious symphony that filled the forest. The mist thickened, transforming my flashlight beam into a golden haze that illuminated floating specks of light, resembling fireflies suspended in midair. More whispers joined the chorus, creating a gentle dialogue that resonated through the trees. Their tones rose and fell in patterns both familiar and elusive, at times resembling distant laughter or soft singing, forever just beyond grasp. A small clearing appeared, revealing patches of the evening sky as the rain eased into a fine mist. Through breaks in the clouds, stars shone with an unusual brilliance, pulsating in synchrony with the whispers, as if the forest itself were part of a grand, unseen orchestration. At the clearing's heart stood a circle of glowing mushrooms, their caps emitting a faint, bluish light. The grass within the circle moved in mesmerizing patterns, defying the breeze in a gravity-defying dance. The whispers grew more insistent, beckoning me to step into the circle. promising revelations to questions unasked. The air within the ring shimmered like heat waves, though the evening was cool and growing colder. Entranced, I swayed, caught in the enchanting rhythm of the forest's song. Sight and sound blurred, the whispers leaving trails of soft light in their wake, the forest pulsing with an ancient consciousness. Time warped within the clearing, stars streaking overhead while mist droplets hung suspended, time elongated like honey. The glowing mushrooms beat in time with my heart, or perhaps my heart synced with their pulse. Unsure of the duration spent entranced by light and shadow, by whispered secrets, I felt anchored by the damp earth and cool mist against my skin. Gradually, the whispers faded, the mushrooms glow dimming until mere fungi remained. The rain returned to its natural rhythm, the mysterious melody silenced. Yet a shift had occurred, not in the forest, but in my perception of it. Retracing my steps, the symbols on the old oak caught my flashlight's beam one final time. Briefly, they seemed decipherable, as if on the brink of revelation. Just as quickly, they reverted to cryptic markings in ancient bark. Since that night, the forest has held a different allure. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions of soft rain and weaving mist, I strain to hear those whispers once more, beckoning me back to that enigmatic clearing. It eludes me, despite my searches. Perhaps it evades discovery, or only reveals itself to those who seek it not. On tranquil nights, as twilight falls and I wander through the forest, I find myself listening for those whispers, yearning to relive that symphony of rain and starlight, of age-old secrets and forgotten melodies. And on occasion, just perhaps, the forest listens for me in return. Story 55. The rhythmic pulse of waves against weathered stone enveloped my senses as I journeyed down the twisting path leading to the lighthouse. The evening air carried the fresh tang of salt and seaweed, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil from the day's rain. Each step I took on the moist ground was accompanied by the soft rustle of tall grass swaying in the coastal breeze. Before me stood the lighthouse, its whitewashed walls casting an otherworldly glow in the waning twilight. Layers of history peek through delicate patterns of peeling paint, a testament to time's gentle touch. As the lighthouse keeper's assistant, this structure had been a steadfast presence in my life, but this night felt different. The usual warm, golden beam that should have swept over the waters was absent, though the lantern room glowed at the tower's peak. Unlocking the heavy wooden door with a cold iron key, it creaked open, releasing a low, resonant sound that reverberated through the circular chamber. The familiar scents of brass and mineral oil greeted me, along with a subtle fragrance that eluded recognition, reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. Ascending the spiral staircase, each of the 142 steps seemed to whisper beneath my feet, a departure from the norm. The typical sounds of the lighthouse, the clockwork mechanism's gentle tick and the wind's soft hum through the ventilation shafts, appeared muffled, as if veiled by a thick fog. The brass handrail felt oddly warm, contrasting the cool evening air. Details out of place caught my eye as I climbed higher. Faint markings resembling writing adorned the walls, though upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves as mere natural stone patterns. Arriving at the watchroom just below the lantern room, I noticed the open logbook on the desk, despite my memory of closing it after the last entry. Pages fluttered without a breeze, and the most recent entry, in what seemed to be my handwriting, described a peculiar occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. A chill crept over me as I ascended the final steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens sparkled, its prisms catching and refracting the lamp's light. However, peering through the glass panes revealed no beam piercing the encroaching darkness. The light seemed to dissipate mere feet from its source. Placing my hand against the cool glass, I observed the eerily calm sea below, its surface smooth as black silk with no star reflections. The horizon had vanished, merging sea and sky into an absolute darkness throbbing with an enigmatic vitality. The unsettling entry in the logbook tugged at my thoughts. Years of tending to this lighthouse had grounded my understanding of the natural world. Witnessing light vanish challenged my perception. A soft scraping sound drew my gaze to the open toolbox, tools arranged in an unfamiliar pattern that almost resembled symbols. Blinking, the tools returned to normal, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. The lamp's flame flickered, casting dancing shadows that revealed a peculiar sight. My reflection, slightly out of sync with my movements, a subtle delay echoing through the glass. A gentle humming resonated from the lens, organic and melodic, akin to a wet finger tracing a crystal glass's rim, but deeper. Its vibration coursed through me, the room pulsating with energy. The logbook beckoned once more, words appearing on its pages as if written by an unseen hand. The darkness doesn't consume the light. It transforms it into something we cannot perceive. Some things are meant to remain unseen. Observing the water, I noted patches of liquid shadow instead of the expected illuminated areas, moving with purposeful grace. Mesmerized, I watched as the humming intensified, the lamp's warm glow pulsing in synchrony. Brass fixtures defied physics, reflecting light at impossible angles, casting perplexing shadows that bent reality. Time warped in the lantern room, the moon's swift traverse contrasting with the clock's steady ticks. The brass rail's warmth waned, replaced by a sensation between states of matter, the air charged with potential. Descending the stairs felt like navigating misaligned realities. The lighthouse transcended its physical form, existing in a realm beyond, hinting at a grander purpose than guiding ships through the night. The following morning revealed no trace of the night's anomalies in the logbook. Tools sat in their proper places, the lens casting its beam over the waters as usual. Yet on quiet nights, a subtle fading of light and a faint hum remind me of that mysterious encounter. The lighthouse's enigma persists, wrapped in shifting uncertainties, hinting at unspoken truths nestled between light and dark, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 56. The ancient house took on a different air as night descended. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the lingering amber hues in the sky fade away. Shadows elongated and swayed across the time-worn wooden floors as raindrops tapped rhythmically on the window panes, harmonizing with the crackling of the fireplace. It had been 3 months since I inherited this dwelling, its aged charm a source of solace by day, yet veiled in an enigmatic aura by nightfall. The atmosphere thickened, the darkness carrying a weight of its own. The fragrance of aged books and cedar wood enveloped every nook, intermingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze drifted to the grandfather clock in the corner, its steadfast ticking measuring time with unwavering precision. The brass pendulum swung hypnotically, casting fluid reflections upon the dim wallpaper. As weariness seeped into my eyes, a peculiar sight caught my attention at the window across the room, an anomaly unnoticed in previous nights. The raindrops cascading against the glass formed a strange pattern, flowing sideways rather than downwards. I blinked slowly, questioning if fatigue was playing tricks on my mind. The fire's warm glow lent the window an almost liquid appearance, its glass rippling subtly in a manner defying its nature. Rising from the chair, I approached the window with deliberate steps, my sock-clad feet soundless on the floorboards. With each stride, subtle discrepancies emerged. The frame, seemingly of dark wood like the others, exuded an iridescent gleam akin to moonlit mother-of-pearl. The glass felt peculiar to the touch, neither warm nor cold, yet both simultaneously. Through the window, the view appeared distorted. Instead of the garden with its unruly rose bushes and stone path, a gentle pulsating fog met my gaze, illuminated from within. Within the mist, shapes swirled and danced, too nebulous to be tangible, yet too defined to be mere shadows, evoking a sense of déjà vu. The clock's chime resonated through the room as it struck 9, each note causing a ripple in the ethereal fog beyond the window, momentarily halting the enigmatic dance within. The rain's cadence intensified, now carrying whispers, soft murmurings reminiscent of leaves rustling in a summer breeze, devoid of menace. Settling onto the window seat, my reflection in the glass fading, I fixated on the mysteries unfolding beyond. The fog thinned intermittently, revealing glimpses of what seemed like another chamber, one inconceivable outside this second-story window. Elegant furniture fragments, books hovering midair, and an identical window facing me materialized in fleeting succession. The whispers, though still incomprehensible, grew more distinct, emanating a warmth akin to familiar voices conversing just beyond reach. The rain's scent evolved, mingling hints of vanilla, aged parchment, and an elusive floral essence. An ambient energy pulsed gently around the window, reminiscent of the aftermath of a resonating bell. Time seemed to dilate as I sat there, the clock's ticking slowing like honey oozing from a spoon. The mist shapes weaved narratives, recounting tales of bygone nights, other observers, and alternate windows. I glimpsed individuals who may have occupied my current seat, their countenances serene and inquisitive, their hands outstretched toward the glass as mine were. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that pirouetted across the window's surface, within which elegant script materialized and dissolved, conveying messages in unfamiliar languages I oddly comprehended. They spoke of gateways, thresholds, interstitial spaces, and rooms nestled within reality's folds. Despite heavy eyelids, I resisted succumbing to sleep, fearful of missing the next revelation in that mysterious panorama. The fog's waltz persisted, occasionally parting to unveil more tantalizing glimpses of the improbable room beyond. A suggestion of movement, fluttering curtains, shifting shadows, a figure perhaps seated akin to my grandfather's chair, intermittently caught my eye. The whispers had evolved into a soothing lullaby, intertwining with the rain's melody in a gentle symphony. They alluded to secrets, concealed locales, and parallel realms just beyond the fragile glass barrier. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, between this room and the ethereal space, I finally yielded to drowsiness. Uncertain if it was real or a dream, a soft click akin to an unlocking door, followed by a faint creak of hinges, lingered in my consciousness. A cool breeze, redolent of ancient tomes and boundless possibilities, caressed me as my senses faded. Awakening at dawn, nestled in my grandfather's chair beneath a blanket of unknown origin, the window appeared ordinary once more, revealing only the rain-drenched garden outside. Yet on the window seat rested a solitary sheet of paper, its edges curling slightly, adorned with ever-shifting, elegant script. Despite my efforts, the writing remained elusive, morphing when directly observed. On late nights when rain falls just so and shadows align perfectly, I sense a fleeting comprehension. Since that day, every evening finds me by the window, vigilant and expectant. The fog may appear or dissipate, the other room glimpsed or concealed, yet the whispers, gentle rain, and promise of concealed truths persist. And sometimes as the grandfather clock strikes 9 and the fire dwindles, I ponder if an observer in that alternate chamber gazes back, pen in hand, inscribing tales of a window peering into our realm. Story 57. The soft, gentle rhythm of raindrops tapping against the window panes enveloped the ancient mansion in a comforting melody, a natural lullaby that whispered of tranquility. Standing in the grand entrance hall, I gazed out as the droplets painted intricate patterns on the glass, creating ethereal dancers in the twilight shadows. The air held a delicate blend of aged wood's earthy aroma and the faint hint of lavender, a fragrance that carried whispers of bygone eras. This magnificent house, now mine through my grandmother's legacy, cradled memories of childhood in every nook and cranny. Each step I took on the weathered hardwood floors echoed softly in the serene silence, the house itself seeming to breathe in harmony with my movements. As I wandered through the familiar rooms, the evening shadows draped everything in a serene palette of blues and grays. The second-floor corridor beckoned to me, its polished wooden panels exuding a warm glow earned through years of meticulous care. Family portraits adorned the walls, their serene gazes following me with a quiet dignity as I passed by. The rich burgundy carpet runner beneath my feet absorbed the sound of my footsteps, its pattern still vibrant despite the passage of time. A subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. It could have been the way the shadows danced, or the palpable stillness in the air. Progressing down the corridor, the portraits lining the walls seemed to come alive in my peripheral vision, their movements unseen when I looked directly at them. The scent of lavender intensified, mingling with notes of vanilla and old paper, a nostalgic blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study, though that room resided on the first floor, not here in this hallway. The aroma enveloped me like a gentle embrace, evoking half-forgotten memories of lazy summer afternoons spent reading in her company. Pausing before a mirror that had hung for generations, I caught sight of my reflection, yet the corridor reflected within it appeared altered, elongated, with doors that shouldn't exist. Turning to face the hallway, it remained unchanged. When I returned my gaze to the mirror, the distorted image persisted, stretching into an impossible distance. A soft whisper, like the rustling of pages touched by a breeze, drifted around me from unseen sources. The faint, incomprehensible words carried a tone that felt eerily familiar, akin to my grandmother's voice, or perhaps an echo of my own. The corridor's temperature shifted, a pleasant coolness reminiscent of autumn evenings by the fireside downstairs. The wooden panels seemed to pulsate gently, releasing a flood of memories into the air. Melodies from the piano wafting from the parlor, echoes of children's laughter resonating across time, the rhythmic click of my grandmother's knitting needles. Moving forward, the portraits subtly transformed. My great-aunt's dress changed hues when I averted my gaze, while my grandfather's pocket watch flickered in and out of sight like a shy sprite. These shifts didn't unsettle me. Instead, they felt like natural extensions of the house's memories. With each step, the corridor appeared to lengthen, not in a menacing manner, but as though the house itself granted me extra time to delve into its past, to recollect, to comprehend. The rain's gentle cadence morphed into a melodic symphony that synchronized with my footsteps. Each raindrop carried a memory, vivid at first, then dissolving like sugar in tea. Brushing my fingers against the wall, the wood exuded warmth, almost akin to human skin. Patterns in the grain swirled and reshaped, conjuring fleeting images, a child's toy, a Christmas tree, an old rocking chair, dissipating as swiftly as they appeared. Each touch unleashed more memories, manifesting as shimmering specks of golden light that pirouetted in the twilight shadows. Near the corridor's end stood a door previously unnoticed, blending seamlessly with its counterparts. The gleaming brass handle beckoned in the dimness. Approaching, the whispers grew clearer, though their meaning remained elusive. They evoked memories of my grandmother's serene humming as she tended to her garden, a melody that seemed to encapsulate all wisdom. The door yielded to my touch, not swinging open conventionally, but dissolving like mist at dawn, unveiling another corridor beyond, or perhaps the same corridor from a different time. In this alternate reality, sunlight streamed through non-existent windows, illuminating dancing dust motes like celestial constellations. Positioned between these two realms, I felt no fear, only a profound serenity. The whispers now harmonized with gentle laughter and distant piano melodies, lavender intertwined with wafts of fresh bread and morning coffee, evoking the cherished sense of my childhood within these walls. Glancing back, the corridor behind me remained steadfast and tangible, yet just as enigmatic as what lay ahead. The portraits observed with serene countenances, familiar yet somehow transformed, as if embodying every variation of themselves through the ages. I lingered in that threshold, allowing memories to cascade over me like gentle waves. On tranquil evenings when rain drizzles outside, I revisit that corridor. The door stands sentinel, a portal to myriad possibilities. Its purpose not to be opened, but to remind us that memory flows in infinite streams, where past and present entwine in the soft glow of comprehension. The whispers persist in their eternal dialogue. The portraits maintain their silent vigil. The corridor lingers, an ethereal realm suspended between reality and imagination, a sanctuary where fractured memories mend and reshape into new forms. In this twilight realm where past fuses with potential futures, I discover a different tranquility, one born of embracing the enigmatic rather than unraveling it. Thus, the corridor endures, a sanctuary where time meanders like honey on a summer day, where memories ebb and flow like distant waves. Rain continues its gentle descent, wood whispers its tales, and within the heartbeat's pause, my grandmother's lavender blooms eternally, evolving yet timeless, in the garden of fragmented memories. Story 58. As the gentle wind whispered through the ancient trees carrying the essence of pine and damp earth, I wandered along the winding forest path. The twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and deep blue, while my wooden lantern cast a warm, flickering glow that danced upon the moss-covered ground. Shadows seemed to come alive with each step I took, breathing in rhythm with the forest around me. Seeking solace among the whispers of nature, I delved deeper into the woods, where an unusual formation of trees caught my eye. Their branches intertwined, creating a natural shelter that beckoned me closer. In all my years of roaming these woods, I had never stumbled upon this mysterious grove. The branches twisted and merged in ways that defied logic, forming archways and corridors reminiscent of a forgotten palace sculpted by nature itself. The bark bore intricate patterns, as if touched by unseen hands over centuries. The air within the shelter held a warmth unlike the surrounding forest, carrying a sweet fragrance of honey and aged books, tinged with an exotic allure. Beneath the woven canopy, my footsteps echoed differently, resonating like soft music playing on wooden floorboards. Colored glass fragments shimmered like captured stars, while delicate paper-like materials intertwined with the branches, weathered by time. The deeper I ventured, the more the environment shifted subtly, the temperature rising, the light taking on a greenish hue that filtered through the dense foliage above. A soft hum, almost melodic, emanated from the very essence of the wood, as if the trees themselves were singing a lullaby. I discovered a small alcove within the shelter, a natural chair formed by perfectly aligned trees, adorned with curious objects and ancient symbols. Night descended outside, casting the shelter in a surreal light. Shadows danced, lights flickered like playful fireflies, and the grove seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Details within the shelter challenged my perception of reality. Intricate patterns etched into the branches, knots resembling cryptic writing, and a distant chiming that filled the air with tranquility. Time lost its meaning as I succumbed to the enchantment of the grove. I settled into the natural chair, surrounded by shifting lights and gentle vibrations that lulled me into a twilight state between dream and wakefulness. The branches seemed to move when I wasn't looking, emitting a soft light that painted the canopy above in ethereal colors. The air grew heavy with wisdom and ancient whispers, as if the grove itself held secrets of the ages. A presence, ancient and watchful, pervaded the shelter, its humming taking on a language of its own, speaking in patterns that eluded my understanding. With the dawn's light filtering through the canopy, I awoke to a changed world. The shelter appeared more distant, its mystery fading with the morning sun. As I departed, a twisted leaf, reminiscent of the grove's cryptic symbols, rested on the natural table beside me. The forest seemed to shift around me, the path back elusive, as if the grove itself had slipped back into the realm of dreams. Returning to the forest, I seek the grove that lingers in my memories and dreams. The woven branches tease me from afar, the familiar hum whispers on the breeze, yet the shelter remains a fleeting mirage. Perhaps it appears only to those in need of its peculiar magic, offering sanctuary and enigma to weary souls. My only reminder is the echo of tree whispers and the certainty that the shelter, beneath its ancient branches, stands vigilant, awaiting the next wanderer in search of its mysterious embrace. Story 59. In the soft murmur of waves caressing ancient rocks, I wandered along a meandering path. The silhouette of an old house loomed against the darkening twilight, its weathered facade bearing the scars of countless storms. The salty breeze carried the essence of the sea, mingling with the earthly fragrance of damp soil and weathered stone. My flashlight cast playful shadows, revealing the overgrown trail before me. This place, a legacy from my grandmother, held secrets she had never shared. It was only after her passing that a letter from her lawyer arrived, bearing old brass keys and documents for a property unknown to me. The deed, a silent heirloom, traced back generations in my family's lineage. Each step I took upon the creaking wooden stairs whispered tales of bygone footsteps. The key turned effortlessly in the lock, as if anticipating my arrival. With a gentle groan, the door swung open, unveiling an interior bathed in a peculiar warmth, despite its long abandonment. My flashlight unveiled walls adorned with faded floral wallpaper, the patterns swaying like underwater blooms in its beam. Veiled in white dust covers, the furniture seemed to breathe with each draft that passed through the open door. A grandfather clock stood sentinel in the main room, its pendulum frozen in time. Its face read 3:15, though my watch disagreed, showing past 7 in the evening. A subtle movement caught my eye. The minute hand twitched, reversing a single minute. I blinked, convinced it was a trick of the light, yet the hand twitched once more as if to affirm its defiance of time. Whispering floorboards guided me through each room, revealing mysteries aplenty. Silver-framed photographs depicted faces that shifted with angles, mirrors cast shadows that danced independently, and windows offered differing views through each pane. The library, a sanctuary of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, held volumes devoid of titles, their spines adorned with ever-shifting patterns. The air bore the familiar scent of aged books, intertwined with hints of salt water, night-blooming flowers, and an elusive sweetness. An empty leather armchair faced the sea-facing window, its warmth suggesting recent occupancy. Beside it, a delicate bone china teacup held a lone golden droplet, capturing the fading daylight. The room's temperature fluctuated, a gentle ebb and flow like unseen currents in a serene stream. The ocean's whispers outside seemed to harmonize into an elusive melody just beyond comprehension. Ascending to the upper floor, a corridor of closed doors beckoned. The carpet beneath me flowed like rippling water, each door emanating a unique aura, warmth, a distant breeze, or the echo of faint music. The final door, slightly ajar, bathed the hallway in a soft, pearlescent glow. Within the bedroom, a 4-poster bed draped in diaphanous curtains swayed without a discernible source. A writing desk adorned with elegant script-filled sheets seemed to fade upon closer inspection, leaving behind faint ink-scented emptiness. The mirror above the desk reflected a subtly altered reality, where stillness reigned in the room behind me, contrasting the gentle movements within. Night had fully descended, casting moonlit patterns that defied logic upon the floor. The house now rested in a hushed anticipation, every surface exuding a living warmth, as if the very essence of the building pulsed with life. The distant toll of the grandfather clock resonated through the house, its final chime lingering in the air, a haunting echo of timeless existence. Returning downstairs, the main room had transformed under the moon's gaze. The dust covers, disturbed without my touch, formed figures frozen in ethereal dance. The clock's hands, moving both forward and backward, cast a shimmering veil in the dim light. Led by a gentle warmth, I found a matching teacup in the kitchen, steam spiraling from its surface. The golden-hued tea exuded a tantalizing aroma, evoking distant memories and forgotten melodies. The seascape beyond the kitchen window appeared altered, the horizon shifting in an elusive dance with the moonlit waters. The house whispered its enigmatic tale, existing between moments, in the breath of unanswered questions. Nestled in its embrace, I savored the lingering taste of the mysterious tea, a concoction of childhood whims and vanished lullabies. The ocean's murmurs conversed with the shore in a language that stirred a sense of recognition deep within. Embracing the inevitable, I understood my grandmother's silence regarding this abode. Time ebbed and flowed uniquely within its walls, an intangible current impossible to grasp, leaving only traces of its passing. Settling into the leather armchair, I glimpsed familiar yet indistinct reflections in the window, like elusive memories drifting in a boundless sea. The grandfather clock defied convention, marking time in ways beyond comprehension. The house breathed, the sea whispered, and in the fleeting space between moments, past and future intertwined like tea swirling in delicate china, awaiting revelation. Story 60. The soft murmur of the breeze rustling through the autumn leaves accompanied my steps as I wandered along the forest trail that evening. The air carried a comforting aroma of earthy decay, fallen leaves transforming into fertile soil, mushrooms emerging from hidden nooks, and the final sweet sense of summer flowers gracefully yielding to the embrace of fall. As the setting sun cast long shadows amidst the trees, their branches extended like delicate tendrils across my path. These evening strolls had always been a source of solace for me, particularly after prolonged hours confined indoors. The forest whispered a unique silence, distinct from the artificial hush of man-made structures. It teemed with subtle noises, a symphony of gentle rustles and distant murmurs. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift lingered in the air. The customary chorus of crickets appeared subdued, as if they, too, awaited something within the deepening shadows. The initial call of an owl resonated through the dimming light, a familiar rolling sequence of hoots that I had come to recognize during my nocturnal meanderings. What seized my attention was not the call itself, but rather the response it elicited. Another owl replied, its voice carrying a melodic cadence unfamiliar to my ears. The two calls intertwined in the cooling dusk, crafting a haunting duet that compelled me to halt in my tracks. As I stood in rapt attention, additional voices joined the ethereal choir. 3, then 4, then numerous beyond tally, each with its own unique timbre, yet blending in a harmonious union that defied rational explanation. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously, filling the spaces between trees with an otherworldly symphony. The temperature plummeted, accompanied by a wispy mist that ascended from the ground akin to spectral exhales. Through the veiling fog, a peculiar observation captivated me, the manner in which shadows traversed amongst the trees. They undulated and shifted autonomously from the waning light, as if darkness itself harbored an animate intent. At some indeterminate point, my timepiece had ceased its ticking, though the precise moment remained elusive. Time here felt fluid, marked solely by the steady cadence of the owl's melody. The mist thickened, and within its embrace, I discerned forms, not entirely corporeal, yet more substantial than mere shadows. They moved with a grace reminiscent of dancers in a celestial waltz. These apparitions appeared to respond to the owl's symphony, swaying and interweaving in perfect synchrony with each haunting note. As my vision acclimated to the deepening twilight, faint features emerged within the mist, hints of wings, of ancient eyes, of shapes oscillating between avian and something beyond comprehension. I swayed gently in tune with the rhythm, my breathing mirroring the unhurried pulse of the forest's melody. The chill mist enfolded me like a familiar shroud, and despite the uncanny spectacle, fear found no foothold within me. Instead, a profound tranquility descended, as if I had chanced upon an ancient and sacred ceremony enacted in these woods since time immemorial. Slowly, I became cognizant of a transformation within the owl's song. The harmony deepened, layers of sound interweaving in enigmatic patterns that conveyed meaning just beyond my grasp. The misty forms drew nearer, their choreography evolving into intricate patterns. Amidst their fluid movements, glimpses of other realms flickered. Moonlit clearings unknown to me, venerable trees inconceivable within these woods, stars aglow with hues unnameable. Time continued its enigmatic passage, and I found myself moving forward once more, though the decision to do so eluded my recollection. The path beneath my feet felt simultaneously familiar and alien, as if it existed in two planes concurrently. Guided by the owl's melody, and flanked by the silent sentinels of mist, I traversed what felt like minutes or hours, allowing the music to carry me through the twilight realm. Gradually, recognizable landmarks materialized. The gnarled ancient oak demarcating the boundary of my usual route, the moss-draped boulder resembling a slumbering bear. Yet they bore an altered aura now, as if imbued with the night's enchantment to their very core. The mist began to dissipate as I neared the forest's edge, and with its retreat, the ethereal chorus began to fade. One by one, the owl voices fell silent, until only a solitary call lingered, the same gentle, rolling hoot that initiated it all. Then, too, it dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence heavy with enigmas. Emerging from the woods, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking. According to its face, merely an hour had lapsed since I entered the forest, though my experience contested otherwise. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind solely the ordinary shadows of early evening. In the ensuing days, I persisted with my twilight walks, yet the mysterious choir and its spectral audience eluded me henceforth. Occasionally, on exceptionally tranquil nights, I caught fleeting echoes of that peculiar harmony in the distance, or glimpsed movements at the edge of sight. However, the full symphony remained elusive, a dreamlike remembrance more substantial than reality itself. The forest hoarded its secrets, unveiling them solely in the moments of perfect dusk, when the boundary between existence and possibility grew tenuous. I persisted in treading the paths as evening descended, and I paused to listen when an owl's call pierced the gathering shadows. Occasionally, ever so rarely, the inception of an answer seemed to resonate, bearing the promise of another waltz amidst shadow and light, orchestrated by the solitary owl's melody. Story 61. The rain whispered its secrets against the old inn's wooden shingles, a gentle melody that lulled me into a state of quiet wonder. Standing before the weathered door, my coat heavy with the dampness of the storm, I watched as lamplight flickered behind fogged window panes. The sign above swayed softly in the evening breeze. The Wanderer's Inn, its faded letters still holding a mysterious charm in the deepening darkness. There was a pull to this place, a beckoning beyond mere shelter from the autumn tempest. It was in the way the warm light seemed to pulse with an ethereal glow, and how the shadows clung to the building's corners with a depth that seemed to defy logic. Running my fingers along the intricate carvings on the door frame, the spiraling patterns beneath my touch seemed to shift and dance. With surprising ease, the door swung open, as if ushering me into its enigmatic embrace. A scent of wood smoke and something sweet, perhaps lavender or sage, filled the air as I entered. The common room stretched out before me, both spacious and intimate, dominated by a grand stone fireplace on one wall. Comfortable chairs and small tables dotted the room, most empty except for a few solitary figures lost in their own thoughts. The innkeeper, her silver hair aglow in the firelight, greeted me with a smile that held a depth of untold tales and well-guarded secrets. Welcome, traveler. Her voice carried the warmth of a winter night's mulled wine. You've arrived precisely when you needed to. I wanted to inquire further, but the words dissolved on my tongue, melting into the air like morning mist. Instead, I found myself following her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to ripple with hidden patterns, flowers that almost resembled faces, vines that hinted at forgotten scripts. My room awaited at the end of the hall, number 7, though I couldn't recall discussing the length of my stay or settling payment. The door handle felt cool to the touch, and as it turned, a distant melody like a half-remembered lullaby drifted into my ears from an unknown source. The room, both familiar and enigmatic, unfolded before me. A 4-poster bed with deep burgundy curtains stood against one wall, the fabric stirring as if touched by an unseen hand. A writing desk faced the window, offering a view of expansive gardens that defied the inn's exterior size. The aged wooden floor whispered stories of countless foots traversing its surface over the years. As I settled in, shedding my damp coat and boots, I noticed subtle details that seemed to shift when not under direct gaze. The mirror above the wash basin reflected fleeting movements, and the shadows in the room's corners breathed with a gentle rhythm synchronized to the distant rainfall. That night, sleep enveloped me in a profound embrace, cocooned in blankets carrying the elusive fragrance of unfamiliar herbs. Dreams wove a tapestry of soft murmurs in languages on the edge of recognition, and fleeting glimpses of fellow travelers from eras long past, or garbed in attire beyond comprehension. Morning arrived like a soft tide, the light filtering through the window with a quality that transcended the ordinary. Descending to the common room, I found it both empty and alive, vacant of physical presence, yet brimming with a palpable energy, as if echoes of conversations from all eras lingered in the air like spectral whispers. The innkeeper appeared, offering a steaming cup of tea I hadn't requested but knew I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her smile holding the answers I hadn't yet formulated. The tea tasted of memories unmade and lands unexplored. Throughout the day, guests appeared and vanished with a dreamlike fluidity. A man in a worn coat penned letters that faintly glowed in the afternoon light. A young woman with starlit hair perused a book whose pages appeared blank until averted eyes revealed their secrets. An elderly gentleman by the fire conversed with an unseen companion, or perhaps one existing in a realm beyond my perception. Time within the inn's walls danced to its own mysterious rhythm. Meals materialized when hunger beckoned, their origins veiled in unseen hands. The daylight streaming through the windows defied conventional timekeeping, and the garden vistas shifted in perpetual metamorphosis, though all carried a whisper of familiarity that defied explanation. Evening found me drawn to a library that had seemingly materialized overnight. Books lined the walls, their titles in ever-changing scripts that defied deciphering. The room exuded a scent of leather, time, and boundless possibilities. An open book on a stand captured my attention, its pages recounting tales of travelers navigating literal and metaphorical crossroads, of inns existing betwixt moments, and of guardians guiding wandering souls through thresholds of existence. That night, as I lay beneath the unceasing rainfall, a realization dawned about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls didn't merely shield travelers from the elements. They sheltered moments plucked from the fabric of time itself. Each creak of the floorboards, every flicker of lamplight, each whispered conversation in the hall existed both in the present and in the vast expanse of countless repetitions. Contemplating departure in the morning, I found myself unable to recall my initial direction or intended destination. The innkeeper's smile held all the mysteries of the universe as I inquired about payment and leaving arrangements. "The inn keeps its own time," she murmured, refilling my cup with a liquid shimmering with memories. "And each guest stays precisely as long as they must." Days or weeks blurred into an ethereal haze, time flowing like the undulating patterns in the wallpaper. Conversations with spectral guests, books rewriting their narratives when unobserved, and gardens embodying all seasons concurrently filled my days. Some mornings, I discovered notes on my desk penned in my own hand, containing thoughts I couldn't recall conceiving. They spoke of journeys yet to unfold and discoveries waiting to be unearthed. The ink gleamed with possibilities, sometimes rearranging its words as I folded the pages away. Gradually, I comprehended that the Wanderer's Inn wasn't solely a physical space. It was a moment elongated into a haven, a pause in time's relentless march where lost souls discovered themselves or surrendered to a blissful enigma. The innkeeper transcended mere mortal form, embodying a guardian of this liminal space, this sanctuary between realities where travelers didn't just rest their bodies but also their narratives. On a morning that wasn't quite morning, I sensed the time had come to resume my journey. Boots awaited by the door, though I couldn't recall shedding them the night before. My coat hung ready on the hook, a blend of familiar wear and newfound freshness. The innkeeper stood at the threshold, though her presence had eluded me on the descent from my room. "Will I return?" I questioned, though the true inquiry lingered unspoken. Her smile, a repository of unspoken truths, held me in its gentle grasp. "Those meant to find the inn always do," she assured, "though its visage may shift upon your next arrival." Stepping into a world both known and foreign, memories that felt as tangible as dreams clung to me. The signs still creaked softly in the breeze, and upon a final glance backward, the inn seemed to blur and morph like a reflection distorted by a gentle rain. Now, on nights when the rain cascades in that particular manner, or when elusive scents of unnamed herbs drift by, I find myself seeking a weathered door adorned with spiraling carvings, windows aglow with an otherworldly luminescence. And at times, just at the edge of perception, I catch the faint creak of a sign bearing the name The Wanderer's Inn. Whether a memory or a harbinger of what's yet to unfold, the distinction remains tantalizingly uncertain. Story 62. The soft patter of rain on my windshield created a calming melody as I navigated the autumn evening. The tired wipers swayed back and forth in a mesmerizing motion, clearing the delicate droplets that clung to the glass. My headlights illuminated a path through the encroaching darkness, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had been with me for the past hour. Although I had traveled this road countless times, tonight felt different. The familiar journey homeward had taken on an ethereal essence, with wisps of mist beginning to rise from the earth, intertwining with the ancient trees lining the narrow road. The fog crept forward languidly, akin to spectral tendrils stretching towards the darkening sky. The aged wooden bridge that signaled the midpoint of my trek emerged ahead, barely discernible through the thickening mist. It stood as a simple structure, weathered by the passage of countless seasons, its planks smoothed by the years of vehicles passing over. As I neared, the mist seemed to gather denser around it, as if drawn to its weathered timbers. The sound of my tires shifted as they met the wooden planks, creating a soft, hollow rhythm that reverberated through the serene evening. My headlights cast a glow on the swirling fog, which danced and twirled in hypnotic patterns. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the dark, mirror-like creek below caught my eye in the fading light. A strange sensation prompted me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, resembling breath more than wind, or the peculiar quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The drumming of my tires grew fainter and slower until I came to a halt in the center of the bridge. With the engine softly purring, I became aware of other sounds. The gentle murmur of water below, the rain tapping lightly on metal and wood, and something else, barely within hearing. It could have been whispers or the wind playing through the aged wooden rails, but it carried faint echoes of words too distinct to be mere chants, yet too elusive to comprehend. Rolling down my window slightly, I allowed the cool, damp air to infiltrate the car. The scent that wafted in was intricate: damp wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, reminiscent of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist curled through the crack like inquisitive tendrils, carrying with it that almost audible, nearly discernible voice. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw only a wall of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge appeared to stretch infinitely into the mist. The familiar length of the crossing had morphed into uncertainty. Through the passenger window, I observed how the fog over the creek moved against the wind, swirling in deliberate, slow spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a figure standing at the bridge's railing, or merely a denser patch of fog caught in an eddy. Yet, for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a hand extend towards my car, its outlines soft and blurred, akin to a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The radio, previously playing soft music at a low volume, began to scan through stations on its own. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted in and out, none lingering for more than a few seconds. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until I realized they were repeating in a pattern just beyond recognition. Time became fluid, mirroring the fog outside. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, watching the mist swirl and listening to the whispered almost speech. My watch continued ticking, but each glance revealed times that felt out of sync. The glowing numbers on my dashboard pulsed softly, marking seconds that seemed elongated or truncated. A tap on my driver's side window jolted me, the sound akin to raindrops, yet purposeful. When I turned to look, the fog against the glass seemed to form a visage. Or perhaps it was merely water droplets catching the light in an unusual manner. It dissipated as I strained to focus, leaving me uncertain of what I had glimpsed. The whispering momentarily grew clearer, almost morphing into comprehensible words. It evoked memories of overheard conversations through walls, familiar yet intangible. There was a quality to it that hinted at meaning just beyond my grasp, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The bridge's wooden planks resumed their muted serenade beneath my tires. As I reached the opposite side, the fog began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its hold on my car. In the rearview mirror, I witnessed the bridge fade into the mist, now pulsating gently, akin to slow breathing. The remainder of my journey home passed without incident, though the radio persisted in its erratic behavior, playing fragments of songs I almost recognized. Upon finally parking in my driveway, I noticed something peculiar on my passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of any discernible source. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the continuing rain, my thoughts drifted back to the bridge and its enigmatic fog. In my dreams, the whispered words resurfaced, and this time I almost grasped their meaning. Almost, but not quite. And perhaps that was for the best. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the fog, I sense a gentle pull, an invitation to pause and listen to those nearly decipherable words once more. At times I yield, and at times I resist. Yet, I've observed that the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not. A small, circular reminder that certain mysteries prefer to linger unsolved, hanging in the air like mist over dark waters. Story 63. The soft patter of rain against the attic window enveloped the space in a tranquil melody as I sifted through generations of family treasures. Each gentle creak of the old floorboards echoed with whispers of bygone footsteps, weaving a tapestry of memories through time. Dust particles danced in the warm light of my vintage lamp, creating intricate patterns in the air, moving with a sense of purpose and elegance. For hours, I immersed myself in the task of organizing, finding solace in the rhythmic process of examining each object, each memory, each fragment of history nestled in this secluded corner of the house. The rain's steady rhythm served as a soothing backdrop to my endeavors, occasionally interrupted by distant rumbles of thunder rolling across the sky like gentle waves. Amidst the dimly lit attic, as I shifted a heavy velvet curtain aside, my lamp's glow revealed a hidden gem, a weathered wooden chest tucked away in the farthest corner. The aged wood bore intricate carvings that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering light, reflecting a craftsmanship of a bygone era where dedication to detail was paramount. Intrigued, I approached the chest, captivated by its presence. The carvings depicted phases of the moon, intertwined with flowing patterns reminiscent of wind and water. Running my fingers over the smooth valleys and ridges worn by time, I sensed a connection to the craftsmanship of long ago. The tarnished metal clasps, though aged, maintained their integrity, hinting at the countless hands that had once touched them. Curiously, there was no lock, an unusual feature for such an ornate piece. A faint aroma of cedar mingled with a mysterious, ancient scent as I cautiously lifted the lid. Within the chest, cradled in faded velvet lining, lay a collection of objects that immediately seized my attention. A weathered leather journal, its pages curling with age, rested beside a small wooden box crafted from a lighter wood than the chest itself. Tied with a weathered ribbon, a bundle of letters occupied one corner, while a cloth-wrapped package filled the remaining space. The journal exuded warmth as I touched its cover, as if recently handled, though the untouched dust contradicted such a notion. Opening it, the delicate crackling of the spine revealed elegant handwriting that filled the pages, aged to a rich sepia hue, yet legible. The first entry, penned over a century ago by someone named Elizabeth, spoke of vivid dreams that transcended mere imagination. She detailed walking through ephemeral doorways and following distant melodies unheard by others, blurring the lines between reality and the realm of dreams. Page by page, I delved deeper into Elizabeth's world, where reality intertwined with dreams in a mesmerizing dance. Her writings unveiled a discovery that altered her perception of the world, unveiling hidden patterns leading to what she called the spaces between moments. Mentions of a small wooden box in her later entries caught my eye, prompting me to carefully lift it from its resting place. Light and finely crafted, the box bore lunar carvings akin to the chest, but with a delicate touch, hinting at a different artisan. Opening it revealed a single object, a small, round mirror with a silver frame, its glass remarkably clear and undamaged by time. Peering into its depths, the reflection seemed to beckon, as if offering a glimpse beyond mere appearances. The cloth-wrapped bundle housed small crystals, each labeled with dates and moon phases, some matching those in Elizabeth's journal where she recounted her most profound experiences. Untying the letters revealed a correspondence between Elizabeth and a kindred spirit, sharing cryptic discussions and discoveries, hinting at meetings shrouded in secrecy and revelations tied to lunar cycles. Surrounded by these enigmatic artifacts, the rain outside transitioned into a gentle mist, casting a dreamlike ambiance in the attic. The air felt charged with an unspoken energy, as if the space itself acknowledged the veiled truths I had unearthed. Carefully reassembling the contents within the chest, I restored each item to its original place, preserving the mystique that enveloped them. Yet as I closed the lid, a subtle shift in the atmosphere lingered, altering my perception of the attic's surroundings. In the ensuing days, drawn by an inexplicable force, I frequented the attic, immersing myself in Elizabeth's journal and observing the mirror's enigmatic reflections that seemed to ebb and flow with the moon's phases. Gradually, subtle nuances unveiled themselves, shadows dancing against the light's direction, rooms revealing hidden depths at twilight, and rain carrying faint echoes of celestial melodies at the edge of perception. Were these revelations always present, concealed until Elizabeth's words illuminated them, Or had my encounter with her mysteries reshaped my reality? The chest, a silent guardian of enigmas, beckoned me to ponder the uncharted territories of perception and understanding. With each raindrop, a chorus of possibilities whispered through the air, nudging me to embrace the unknown. And in those tranquil moments between raindrops, I listened intently for the elusive music that Elizabeth once followed, ready to embark on a journey beyond the confines of ordinary existence. As the rain persisted in its gentle descent, its cadence now imbued with newfound depth, I pondered the mysteries that lingered within the attic's confines. Elizabeth's legacy, a tantalizing tapestry of dreams and discoveries, continued to weave its spell, inviting contemplation of the unseen realms that intertwined with our own. And on those hushed, rainy afternoons, when the light cast a surreal glow, I sat beside the chest, wondering about the cosmic dance that Elizabeth had once glimpsed. Perhaps, in those fleeting moments, the veil between worlds would thin, offering a glimpse into the ethereal mysteries that awaited beyond the looking glass. Story 64. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stone created a tranquil melody as I stood at the mouth of the time-worn cave, my lantern casting a warm, flickering glow on the rugged walls. The air held a fragrance of damp moss and pure, mineral-rich water, a scent untouched by the hands of man for centuries. As a geologist, I had traversed many caves in my time, but there was a unique intimacy to this one, as if the very earth beneath my feet was alive and breathing in harmony with my own breath. Each step I took reverberated softly through the cavern, accompanied by the gentle splashing of water droplets falling from stalactites, forming shimmering puddles below. The limestone formations caught the light of my lantern, casting dancing shadows that swayed and shifted as if moving with a life of their own. Pausing now and then, I ran my fingers along the cool, damp walls, feeling the ancient textures that whispered tales of geological epochs stretching back millions of years. The tunnel gradually widened into a vast chamber, where the ceiling soared so high that my lantern's light could not reach its lofty heights. The space was filled with the melodic symphony of water droplets trickling into small pools, each droplet adding its voice to the harmonious song that filled the chamber. With each step, my boots left gentle imprints in the fine silt covering the ground. It was then that I noticed something peculiar. Delicate footprints in the silt, smaller than my own, appearing and vanishing at random intervals, as if a mysterious dancer had graced the chamber with their presence. These prints seemed fresh, yet there had been no signs of recent visitors at the cave's entrance, and the remote location made chance encounters improbable. The air grew cooler as I followed the enigmatic footprints deeper into the labyrinthine cave system. The sounds of the rain outside faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the soft drip-drip of water and something else, a faint echo of footsteps, always seeming to linger just around the next bend. Pressing on, driven by curiosity, the passages of the cave twisted and turned, forming natural archways adorned with delicate mineral formations that sparkled like distant stars in the lantern's glow. The footsteps I followed navigated the maze with purpose, never faltering at the myriad intersections we encountered. Time seemed to warp and bend as I journeyed deeper, though my watch insisted only 45 minutes had passed since I entered the cave. The temperature stabilized, and the air carried a sweet, mineral essence reminiscent of fresh spring water. Occasionally, movement flickered at the edge of my vision, yet whenever I turned to look, only the gentle sway of shadows greeted me. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm matching the throb of my own heart, yet their origin now seemed to emanate from above rather than ahead. Lifting my lantern higher, I illuminated natural shelves in the cave wall, each ascending like a giant staircase. The footprints abruptly veered upward, defying gravity as they continued their ethereal ascent. My mind sought logical explanations, unusual geological formations, play of light and shadow, or perhaps my own mind conjuring illusions in the silent depths of the cave. But as I stood there, contemplating the impossible tracks, a soft, wordless hum filled the chamber. It was a haunting melody that seemed to resonate from the very bedrock, rising and falling like gentle waves. The footfalls ceased, replaced by this ethereal music that filled the air with a subtle, pulsing energy. My lantern's flame flickered, though no breeze stirred, and the shadows on the walls began to sway in time with the mysterious hum. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of tranquility and awe, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient hidden wonder waiting to be unveiled. Lowering myself onto a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the enchanting hum, allowing it to envelop me. The ambience of the cave shifted into a dreamlike state, and I found myself swaying gently to the mesmerizing melody. Water droplets cascaded from above, their rhythmic descent creating delicate ripples in the pools, reflecting the lantern's light like molten gold. Time lost its meaning as I sat there, immersed in the cave's enchanting song. The phantom footsteps occasionally returned, now swirling around me in an ethereal dance, yet I no longer felt compelled to pursue them. Instead, I existed in that moment, becoming one with the ancient rhythm of the cave. When the time came to depart, I noticed the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the silt. The humming gradually waned as I retraced my steps through the passages, though its melody lingered vividly in my memory. The cave felt transformed on my return journey, not diminished in size or mystery, but enhanced in intimacy, as if we now shared a whispered secret. Pausing at the entrance, I glanced back into the darkness. The rain had ceased, and the setting sun cast elongated shadows into the cave's yawning mouth. And as I stood there, a lone set of footprints materialized in the silt beside me, formed by unseen steps that strolled past and dissolved into the sunlight. The cave offered one final echo, not of footsteps this time, but of soft laughter that faded into the distance like a sweet reverie. Even now, when I explore other caves, I find myself humming that otherworldly tune. And on rare occasions, in the quietest depths underground, I catch the distant echo of footsteps harmonizing with my melody, dancing just beyond reach, forever almost there. Story 65. The soft rustle of autumn leaves gliding across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly routine of tea before slumber. Wisps of steam lazily spiraled from my cup, carrying the gentle scent of chamomile and honey. The aging house murmured around me, its familiar creaks a solace in the deepening darkness of the late hour. It was then that the moon captured my attention, hanging low and luminous in the night sky, its glow peculiarly pulsating, akin to a distant heartbeat. Drawn to its rhythmic allure, my breath fell into sync with its subtle cadence. The air grew hushed, unnaturally so. The whispering leaves stilled, the crickets fell silent, and in that profound quietude a mysterious sound emerged, faint yet unmistakable, a melody without notes, a song without sound, seemingly emanating from the moon itself. My tea grew cold, abandoned, as I sat transfixed by this ethereal enigma. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, weaving silver strands cascading from above, swaying in an unseen breeze, forming intricate patterns resembling ancient scripts, messages just beyond comprehension. Inside the dwelling, shadows began to dance, not random shifts cast by passing clouds, but deliberate, graceful movements synchronized to the silent rhythm. The shadows elongated and twirled along the walls, taking on shapes almost human yet not quite, moving with a fluidity surpassing earthly grace. Standing now, though I had no recollection of leaving my seat, the wooden floor hummed with a subtle vibration that resonated through my being. The temperature dipped slightly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet no fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe and tranquility. The moonlight continued its pulsing rhythm, each wave subtly altering the world around me. Colors intensified yet softened, the wood grain rippling like water, the very air shimmering with silver specks of light. Time lost significance, minutes melded with hours, hours condensed into fleeting instants. Somewhere within, a clock chimed midnight, its toll distorted, elongated, as if echoing from beneath the waves. With each chime, the moon's silent melody grew more insistent, resonating deeper. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, evolving into intricate patterns, almost revealing faces of joy and serenity that mirrored my own unexplained serenity. A gentle breeze arose, carrying the fragrance of night-blooming blooms foreign to my garden, encircling me in a tender caress, lifting my hair and garments in a delicate embrace. The moonlight responded, weaving silver strands through the air in intricate designs eluding my gaze. Enveloped in the impossible light, a realization dawned, a recollection, perhaps, of long-forgotten truths. The moon's silent song whispered ancient mysteries, of realms existing in the gaps between seconds, of dimensions brushing against our own like silk on skin. It hinted at nights when the boundary between reality and possibility waned enough to touch. The shadows continued their enthralling dance, now beckoning me to join. My feet moved of their own accord, following steps to a dance never taught yet somehow known deep within. The moonlight enveloped me like a cloak, and for a fleeting moment, weightlessness embraced me, as if I could step off the porch and tread upon the silver light itself. Gradually, the intensity ebbed, the shadows returning to their still forms, the moonlight waning to a familiar glow. The silent song retreated, leaving behind a lingering echo in my bones. Seated once more in my chair, the tea now ice cold, the night resumed its usual melody. Crickets chirped, leaves whispered, the old house crooned its lullaby. Yet something fundamental had shifted, irreversible. The moon would forever hold a different allure, a mystery lingering between dream and reality. On quiet full moon nights, I linger on the porch, awaiting. Occasionally, in tranquil stillness, I catch a faint echo of that silent song, a shimmer of silver strands in the air. And the shadows, oh, they remember their dance, though they no longer perform it. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting that some mysteries are destined to elude, residing in the exquisite realm between fact and fantasy. And perhaps therein lies their rightful place, in that serene twilight where the moon chants its silent tune and shadows sway to melodies only the heart comprehends. In that moment, in that wonder-laden space, a peace transcending logic is found, a magic unbound by words. I continue my evening ritual on the porch, observing the moon ascend over the horizon. And at times, just sometimes, when the night holds its breath and my mind stills, I sense the moon's pulse, a distant heartbeat beckoning me to a dance I may never fully grasp but will forever remember. Story 66. The soft patter of rain on the window created a gentle lullaby as I settled into my favorite armchair in the study. The old house murmured softly around me, its time-worn wooden frame shifting in the autumn evening chill. A cup of chamomile tea released its fragrant steam beside me, blending with the scent of aged leather-bound books that filled the shelves. My gaze wandered to the recent addition to the room, a mysterious portrait I had stumbled upon at an estate sale. The woman in the painting was veiled in a translucent ivory fabric, her dark eyes seemingly piercing through the delicate material with an intensity that both intrigued and unnerved me. The artist had captured an ethereal quality in the way the veil seemed to float around her, as if moved by an unseen breeze. The longer I studied the painting, the more details emerged from the shadows. A hint of a pearl necklace, a glimpse of a rich burgundy gown, and a window revealing a garden beyond. The brushstrokes were masterful, creating layers of transparency that shifted with the light. As the night deepened, the rain's rhythm against the roof grew steadier, creating a peaceful melody. The warm glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy circle of light, casting the rest of the room into comforting shadows. Entranced by the painting, I found myself drawn deeper into its depths, my eyes tracing the delicate folds of the veil repeatedly. Was it the rain or the soothing tea that began to lull me into a twilight state between wakefulness and slumber? In this hazy awareness, the portrait seemed to come alive. The veil appeared to ripple subtly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. The woman's enigmatic eyes held secrets on the brink of revelation. A sudden gust of wind made the lamp flicker, and when the light steadied, I noticed a curious detail in the painting. A figure in the reflected window behind the veiled woman, distant and veiled as well, watching. This discovery sent a shiver of intrigue down my spine, a thought-provoking sensation. As I delved into this new revelation, more subtle elements emerged from the canvas. The pearl necklace formed a pattern, resembling letters or symbols when viewed from a certain angle. The garden scene in the window reflection seemed to exist in a different time and place, not aligning with the woman's position. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and the scent of old roses wafted through the air, though no flowers adorned the room. It evoked memories of the garden in the painting, prompting me to ponder if the artist had captured more than just the visual likeness of the subject. I found myself crafting stories about the woman's identity, each tale as plausible as the last. The lamp's light dimmed slightly on its own, casting a gentle gleam in the woman's eyes as if they held a light source within. The veil appeared more translucent, teasing with glimpses of hidden features that remained just out of reach. As sleep beckoned, I noticed a final detail, a small key painted on a delicate chain, partially concealed in her gown's folds. It seemed crafted from tarnished silver or platinum, its intricate design mirroring the necklace's pattern. Drifting into slumber, I fancied I heard the whisper of silk against canvas and sensed a faint smile beneath the veil. In my fading consciousness, a notion fluttered through my mind. Perhaps the woman wasn't veiled at all, but revealing her secrets gradually, brushstroke by brushstroke, to those patient enough to truly observe. The next morning, I awoke in the armchair to sunlight streaming through the windows. The painting hung above the fireplace, seemingly unchanged, yet with each passing evening, new details emerged from its depths. In the tranquil moments between wakefulness and dreams, I pondered if the portrait was not of a veiled woman, but a veil itself, thinning with each night, bridging our world with another. Story 67. The night's rain fell gently, a soft lullaby on the cobblestones of the ancient garden path. I stood by the weathered iron gates, my umbrella barely shielding me from the mist that danced in the autumn air. Behind the rusted bars loomed the villa, a grand structure now gracefully fading into time's embrace, its dark windows like deep, empty eyes peering into the unknown. This place had come to me from my great-aunt Margaret, a mysterious figure I had encountered only briefly in my lifetime. She had always seemed distant, lost in thoughts I couldn't quite grasp, her fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. The lawyer who settled her affairs seemed relieved to hand over the keys, a tremor in his hands as they slid across the desk. With a resounding click, the lock opened, and I stepped into the misty garden. As I walked up the path, the gravel whispered beneath my shoes, and I noticed how the ivy had claimed parts of the villa, creating living drapes that swayed in the evening breeze. The windows, all 23 of them visible from where I stood, remained ominously dark, each holding its own unique emptiness. The heavy door swung open easily, as though the house had anticipated my arrival. The foyer enveloped me in the scent of aged wood and a hint of something sweet and elusive, reminiscent of my great-aunt's perfume, but intertwined with the essence of autumn leaves and distant rain. My steps echoed on the wooden floor, fading into the shadows that gathered in the corners. The first floor revealed the expected rooms of a grand villa. A sitting room draped in white sheets, a dining room set for guests who would never come, and a library filled with meticulously arranged books. Yet, it was the windows that captured my attention. Each framed a different aspect of the twilight beyond, casting a spell of enchantment over the rooms. As I moved through the spaces, a subtle shift in atmosphere unfolded. The air carried a warmth in some rooms, a chill in others, shifting without explanation. The windows responded to these changes, sometimes misting over in intricate patterns, other times remaining crystal clear despite the dampness outside. In the library, I discovered my great-aunt's journal, her delicate script detailing the windows as more than mere apertures. The third window in the east wing reveals summer evenings from my youth, one entry whispered. The tall window in the music room holds all the forgotten melodies. Skeptical at first, I couldn't ignore the subtle change in the silence around me as I delved deeper into the entries. The second floor exposed more windows, each offering a peculiar and empty vista. One window framed a garden from a bygone era, with plants arranged in patterns of yesteryears, while another seemed to gaze upon the same garden from an impossible angle, as if viewed from great heights. Night enveloped the villa, the rain's gentle cadence on the roof and windows a soothing backdrop. Instead of feeling menacing, the darkness settled like a contented cat. The windows emitted a faint glow, not bright enough to illuminate, but casting ethereal shapes in the shadows. Each window pulsed with its own gentle hue, creating a soft constellation of light within the house. In the master bedroom, I uncovered more of Margaret's journals. Her recent entries unveiled a startling revelation. The windows did not merely display different scenes, they harbored memories, moments, and lost time. The house, she penned, is not just walls and rooms. It holds fragments of all who have passed through it. The windows are its eyes, witnessing these gathered moments. That first night, I settled in a small bedroom on the second floor, drawn to its window that revealed a simple view of rain falling in the darkness. But as I watched the droplets dance on the glass, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Some beads defied gravity, moving upwards, while others hung suspended, capturing light from an unseen source. Morning arrived with a surreal light seeping through the windows, rather than shining through them. As I wandered the corridors, the views had shifted. A window that once gazed upon the back garden now showcased the same scene in a different season, though the real garden remained firmly in autumn. In the ensuing weeks, I unraveled the villa's mystery. The windows were not mere voids, they yearned to be filled. Each collected diverse moments, joy, whispered conversations of the past, and the light of days yet to come. I found myself drawn to different windows, witnessing their subtle revelations. Sometimes it was a shift in light, a fleeting reflection that defied logic. Other times, faint voices carried on the breeze, soft murmurs, distant laughter, echoes of footsteps long gone. The windows became my timepiece, my calendar, my treasury of memories. The music room's tall window hummed with echoes of concerts past. The breakfast nook's small window captured morning light from every season, casting impossible rainbows on the worn tablecloth. I comprehended why my great-aunt had immersed herself in this place. The villa was not haunted in the traditional sense. It was a living archive, each window a portal to different layers of time. The apparent emptiness within them was not void, but a richness so profound it appeared as emptiness to the unobservant eye. As autumn gave way to winter, I chronicled the windows and their metamorphoses in my journal. Some days, all 23 windows displayed the same scene from varying moments, creating a disjointed dance of light. Other days, each window held its unique weather, light, and shadow. Whether the windows possessed true magic or the villa distorted reality into the extraordinary, I couldn't say. Perhaps the truth resided in the nebulous realm where reality and imagination intertwined, like rain on ancient glass. What I did know was that the emptiness of those windows held a richness beyond measure. Now, in the library, as winter light filtered through windows, showing glimpses of tomorrow's snow or yesteryear's spring. I understood why my great-aunt had chosen to linger here. The villa of empty windows was not empty at all. It awaited those who could truly see, who grasped that profound moments hide in the silences between heartbeats, in the spaces between time, in the apparent void of 23 windows that were never truly vacant. Story 68. The soft murmur of raindrops tapping against my bedroom window serenaded me as I prepared for the night ahead. Each droplet added a delicate note to the symphony of nature, harmonizing with the whispers of the wind caressing the ancient oak trees encircling my Victorian home. The gentle radiance of my bedside lamp stretched shadows across the time-worn hardwood floor, their shapes pirouetting like ethereal dancers in the subdued glow. A light sleeper by nature, I was attuned to the subtle melodies of the night, the familiar lullabies woven into the fabric of darkness. The creak of aging wood, the distant owl's hoot, and the rustle of leaves in the garden below, these nocturnal companions were my solace. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar presence lingered in the air. A sound, almost imperceptible, threaded through the nocturnal chorus, a rhythmic breath not quite of this world. Initially dismissing it as a figment of my imagination, I hesitated, letting the mysterious cadence envelop me. It was a breath, soft and constant, seeming to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, a tranquil inhale and exhale that defied explanation. The rain persisted in its gentle drumming, veiling the enigmatic addition to the night's melody. Enfolded in my grandmother's quilt, its weight a comforting embrace, I focused on the sound, detecting a hint of lavender intertwined with the breath, an impossible fusion of auditory and olfactory senses. The room's temperature ebbed and flowed in subtle undulations, mirroring the enigmatic breath's rhythm, a gentle breeze of warmth and coolness brushing against me. The shadows on the walls appeared to pulsate faintly, while the lamp's illumination remained unwavering. My heavy velvet curtains stirred faintly, a subtle movement despite the sealed windows guarding against the rain's intrusion. Entranced, I observed as the shadows morphed into discernible shapes, not menacing but curious forms that danced on the edge of recognition. They evoked memories of yesteryears, akin to old photographs capturing women in flowing dresses frozen in time. The mysterious breathing gained clarity, accompanied by whispers of aged books and tea, mingling with the lavender in a hauntingly familiar blend. The rain's tempo shifted, adopting a softer, deliberate rhythm, as if attuned to the mystical presence. My bedside clock ticked steadily, a metronome in a timeless realm that seemed suspended between heartbeats. The breath now carried a melodic essence, akin to a hum, suffused with notes of solace and wistfulness, a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. In synchrony, I matched my breath to its gentle cadence, prompting ephemeral memories to surface, not mine, but strangely recognizable. Visions of summer garden parties, of ladies in white dresses sipping tea under oak trees, of children frolicking in rooms that bore resemblance to my own abode, albeit adorned differently, floated through my consciousness like iridescent bubbles. The fragrance of lavender intensified, accompanied by a distant echo of piano music, faint and ethereal, reminiscent of Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, a melody imprinted in my mind without conscious recollection. As night deepened, the enigmatic breath carried whispers within its embrace, a tapestry of laughter, sighs, and murmurs interwoven in a symphony of bygone conversations. The shadows continued their languid dance, now joined by ephemeral lights that materialized from obscurity, akin to sunlight filtering through foliage, though the hour had long passed midnight. Oscillating between wakefulness and slumber, I glimpsed ethereal figures traversing my room, insubstantial, akin to memories given corporeal form by the nocturnal aura. Graceful and purposeful, they moved through tasks long completed, oblivious to my presence. The rain dwindled, its rhythmic drumming, softening to a gentle mist. The enigmatic breath lingered, diffusing into the air from every corner of the abode, accompanied by an array of scents: beeswax polish, fresh bread, garden roses, each evoking fragments of memories intertwined with the house's essence rather than individual recollections. With the approaching dawn, signified by a subtle shift in the sky's hue glimpsed through my curtains, the breath began to recede gradually, akin to a tide withdrawing. The shadows settled back into their customary patterns, imbued with newfound depth and significance. The lavender's fragrance lingered, carrying a whisper of adieu, or perhaps an anticipation of a future encounter. As morning broke, casting its gentle light upon my surroundings, I pondered the enigmatic experience of the night. A solitary sprig of fresh lavender, dew-kissed and vibrant, graced my bedside table where no vase had stood prior, a tangible reminder of the nocturnal reverie. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a world refreshed and anew. Throughout my morning rituals, the echo of the mysterious breath lingered in the air, a suspended conversation awaiting resumption. On tranquil rainy nights, a faint trace of lavender intermingled with rhythmic breathing occasionally graces the atmosphere, a reminder of the enigmatic interlude transcending the boundaries of understanding. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but embraced, their essence residing within the interstices of breaths, within the shadows between moments, within memories that transcend personal recollections, belonging instead to the very essence of the air we breathe. Story 69. The twilight air was heavy with the fragrance of water lilies and wild mint as I treaded the narrow forest trail. Pine needles muffled my footfalls, creating a soft cadence that harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves above. The sinking sun cast a golden glow through the leafy canopy, casting intricate patterns on the mossy forest floor. Whispers of a concealed lake nestled deep within these woods had piqued my curiosity, shared in hushed tones by locals who spoke of it with a mix of allure and caution. They murmured about the lake holding enigmas, singing under the moon's gaze, its melody elusive to those who sought to define it. The path wound further into the woods, and the quality of light shifted subtly. The air turned cooler, carrying the unmistakable freshness that hinted at deep waters nearby. Through breaks in the trees, I glimpsed tendrils of mist rising delicately, akin to smoke from an unseen fire. The lake slowly unveiled itself to me, like a photograph developing in stages. Its surface extended before me, smooth as polished obsidian. The late evening glow bestowed upon it an ethereal sheen, a hue between silver and purple. Ancient willows draped their boughs into the water along the shore, creating gentle ripples that danced in unpredictable rhythms. The lake, perfectly round as if drawn by a celestial hand, stood out against the untamed backdrop of the forest, a harmonious anomaly amidst wildness. At its heart, a small island emerged from the depths, crowned by a solitary ancient oak whose branches stretched out like protective arms. As I settled onto a fallen log by the water's edge, a peculiar silence enveloped me. Not an eerie stillness, but a tranquil absence of the usual forest chatter, as if the space around the lake dwelled in its own serene bubble. The only sound was the soft murmur of water lapping at the shore, a rhythmic susurrus that almost seemed to form whispered words just beyond comprehension. With the arrival of darkness, the mist thickened, weaving ephemeral shapes above the water's surface. At times they took on human-like forms, other times resembling flowing scripts in an unknown tongue. The longer I gazed, the more intricate patterns emerged, in the water's movements, in the mist's dance, in the willow branches swaying to a silent melody. A gentle glow emanated from the lake's depths, pulsating slowly like the breath of a benevolent giant. The shifting light transformed through hues of blue and green, shades nameless to my tongue. As night descended fully, the whispers grew clearer, not menacing, but reminiscent of a distant crowd's murmur or the harmonious rustle of numerous pages turning in a grand library. The words, if indeed they were words, intertwined and overlapped, crafting a soothing symphony that lulled me into tranquility. The oak tree on the island cast dual shadows, though no obvious light source explained them. Its reflection on the water did not mirror its physical form precisely. At times, the mirrored branches moved independently, as if swayed by an unseen breeze. Tiny lights materialized along the shore, resembling fallen stars flickering in and out of existence. Some hovered just above the ground. Others seemed to rise from within the water itself. Their movements followed meaningful patterns, a choreographed ballet to a silent melody beyond my hearing. The mist ebbed and flowed, unveiling and concealing different facets of the lake. In a moment of clarity, I glimpsed structures beneath the water's surface, elegant spires and arches fashioned from light rather than substance. They vanished when I tried to focus directly on them, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Time lost its grip, flowing akin to the water before me. Minutes stretched into hours, or hours contracted into minutes. The moon ascended and descended multiple times, though my timepiece insisted only a brief span had elapsed. Each moonrise brought a subtly altered light, as if witnessing the same scene through varied colored lenses. The whispers intensified as the night deepened, forming discernible patterns. Rhythms and refrains emerged, akin to poetry in an unfamiliar tongue understood on a level transcending words. They spoke of ancient wonders, of starlight caressing still waters, of roots delving deep into shadowed earth, of the slow waltz of seasons and the eternal cycle of life and slumber. With dawn on the horizon, the light beneath the water dimmed, and the whispers softened gradually. The mist dispersed, leaving behind ghostly traces in the air, like after images seared into my vision. The lake's surface turned mirror-like, reflecting the brightening sky above with pristine clarity. Upon rising to depart, my being felt revitalized yet subtly altered, as if gently remade during my nocturnal communion with the water. The path leading me back felt both familiar and new, every leaf and stone resonating with a significance just beyond my grasp, but deeply felt. Even now, years later, echoes of those whispers visit me in my quietest moments. They drift to me in dreams or in the liminal space between slumber and wakefulness. Occasionally, I catch glimmers of that peculiar, gentle light in ordinary pools, or discern familiar patterns in morning mists. The lake's enigma persists in these fleeting reminders, like ripples expanding endlessly from a single drop of water. The lake has eluded me on subsequent visits to the woods, hinting that it reveals itself only when it deems fit, or perhaps it exists in a realm between realms, accessible solely at certain junctures, when the veil between the mundane and the mystical thins. Yet its whispers abide within me, a tender nudge that some mysteries are meant not to be deciphered, but simply encountered and carried within, like melodies half recalled from youth. Story 70. The gentle rain tapped against the window panes of my grandmother's old house, creating a soothing, rhythmic melody that filled the air. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of the Victorian mansion, with its creaking floorboards and vintage wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet, being here alone, there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, an unspoken difference that whispered through the corridors. Walking barefoot on the weathered hardwood floors, I felt a sense of familiarity mingled with a newfound solitude. With a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, I ascended the stairs, guided by the warm amber glow of an antique brass lamp casting flickering shadows around me. The old house seemed alive, breathing in harmony with the rain outside, its wooden frame expanding and contracting with the changing weather. Each step I took echoed through the halls, accompanied by the soft groans of the stairs, as if engaged in a hushed conversation of their own. Upon reaching the second floor, a curious scent beckoned me, a blend of old books, dried lavender, and an elusive hint that evaded definition. It was a scent reminiscent of the charged air before a summer storm, pregnant with anticipation. Intrigued, I followed the mysterious fragrance to the guest bedroom at the far end of the hallway, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, and a silvery light spilled out, distinct from the warm radiance of my lamp. Pushing the door open, the hinges sighed melodically, as if welcoming an old friend. The room appeared mostly unchanged from my memories. The faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet, there was an undeniable shift in the air, a subtle alteration that captured my attention. Raising my gaze, I was transfixed. The ceiling, once a simple eggshell white, now extended endlessly upward in a mesmerizing display. It wasn't a frightening sight, but rather enchanting, drawing me in with its ethereal beauty. The familiar plaster texture gradually dissolved into layers of translucent mist, swirling in hypnotic patterns under the soft, silvery light that emanated from above. Settling into an old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my grasp, I lost myself in the captivating sight unfolding overhead. Each passing moment revealed new details in the infinite expanse. A glimpse of twinkling stars, shifting shapes resembling birds in flight or leaves carried by unseen winds. Outside, the rain continued its peaceful symphony, but within the room, it took on a new dimension. Each droplet created delicate ripples in the air, disturbing the mist in intricate patterns that mesmerized the senses. The aroma of lavender mingled with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace. Time seemed to slip away as I sat there, watching the gentle dance of the ceiling unfold. Occasionally, a distant sound akin to wind chimes whispered through the room, its origin a mystery, fading in and out like a distant memory. Recalling my grandmother's words about houses holding secrets, I pondered whether she had known of this room, of its enigmatic allure. Had she, too, witnessed the infinite ceiling's graceful movements? As the night deepened, the mist above began to form intricate symbols, a language beyond my comprehension, yet imbued with a profound sense of meaning. The room exuded a peaceful presence, not imposing but quietly aware, like the ancient wisdom of a library or the timeless beauty of a centuries-old garden. Somewhere between wakefulness and slumber, lulled by the rain and the hypnotic ceiling above, I drifted into a peaceful reverie. When I awoke, sunlight bathed the room in a soft, rosy glow, dispelling the mystical ambiance of the night. The ceiling had returned to its familiar appearance, the plaster white and unassuming. Picking up my cold teacup, I felt a sense of rejuvenation, as though I had embarked on a profound journey in my dreams. As I prepared to leave, a small detail caught my eye. A single dried lavender sprig delicately placed on the dresser, exuding a fragrance identical to the one that had captivated me the night before. I still find myself drawn to that room, especially on rainy nights, though the infinite ceiling reveals itself selectively, like a shy companion waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its secrets. I have learned to embrace the mystery, to appreciate the wonder that lies within the familiar walls of the old house. Some nights, I decipher the elusive symbols in the mist, while on others, I simply observe their graceful dance with a sense of awe. Regardless, there is a profound peace that envelops the room, a tranquility that transcends words, speaking only in the language of dreams and rain. The memories and dreams collected within the house seem to converge in that mystical space, offering glimpses of a world beyond the tangible. I have kept the secret of the room with the infinite ceiling to myself, believing that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than explained. On quiet nights, as the rain taps against the windows and the scent of lavender fills the air with promise, I know that above me, the mist continues its eternal ballet, inscribing stories in a language reserved for the realm of dreams.